few minutes later, in the hall of the castle that after the fall of the Russian faction became part of Bai Zemin's personal property. Bai Zemin waited for Jangda's mother to finish pouring tea for him and the two beauties before speaking. "Auntie, really thank you for everything. You keep doing this kind of chore even though you don't need to. You have to thank me for something like this. Besides, what do you mean by this kind of chore? This is a very worthy job, little man." She looked at him with eyes much brighter than in the past as she picked up the silver plate with intention of leaving the room. "You're the only reason I'm still alive, and you know it, don't you? Seeing you get stronger from up close gives me more motivation and hope to see my son again someday." Bai Zemin looked into her eyes for a few seconds and nodded slowly but firmly. "Definitely." Jangda's mother bowed slightly to the three people in the room, and then silently stepped back, closing the door before completely leaving the area to ask the other maids already working here to stay away from the room on Bai Zemin's own orders. So, Bai Zemin finally turned to look at Christina. His expression was extremely complicated as he sighed softly. "What will I do with you now?" Christina's expression was usually taken up by a faint, playful smile and sparkling eyes. At this moment, however, her mouth was very slightly open, and her eyes were bigger than usual as proof of how surprised she was. After a long time, she finally mumbled a few words. You really took that man down. It was your sister and Feng Tian Wu." Bai Zemin pointed out, still feeling a big headache as he didn't know how to get out of the trouble he was in. "Why do you attach so much importance to something so simple?" "Simple," Christina murmured in amazement before smiling sadly. "I wasn't lying when I said that Eduard Valentinovich had never lost in his life, not even in something as simple as a game of chess. It's not only about sheer strength. He also used to be more cunning than foxes, which is why he even distrusted his own family, not to mention others." Only Christina herself knew all the effort she had to make, and all she had to sacrifice in order to get where she did with the former Russian leader. No one but herself knew that she had to give up her happiness, her pride, and every shred of dignity that any woman or human being could have. "I lost many times in my life. I was also fooled repeatedly." Bai Zemin stared at her before slowly saying, "But since the apocalypse began, I never lost in anything to anyone. Only one of all the battles I fought could be considered my defeat, as my opponent, unfortunately, could no longer give his all." Bai Zemin did not get to know the former Russian leader because he never had the need to show himself in person to finish him off. Therefore, he also did not know what kind of an amazing person he was, according to Christina. From the very beginning, even before arriving in Russia, Bai Zemin was absolutely certain that Eduard Valentinovich would fall, and this certainty only grew to 300% after learning from Christina that his enemy had never been defeated before. "Didn't Xuanyuan and Wenchen experience the same thing before? We learn more from defeats than from victories," he said with closed eyes and calm voice. "In contrast to victory, every defeat becomes an experience. Our defeats stare at us daily, poking at us to remind us that they are there and watching, waiting for the moment to devour us or those we care about. I know what it feels like to lose, and I know that if I lose even once now, I won't be the only one affected by it." Unlike the former Russian leader who fought solely for himself, Bai Zemin had people for whom he cared as much or perhaps more than he cared for himself. The power of friendship and love. Bai Zemin chuckled as he remembered how stupid those words sounded to him every time he read a novel in the past, but now he understood that it was not about friendship or love, but about protecting even at the cost of losing teeth and fingernails in the process. Although Bai Zemin felt his words were very easy to understand, Christina shook her head silently. She had spent most of her life like this, under the foot of someone whom with all her heart she tried with all her might to crush, someone who even knowing it allowed her to stay by his side because he never saw her as a real threat. Given all this, how could she accept Bai Zemin's words regardless of any logic or sentiment behind them? Shangyuan Bingzu sipped her tea in silence as she watched the reactions of the beautiful black-haired, blue-eyed woman. When she heard Bai Zemin say, "Your sister and Feng Tian too," the hand with which she held the small porcelain cup flinched, and a flash of surprise shone in her eyes. If she was Evangeline's sister, then now it all suddenly made sense. Shangyuan Bingzu had been present that night when Evangeline joined them. In fact, only 4 people including her and Bai Zemin knew about Evangeline's request. Nangong Yi and Nangong Lingxin were the other 2. "So this is why you've been frowning all week." She leaned over to set the cup down on the table as she looked at Christina with indifference even though her words were directed at Bai Zemin. "What I don't understand is, What's going on here? Shang Yuan Bingzu knew Bai Zemin's character perfectly well. He was someone who always kept his word, and usually tried to avoid doing anything that would somehow get in the way of keeping his promises. It was precisely for this reason that Shang Yuan Bingzu could not believe that he and someone he should capture at all costs were chatting and drinking tea. Christina really wanted to ask how it was possible for Shang Yuan Bingzu to spot her, and even Bai Zemin was secretly shocked by this, since even he did not notice Christina's existence until the moment she was forced to defend against Shang Yuan Bingzu's sword. However, they both knew that in order for things to move forward, they would have to temporarily put that aside. Actually, it's all a bit simple to explain except for a few points. Bai Zemin hesitated a bit, and after further thought decided temporarily not to talk to anyone about the existence of other dimensions parallel to the one they were living in. Christina naturally caught on this little point, therefore. She didn't say anything about it either. Besides, she no longer had any faction to call home, and her situation was not particularly enjoyable regardless of her immense personal strength and ability. A few minutes passed, and after listening to the last word he said, Shang Yuan Bingzu slowly nodded to herself. I still feel that these confusing points you avoided touching on are very important. But right now, I'm curious about something else. She looked at Christina and asked directly, why did you save Bai Zemin's life at that time? You used to be the right hand of the former president of Russia, didn't you? In that case, you should know better than anyone else about the unbreakable feud between the two sides, particularly after we proved that we meant to continue invading Russia no matter what. Bai Zemin also watched Christina silently, waiting for an honest and logical explanation. I also want to know why you did that. I know Evangeline's past, and I know her name was originally Ludmila Ilyinishna, so avoid lies, or don't blame me for not being polite even if you helped me before. He was tremendously grateful to Christina for saving his life when he was under the spiritual attack in the illusion that the throne of creation had submerged him without him realizing it. Had it not been for her, that female dragon of the dragon god realm definitely would have had her way, and Bai Zemin would not be standing or existing right now. However, somewhere in his heart Bai Zemin also felt some frustration, as it was that the thing that made him not know what to do at present. He always thought that if he ever found Evangeline's older sister, he would simply capture her and hand her over for Evangeline herself to handle. But once again, fate and life proved that not everything would turn out the way he would have preferred. In the past, Bai Zemin viewed Christina as an extremely sinister and manipulative woman, a vicious bitch beyond anything else, capable even of betraying her family. Now, however, although his opinion of her was still negative, Bai Zemin considered Christina as a mysterious woman. Therefore, he needed to know more in order to know what to do next. Besides, every story always has two different sides and points of view. Christina slowly closed her eyes and nodded. Then in a soft, low voice she responded, okay, I'll tell you then my own version. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// encouragement and understanding, from the bottom of my heart. Probably another chapter before reset. Chapter 12, 34. Christina's story. Christina took at least a few minutes to think and better organize her next words, however. Once she started telling her own story, she didn't stop. As you should already well know after hearing about our family's past from my younger sister Ludmilla, you could say that while our parents were alive, the Ilyinishna family was quite prosperous in economic matters. Working in the most private and secret laboratory in all of Russia as well as one of the most secure facilities on all of Earth, attacking my family was practically impossible, so both my safety and Ludmilla's were mostly guaranteed, except for the rivals of the government group my father worked for. Christina looked at Bai Zemin and remarked in a matter-of-fact rhetorical voice, "That's what you would normally think, wouldn't you?" Without waiting for a response from him, Christina pulled out a small pink flash drive that had a bunny sticker on it. Judging by the condition of the flash drive and the bunny sticker, the USB drive was definitely quite old. "Do you have a computer?" she asked in her particular baby voice as she looked into his eyes. Bai Zemin looked deep into her eyes, and after a long moment nodded. Christina took the laptop computer that Bai Zemin took out of his space storage ring and turned it on. A few seconds later, and after pressing a few keys, she stood up with the laptop in her hands. After setting the handheld laptop down on the table so that both Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu could see the images she was about to play, Christina pressed the enter button. A golden-haired, blue-eyed man in his 30s, who before the apocalypse would be considered extremely handsome, was sitting in front of a desk with a large pile of documents to his left and another to his right. He looked directly into the camera as he spoke in a surprisingly magnetic voice. My name is Mikhail of Ilyanishna. This video is being recorded on the 7th day of September in the year 1994 and is the 19th record since the beginning of the secret study under the code name God Among Humans. My only daughter, Kristina Ilyanishna, became old enough to take the genetic surgery 2 months ago. It was a complete success. Although we knew that the odds of success would increase exponentially after the subject received the superhuman serum injection, we are still in the early stages of the project, so at best there is only a 10 to 20% chance of success. After seeing that even such a young girl could handle the dangerous genetic modification surgery, it is likely that more soldiers will dare to undergo it. The day when our side will take the reins of leadership of the country is near. The man looked extremely excited and happy when the video stopped. As Bai Zemin stared at the dark screen with an ominous feeling in his chest, Kristina moved forward and in a few seconds opened a different file that was also inside the small flash drive. Again, the blond man reappeared. However, there were some changes in the room, and his appearance had also undergone some changes that could only come with the passage of a few years. Failure. It's a total failure. The man banged his fist on the hard surface of his wooden desk as he said through gritted teeth, "It's been 3 years since my daughter Kristina succeeded in undergoing genetic surgery to create an artificial god. I thought that would be enough to make the rest of them brave and fearless, but they are all just a bunch of useless cowards. So what if the mortality rate is 85% or a bit more? Doesn't this mean that they all have a 15% chance of becoming a god among humans?" The man named Mikhail of Ilyanishna not only looked frustrated and furious, but Bai Zemin also noticed a distinct glimmer that he had only seen in a few people since the apocalypse began until now: madness. The enemy party is getting closer and closer. Once they find out what we have been doing, they will definitely wipe us out. There is still a little time and a little hope, though. It was at this point that both Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu realized that, even without watching more, they would know what the person in the video was going to say. 2 weeks ago, my second daughter was born. Her name is Ludmilla, a beautiful little girl that inherited the color of my hair and her mother's emerald eyes. I am sure that she would also succeed in accepting the surgery to create God in the same way as her older sister Kristina, but I am afraid that this time I will not be able to afford to wait until Ludmilla reaches the required age. Although her chances of success will probably be 5% at best, a member of the Ilyanishna family definitely won't give up even with everything going against her. After a final slam of the man on the desk as if to prove his frustration, the camera fell and the video cut off abruptly. Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzu looked at each other in silence as Kristina took her flash drive and put it away. "Here you go." She stared Bai Zemin in the eyes as she extended the laptop in his direction, and once Bai Zemin took it, she sat down and continued matter-of-factly, "I found those 2 videos when I was about 10 years old. It was an accident, or maybe it's more correct to call it a coincidence. At the age of 10, children's minds were not yet fully developed to understand things like percentages and probabilities of success or failure. However, there were always exceptions to every rule, and Kristina, who had undergone a bizarre surgery to turn her into a superhuman, was definitely a major exception to the rule. That surgery my father talked about in those videos not only gave us tremendous physical strength, monstrous endurance, immunity against deadly diseases, and even the ability to fight against low temperatures. It also gave us great analytical and processing capabilities." Kristina explained calmly and softly. "It didn't take me long to realize that my own father submitted me to a freak surgery without my knowledge, even if it meant that his own daughter would have more than an 80% chance of dying in the process." "You?" Bai Zemin looked at her with wide eyes as he finally understood what was going on here. "I was only a 10-year-old girl. There was little I could do back then." Kristina regretted as she closed her eyes. Her voice became softer, as if she was immersing herself in those painful memories. "I always wanted to be a big sister. It was my lifelong dream. So when Ludmilla was born, I was so happy that I joyfully gave her all my favorite toys so that she would never cry. I know that usually siblings fight for their parents' attention when they are little, but not me. I loved my little sister more than anything in the world." She opened her eyes, and with a coldness that Bai Zemin had only seen once before in her sweet eyes, she remarked, I hated my own weakness, so I did what I had to do to increase my little sister's chances of survival. I threw away my dignity, my pride, my purity, my everything. Everything just to increase that 15% to 30%. And I succeeded. Regardless of anything else, I succeeded. Bai Zemin's heart trembled violently. At this moment, he was not looking at the Christina in front of him, but rather at that 10-year-old Christina who, in order to protect her little sister, had to do things unimaginable to anyone. Yes, it was true that even after doing what she did, there was no way for Christina to fully or largely ensure the safety of the person she wanted so badly to protect, even at the cost of her own life and dignity as a human. However, she was only 10 years old back when it all started. What was such a little girl supposed to do, but give her all using what little time she had left? Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12:35 Stepping on the Pedal, on the way to Emperor. A few minutes later, Evangeline's older sister left. When Bai Zemin asked her where she was going and what she was going to do, she simply said that she would try to give her own version of the events to the person who, from her point of view, had suffered the most, Evangeline, who was formerly called Ludmilla, and her younger sister. As for her idea of taking charge of the situation, Bai Zemin was honestly relieved somewhere in the corner of his heart. What else could he do? There was no way Bai Zemin would make a move to kill Christina Ilyinishna after hearing and seeing proof of her own version of the story. However, he couldn't just leave things as they were either, since he had promised Evangeline to help her take care of her sister. Under such circumstances that left him with his hands and feet tied, Bai Zemin could only hope for the best, and that the two sisters would settle their family problems with each other. We all are the villain in a half-told story. Bai Zemin stood up and walked towards the exit while leaving those words behind. Shangyuan Bingzhu watched his retreat in silence, and after a long time turned to look at the winter scenery outside the large window. A deep sigh from her emotionally charged heart slipped from her lips as she whispered something to herself. She knew that, somehow or other, Bai Zemin felt compassion and pity for Christina Ilyinishna. In fact, Shangyuan Bingzhu was more than clear about one point, and that was that both Bai Zemin and Christina were, and to this day, are villains of poorly told stories. However, there was one big difference between the two of them. Evangeline might forgive her sister, which would mean that while Christina's past is unfortunate, her future might not be. But Bai Zemin's past was not even worth mentioning in the face of the harshness and cruelty the two Ilyinishna sisters experienced during their childhood and teenage years. However, his future would hardly be fixed in some ways. This was because, in the hearts of many, Bai Zemin still was, and probably always would be, a cruel and bloodthirsty tyrant. Backslash backslash backslash. 2 weeks later, Bai Zemin did not see Christina again, nor did he see Evangeline. Although he didn't know if Christina was still alive, he knew for sure that the younger sister of the two was still alive. As long as Bai Zemin did not get notification from the soul record that his loyal follower Evangeline had died, Bai Zemin felt that everything would be okay somehow. After staying in Russia for another week, Bai Zemin left Nangongyi and Shangyuan Bingzhu behind to take care of and assist Wu Yijun in the ruler change process. Due to the invasion of the Transcendent faction to wipe out the Russian faction, Russia was land that needed to be worked. The survivors needed to leave Moscow and return to other bases located in different areas of the country to take advantage of Earth's natural resources. The troops needed to reinstall outposts that had been destroyed before during the war. Technology comparisons needed to be made and new technology needed to be mobilized by either side, etc. In the meantime, he stayed in China for 7 days. During the 7 days that passed, he not only spent some time with his family, but also spent a great deal of time helping his faction's scientific and magical development team to speed up the process of building several teleport gates. Thanks to all the space-related skills Bai Zemin had, as well as his knowledge gained after briefly connecting with the Universal Space Law Gate, team leader Lai Shun assured that within 12 months there would be major breakthroughs, and that within 2 years at the latest the entire faction would enjoy the privilege of being able to teleport with almost total freedom between each of their bases when the situation called for it. While 1-2 years was an enormous amount of time, there was little that Bai Zemin could do about it. This was because not only were the resources needed to build the gates scarce on today's Earth, but also because great care had to be taken with this new technology. Were it not for the fact that the Russian faction had found some functional gates in the ancient ruin, they would never have been able to use this type of technology so soon. Then the day of departure finally arrived. The survivors of the main base located in Beijing looked up at the sky. Most of them looked at the great floating city with reverence, awe, and also a hint of fear as well as curiosity. That huge city had appeared in the sky exactly half a month ago, frightening and terrifying not only the normal survivors but even the soldiers panicked. It wasn't until later that a great piece of news that stunned everyone spread like wildfire through each of the faction's bases. What? That big city in the sky is where our king lives. How can this be possible? A flying city, isn't that a bit too much? What world do you live in? Are you stuck in the past or something? Have you forgotten that the strongest can make rain and storms with a wave of their hands? Making a city float permanently must be a simple thing for someone as powerful as him. All kinds of rumors and theories spread throughout China. No one knew who was the first, however. To Bai Zemin's ears came the new name Hero City had been baptized with by his people. King City, sitting on the throne of creation inside the Sky Emperor Palace, Bai Zemin smiled bitterly after hearing Lilith's words. I don't know which of the two names makes me more uncomfortable between Hero City and King City. Lilith chuckled as she played with his hair sitting on his lap. The funniest thing of all is that name will probably change again soon. He looked down and his confused eyes met her playful gaze. Lilith pointed with sparkling eyes. It will be soon, won't it? The curiosity in Bai Zemin's eyes slowly disappeared. His face gradually became serious as he turned his head slightly to look at the beautiful scenery and blue sky beyond the huge window to the left of the throne room. How soon? His voice rang inside the room for a few seconds, and since they were alone, no one but they heard it. Emperor, Lilith's eyes shone with longing, sadness, and some joy as her delicate voice rang out in the desolate hall. It feels like this all started yesterday, but look at you, about to become the sole absolute ruler of a world in its third stage. A world as anomalous as Earth at that. It's been over 2.5 years since the apocalypse started, but I understand what you mean. Bai Zemin nodded gently. I know it makes no logical sense to have accomplished so much in only a little over 18 months. I know since I've been to other worlds and learned a bit of their histories. Taking Eventide World as an example, despite having been evolved for thousands of years, there was still no emperor, and even Oblong World didn't have a real emperor. And now, that skittish little boy who out of pure instinct used a wooden chair to kill a mutant bee is about to become an emperor recognized and approved by the Soul Record, all in less than 3 years. Lilith smiled as she recalled her first interactions with him. You know, part of me misses how cute you used to be. Now you're a big shameless prick who doesn't even blush no matter what I say. Tell me who you hang out with, and I'll tell you who you are. Bai Zemin replied in a voice filled with righteousness. Hey, what's that supposed to mean? Lilith raised her head and looked at him with a cute pout. But just as Bai Zemin planned to reply to her, the doors of the hall slowly opened from outside, successfully interrupting the two's moment. Those who entered were Sun Ling, Wu Yijin's mother, and Bai Shilin. Well, what do we have here? Sun Ling's eyes slowly wandered between Bai Zemin and Lilith as she said with a beautiful smile, while the subjects work, the king and queen rest and flirt. I guess I should say, worthy monarchs. Bai Shilin directly started running towards the throne when she saw the situation. The little princess body turned into a blur, appearing in an instant on Lilith's lap, as the latter continued to sit on Bai Zemin's lap. Lilith, Mom, you can't keep the father all to yourself. Bai Shilin glared at Lilith with tears in her eyes as she tried her best to remove Lilith's arms that were around her beloved father's neck. Shilin was working hard, but this is what you do. You little vermin. Lilith was speechless as her place and position were stolen. As Bai Zemin burst out laughing, Wu Yijin's mother couldn't help but shake her head with a wry smile on her face. What an interesting family. Once the laughter and not-so-joking jokes stopped, Bai Zemin slowly turned back into a serious leader. Already, Sun Ling's expression also changed to one of higher seriousness, but there was still a hint of a smile at the corner of her lips as she nodded firmly. Chen, he has really grown as a soul evolver and as a man. You should say a few good words to him later when this is all over once and for all. I'll take care of that. Bai Zemin nodded, and at the same time as his eyes narrowed, he ordered, let everyone stay on standby temporarily. Our first destination is the United States of America. Sun Ling bowed with a chuckle before turning around. Her hips swayed charmingly as she retreated, and before completely closing the door behind her, she looked back and winked her eye, Should we call you Little Emperor for now? Bang! When the doors closed with a bang, Bai Zemin closed his eyes slowly and let his neck rest on the back of the throne. This time, none of them would return home until each and every faction scattered across the earth, from the largest to the smallest, was subjugated. The next time I return home, there will be no more threats to me or my family. Earth will be our rightful home, and the apocalypse on this world will finally end. Right, the next time Bai Zemin gets home, he will no longer be king but emperor. Backslash 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 backslash. Everyone, one chapter more later and one more before reset, so 3 chapters in less than 24 hours. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1236, A New Kingdom, Part 1. A group composed of 15 men armed with modern machine guns, 15 soul evolvers above level 25, and a war tank were in charge of guarding the north gate of the main base located in the central district of the city of Beijing. This team was in charge of dealing with the straggling zombies that somehow managed to slip between the various patrol points that the government and the military had placed 20 kilometers around the entire base. However, it was rare to see a zombie these days, so their main function was to make sure that in case a survivor or soul evolver appeared looking for help, they would not cause problems. Staring at the huge floating city that was even bigger than the base itself slowly moving away and about to disappear into the horizon, the leader of the group, who happened to be a war veteran, nodded reverently. Looks like something big is about to happen. One of the soul evolvers replied, Xiaomei told me that when she took that little mutant beast she took as a pet for a walk, she saw Commander Chen organizing some troops today morning. I think our leader will probably take down someone big this time, else he would have no reason to go personally. Xiaomei saw Commander Chen in person and didn't fall surrendered at his feet. Ha ha ha. You should be thankful to heaven, Luo Lei. Hadahata. You little sons of your mothers. The soul evolver named Luo Lei wanted to cry, but had no tears to shed as he looked at his teammates. But what Luo Lei said is reasonable. The old team leader sighed. I don't know how big it will be this time since people like us are pretty far down the giant pyramid, but something tells me that many things will change after today. The group of 30 watched in silence and with somewhat reverent expressions, until the giant city disappeared into the distant horizon. This group of soldiers was not the only one. Many other groups of soldiers and even more survivors stood watching the sky for a long period of time before resuming their daily duties. Some had to go to work. Others would accompany their children to school, where they would not only be taught knowledge of the old world, but also instructed in the ways of magic and martial arts. And others would simply go for a walk through the many commercial streets. Standing on top of the central building of the base, Wu Yijin's father patted the shoulder of the person next to him after the floating city disappeared. Don't worry. By next time it will be your time to shine. Bai Delan smiled bitterly as he nodded. With Zemin there, I'm not too worried about Linger's safety nor Cheers. It's just that I feel a bit useless now. Wu Yijin's father looked at Bai Zemin's father with an expression of understanding, yet he shook his head. For better or worse, you are already a third-order soul evolver while I am still stuck at the top of the second order. But don't worry, even if Zemin didn't take you this time, he surely will in the future. I hope so, Bai Delan sighed. I don't want to be a useless father of a family, no offense. Haha, don't worry about it. Also, Delan, remember that with your son's ability, it's only a matter of time and patience before our levels and orders skyrocket. Isn't your wife proof of that? For the war to come, Bai Zemin decided to leave his father Bai Delan behind. This was because Bai Delan's level had stagnated at 135, and he was finding it difficult to level up. Of course, this was because the number of high-level enemies was no longer particularly high in China, which meant that everyone required a greater amount of time to level up. The problem was precisely that Bai Zemin could not afford to waste something as precious as time, and since his father had neither the sufficient level nor the purity of soul power required to ensure his safety in what was to come, Bai Zemin decided to leave him behind this time. I hope so, Bai Delan sighed again, and as he looked towards the horizon he pleaded in his heart, Zemin, please take care of them, and take care of yourself. ///// Hero City, Sky Emperor Palace. In summary, the number of soul evolvers above level 150 here in Hero City add up to around 32, while those below level 150 are over 100. Standing under the stairs leading to the throne in the throne room, Chen He reported everything to Bai Zemin with a serious expression on his face. Sitting on the throne of creation, Bai Zemin stroked the hair of Bai Shilin, who refused to move from his lap. Chen He, you really managed to set everything up in such a way that none of our bases lost much in terms of defense, even though we took out most of the third-order soul evolvers that were protecting each territory. You've grown up a lot. I don't know if you're praising me or insulting me. Chen He smiled wryly after hearing Bai Zemin's words. It wasn't easy, though, but it wasn't impossible to do either. Compared to what you have done, this is nothing. Don't put yourself down. Bai Zemin rebuked in a serious voice as he looked at him. Chen He, I know you compare yourself with me, and I won't be a hypocrite, but I hope you'll stop doing that. I consider you a friend and have for some time now. You don't need to compare yourself to your friends, do you? You're one of the most talented soul evolvers I've met so far, even above Angelo from my personal point of view. Friends? Chen He stared at him in surprise as he did not expect Bai Zemin to say such words. However, he suddenly chuckled and nodded as if it was natural. Of course. We have been fighting together for more than 2 years and the tip of our spears point to the same target. Then Chen He suddenly raised a finger and pointed. However, even if we are friends, you don't need to lie to me to make me feel better. Lie? Bai Zemin looked at him with genuine surprise. What do you mean? Angelo has been able to deal with fourth-order dragons by himself for months now, but I doubt I'd be able to accomplish such a thing on my own. Chen He sighed and his shoulders dropped. Fighting fourth-order soul evolvers below level 210 should be fine, but beyond that, and my head would surely roll in the sky. Bai Zemin stared at him for a few seconds before closing his eyes and slowly saying, Chen He, give time to time and you'll see. After this war, we can have this conversation again if you want, and then we'll see if you can still keep saying the same thing. Chen He chuckled as he nodded. He turned to leave as he said without looking back, You've always liked to act mysterious, haven't you? Ever since university. Be thankful this isn't a light novel or the readers would want to kill you. Bai Zemin was dumbfounded looking at Chen He's withdrawal. His hand that had been frozen went back to work on the hair of the little princess in his lap as he muttered to himself, This guy has gotten pretty good with words. Suddenly, Bai Zemin thought of something and tried to act calm as he asked, feigning composure, Little princess, you know you can always be honest with me, don't you? Shilin knows. The beautiful little girl nodded as she combed the doll in her hands the same way Bai Zemin was combing her hair. Bai Zemin held his breath as he asked softly, In that case, is there any guy that Shilin thinks is nice and likes him? Shilin thinks father is beautiful, and I like him very much. No, don't say beautiful but handsome, but anyone else besides the father. Grandpa. Besides Grandpa. Uncle Wu often gives me candy on the sly. Wu Kekian, you little bastard, just wait until I tell your wife about this. What does Aunt Sun have to do with it, father? She'll scold Uncle Wu for giving Shilin candy. About that. As Bai Zemin began to worry that his princess might like some man, since she couldn't be considered a baby despite her real age, Hero City took to the skies and moved in a westerly direction. Although Hero City had enough energy to move for 2 years all over the earth at high speeds, Bai Zemin, who had no way to feed the city's core with higher existence soul stones, decided not to push too hard and save as much as possible. Actually, everyone was puzzled as to why he took out Hero City. From everyone's point of view, including Lilith and Fire Sorrow, the wise and prudent thing to do would be to save Hero City only for times of emergency, since replenishing the consumed energy would be a big headache. However, Bai Zemin, who knew the truth, did not think like them. The universe could come to an end in less than 5 years. What was the point of saving now? He might as well give it his all and use everything he had to speed up his empowerment. If in 5 years everything would be over, Bai Zemin felt there was no need to think too far ahead. For now, his next goal was obvious to the 200 or so people who came to Hero City with him for this operation. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12, 37 A New Kingdom, Part 2. Several hours later, North America. The walls of the mega base built in Washington, D.C. were firmly protected by hundreds of heavy machine guns, 4 large goblin cannons, and more than 10,000 soul evolvers whose mission was to contain the sea beasts that occasionally came off the coast with malicious intentions. just as the soldiers were relieved that during the last week they had only been attacked on one occasion. The face of one of them, and the bearer of an eye skill called extravision, turned pale as he gazed off into the distant horizon. "Mike, what do you see?" The captain in charge immediately realized that something was wrong, and instead of taunting as some of the younger soldiers did, he immediately made a gesture of silence. The enemy approaching from the east. The sole evolver with extravision howled as he gripped his crossbow with strength he didn't know he had. "Big. Something huge is coming our way. I think it's as big as the red dragon the leader killed before." The expression of the captain in charge immediately paled, and the others nearby also realized that this was not a good time to joke after seeing the trembling in their companions' hands. The captain waved his hand and unsheathed his sword as he roared fiercely, "Get the cannons ready. Enemy incoming from the east." Those in charge of readying the cannons looked at each other in shock. Usually, they would fight for a long time before using the cannons, or simply would not use them at all as they consumed too much energy with each shot. However, this time they were ordered to ready the cannons straight away. None dared to delay now that things seemed about to get more difficult. Just as the captain was planning to sound the alarm, a group of people approached from the ladder connecting the ground to the top of the wall. "El Leader, His Majesty Angelo." The old captain sighed in relief as he saw that the heavy knighthood arrived without needing to be summoned. He hurriedly moved forward, but just as he planned to speak he saw Angelo calmly waving his hand. "All right, all of you, lay down your weapons and don't panic." Angelo looked towards the horizon where he could already see a tiny black dot getting bigger and bigger with each passing second. "That's not an enemy." "Not an enemy?" The old captain stared at him with wide eyes. Something that big was not an enemy. Could it be a giant human? Because within the old captain's knowledge, there were no dragon allies of his America. It's a city. Mike, who possessed the skill that allowed him to see up to hundreds of miles away naturally, gasped when he finally got a better look at the approaching object. "What? A city? A city in the sky? Don't fool around." Andrea looked up at the horizon with a complicated expression before glancing at Angelo with some concern. She whispered softly, "Angelo, really? You? Do we have any other choice?" Angelo sighed, knowing what Andrea was referring to even if she didn't finish her words. "You also saw him a while back when he fought that nine-headed dragon. Besides, that guy has gotten a lot stronger since then." But Jack clenched his fists so hard that his palms began to bleed. His eyes were bloodshot as he looked down at his feet and muttered helplessly, "We really have to hand everything over to someone else who didn't work for it. He's not even American." "Why are you crying as if you were unaware of the way the world works? Don't be a little girl, will you?" Eleonora glanced at Jack in disgust as she said coldly, "You come from a prestigious family, don't you? You should know better than anyone that the strong take while the weak give up without being able to do anything but submit." "Eleonora, you!" Jack glared at her and even raised his fist with the intention of hitting her. His hand trembled in the air as he stared at her, gasping, "Could you be a little more understanding of your own team? For God's sake. Do you have to be a hateful woman even in this kind of circumstance? Holy fuck." "Keep crying, little girl." Eleonora sneered mercilessly and fearlessly. "Enough." Angelo looked at Jack first before looking at Eleonora. "Both of you." Eleonora might not care about anyone on her team, but she still cared and respected Angelo. Seeing him intercede, she took a step back without another word. The flying city stopped about 2 kilometers away, hovering motionless in the sky and projecting its large shadow on the ground. "I'll go first." Angelo didn't wait for someone's response but directly activated his wings and launched himself towards the city at lightning speed. In the throne room of the Sky Emperor Palace, Bai Zemin was about to stand up when Lilith put her hand on his shoulder and stopped him with a shake of her head. "What's wrong?" Bai Zemin looked at her in confusion. "Zemin, I understand that you see Angelo as an ally and perhaps even a potential good friend. Yet, remember that your subordinates are in the Sky Emperor Palace and are watching your actions." She patiently explained as she looked at him with her ruby eyes brimming with affection and deep appreciation. "Soon you will be the emperor of this world, so even your smallest action will have consequences. Right now Angelo's position is no different from yours from the point of view of the vast majority, and even the soul record sees you both as equal kings. For now, what you have to do is to show that you are above all, yes. This will save you a lot of trouble in the long run." Bai Zemin hadn't given it much thought as he didn't think something as simple as going to greet someone would carry so much weight. However, after listening to Lilith's explanation and thinking a little deeper, he was quick to realize that she was right. I understand. Seeing him nodding obediently, Lilith caressed his face with a beautiful smile. Good boy. And just as the doors opened from the outside, Bai Zemin felt the practically ignorable weight in his lap disappear completely, as did Lilith's presence. Angelo walked into the throne room with a serious expression. His eyes, which had been wandering in shock throughout the palace, immediately focused on Bai Zemin when the double doors opened. Kai Jingyi leaned against the wall as she watched everything with a smile. She had escorted Angelo here, and although her task was complete, she had no plans to retire anytime soon anyway. Angelo stopped a couple of feet from the stairs to the throne. His eyes looked at the young Asian man in front of him, but towering from his current position, and after a long time he finally sighed. I knew this day would come eventually, but somehow I hoped it wouldn't be this soon. Bai Zemin opened his mouth and was about to say something, but Angelo beat him to it. Can you promise me that you will not be unfair in any way to my people? He looked at Bai Zemin almost pleadingly, and even went so far as to try to kneel down. Take it as me begging you if you want. Or do it for the times we fought together at least. Even though he was astonished in his heart, Angelo kept trying to kneel down, while some kind of invisible and impenetrable wall did not allow his knees to descend to the ground. Can you stop doing that? Bai Zemin frowned as he said in a firm voice. I'm not a racist, nor do I see the Chinese as a superior race or species, you know. All I want and intend to do is to bring humanity together to fight whoever tries to destroy us. Nothing more than that. Angelo finally stopped trying after a few seconds, and after hearing Bai Zemin's words and seeing the sincerity in his black eyes, he finally sighed, feeling relieved. In that case, I guess it's okay. Angelo naturally did not want to surrender his position. Besides, although Jack's words were somewhat harsh, Angelo agreed that handing over everything he and the rest had built to someone who had done nothing to help wasn't particularly enjoyable, even if Bai Zemin had helped them in the war against the dragons. However, many times it was not enough to simply be unwilling, but one had to be strong enough to resist. You Chinese have a saying. What was it like? Angelo thought about it for a moment before nodding. Right. The winner is the king and the loser is the thief. Your fist is stronger than mine, so for everyone's sake this is for the best. Bai Zemin said nothing, but watched silently as Angelo slowly knelt on his right knee and lowered his head. I hope you keep your word. Previously, Angelo was going to kneel to beg, but Bai Zemin would never let an ally and someone who could potentially be his friend in the future kneel to beg him for something. However, this time he did not stop Angelo. This was because Angelo was not begging this time, but was kneeling to show his respect to someone stronger as well as his submission to the one who would rule them. King Angelo of the United States of America has submitted to you and has become your loyal follower of his own free will. The faction United States of America is dissolved and is now part of your faction. The number of kingdoms under your rule is increased by 1. Choose a name for your new kingdom. United States of America, Bai Zemin thought silently. The new kingdom has been established under the name United States of America. What now? Feeling himself getting weaker, Angelo looked at Bai Zemin with some bitterness in his eyes. Nothing. Bai Zemin stood up with a smile and walked down the steps until he came in front of the kneeling Angelo. He held out his hand in a friendly manner and said calmly, Nothing will change. You will remain the leader of the United States and do what you have been doing. I will send some people to supervise you, but nothing will really change if you do what you should do. You will still be the king of this kingdom, and the United States of America will still be the United States of America. Angelo blinked, and as he looked at Bai Zemin's outstretched hand, a single word came out of his mouth. A. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// but here it is, 3 chapters in less than 24 hours as promised. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12, 38 The True Beginning of the End of the Apocalypse. Watching the huge floating city slowly moving away, but gradually gaining speed until its total disappearance. The soldiers and soul evolvers stationed on the most dangerous wall of the entire Washington, D.C. base finally looked at each other in dismay. What happened? The captain of the troops stationed there for the purpose of stopping the ferocious sea race that never seemed to tire of launching attacks towards the surface looked back at the person who was even now staring into the sky, even though the floating city was no longer there. The only person who knew what had happened was precisely this man, the leader of them all. Angelo could feel many eyes on him. Curiosity, puzzlement, amazement, he could feel them all. Back to your stations. Angelo turned and began to walk away as he waved his hand as if shooing away flies. If you have free time to croak, then use it to work and earn your living. Jack looked at his best friend's back with wide eyes. After a last glance at the sky, he and the others quickly followed Angelo. Hey, Angelo. What's wrong, Jack? What's wrong? What's supposed to have just happened up there? Don't tell me. Don't tell me Bai Zemin agreed to leave in exchange for Andrea and Eleonora. Angelo stayed in the floating city for a little over half an hour before returning. However, the most amazing thing of all was that when he returned, he asked both Andrea and Eleonora to accompany Bai Zemin and his faction for a while. Dylan, the African-American man whose size stood out above most of the main team, whispered to avoid being overheard by others, "I understand Bai Zemin targeting Eleonora. Those two seem to have built some kind of relationship after all. But why Andrea? I mean, they both have chewable asses, but even then. Bai Zemin has a lot of beauties on his side, particularly that little white-haired lady." Angelo rolled his eyes as he listened to his team theorizing and babbling all the way back to the center of the base. Yet he didn't say too much, nor did he stop them from having their own thoughts on the matter. Even he was amazed by everything that was going on, and he knew he would need time to come to terms with it. However, there was one thing Angelo was absolutely sure of now. Bai Zemin, what an interesting dude. Angelo chuckled, feeling infinitely more relieved. Hero City throne room. Andrea felt apprehensive as she eyed the young man sitting on the stone throne warily. Although she obeyed Angelo and entered Hero City to follow Bai Zemin, the reality was that she couldn't help but feel like a little rabbit running into the big bad wolf's lair. On the other hand, Eleonora was calm, and her indifferent expression to the situation was the best proof of that. Bai Zemin carefully watched the two beautiful women in front of him for a moment before looking only at Andrea. "Don't be so nervous. I won't eat you." "I wonder about that." Andrea smiled slightly, but the slight frown on her face and the trembling in her eyes gave away her true feelings. Bai Zemin simply shook his head. He really was curious about what kind of thought or image the others had of him, but at the same time, he didn't care too much either. He got straight to the point. "Andrea, the reason I asked Angelo to send you with me is because I and my faction will need your help in the mission we will be carrying out soon." "My help?" Andrea couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in surprise. "Is there something I can do but you can't?" "Something like that." Bai Zemin didn't explain too much but waved his hand freely. "For now, rest. We'll need your defensive skills later. Also, I'll have someone explain a bit of what's going on so you won't feel this lost." Andrea sighed as she glanced sideways at the smiling Kai Jingyi, who was looking at her curiously from the side. She nodded as she muttered to herself, "I'd appreciate it." Not long after, Andrea departed with Kai Jingyi playing as her personal guide. Eleonora watched over her shoulder until the doors closed behind her with a slight bang. Suddenly, she felt an object flying towards her, but far from feeling fear, the corner of her lips lifted slightly upwards. Reaching out her right hand and catching the small object with ease, Eleonora turned her head to look at Bai Zemin before looking at what she had just caught. "Just as we agreed before." Bai Zemin rested his chin on his right hand as he looked at Eleonora curiously about her next action. "That key will guide you to your new residence here in Hero City, and it's also the only one that can open or close the doors of the place. Even I wouldn't be able to get in unless the power of the runes ran out completely." Eleonora looked at the small golden circular key covered in strange engravings at the same time as Bai Zemin's words filtered down to her heart. Finally, she averted her gaze to look at the red-hued black-haired young man and asked, "How many people will be able to live here?" "I think about 100,000 to keep the place from looking like an anthill," Bai Zemin slowly explained. "Each of the residences here in Hero City will be given as awards to those people who have made great contributions to the Transcendent faction. Hero City would eventually become the safest city of all. Not only would the most powerful soul evolvers live there, but even Bai Zemin himself would be staying most of the time in the Sky Emperor Palace. A huge, all-terrain, mobile city with supreme amenities." Eleonora glanced again at the small key in her hand before slowly saying, "So, our partnership ends here." "You don't want that." Bai Zemin wasn't really surprised but feigned ignorance as he remembered. Our agreement was that I would give you an important position as well as one of the best residences in Hero City in exchange for your help in keeping my faction and your faction from clashing. We haven't talked beyond that, have we? Leonora was a very cold and indifferent person when it came to the death of others. Even if they were her compatriots or teammates, she didn't particularly care about anyone. She simply respected and felt some appreciation for Angelo because he helped her in the past, but that was the limit of her kindness. It was precisely because of this that, as Eleonora witnessed with her own eyes Bai Zemin's simply colossal strength, she understood something that all the other members of her team refused to believe or accept. Eventually, the Transcendent faction will swallow the United States of America. Such a thought popped into her head naturally, and the more she thought about it, the more Eleonora understood the circumstances she and everyone else was in. Therefore, in order to avoid a meaningless bloody war, she and Bai Zemin cooperated. Not long ago, Eleonora's mind-reading skill evolved. Now she could not only read minds, but, in a very subtle way, she could also influence the thoughts of others using words. For many months, Eleonora continued to try to persuade Angelo to surrender his position to Bai Zemin without a fight. She talked about the difference in strength, but in a subtle way, and even exaggerated some of the things she had seen. All this with two goals in mind. First, to prevent the death of many people. Second, to personal advantage. In some people's minds, Eleonora would be considered a traitor if they knew what she had been doing. However, Bai Zemin did not see it that way. If not for her, Angelo might have put up resistance, and this would have led to Bai Zemin being forced to act with severity. How many would have died in vain? Right now, Bai Zemin needed humans to unite to fight outsiders instead of fighting each other. For that, he was grateful to Eleonora. What is your goal, really? Eleonora looked at him with an extremely complicated expression. Her soft voice echoed inside the empty room. It's clear that you have no intention of ruling over America, but then what do you really want to do? If Bai Zemin wanted to lead and rule over America, the first thing he would have to do was to remove Angelo and his trusted men from their current positions. However, he did nothing of the sort. In fact, nothing really seemed to have changed. Bai Zemin looked at her silently for a moment before closing his eyes. Did you forget? Eleonora blinked in astonishment when she heard his voice. He looked at her again and remarked, I told you. I'll be on top of the universe eventually, Eleonora. You didn't believe me then, but now that you know about the higher existences and their identities, maybe you don't think the same way anymore. Eleonora's sweet little mouth opened slightly, but no sound came out of it. Her eyes trembled softly as she remembered the conversation she and Bai Zemin had a long time ago, a conversation in which she ended up mocking and scorning him for his crazy thoughts. Who said that one person needs to be in charge of everything and in everything? All the emperors of the past fell, and I think I know why. Bai Zemin's voice was the only thing Eleonora could and wanted to hear. Who said an emperor can't have kings working for him? China, America, Russia, every country on earth will be a different kingdom, regardless of whether some larger, smaller countries should merge with others. I will be the highest authority, but I will not be there for everyone at all times. Earth is just the starting point in my eyes, Eleonora. I will soon be gone, and I don't know when I will be able to return. So before that happens, I will make sure to leave capable and trustworthy people who can make each realm prosperous for the imperial colossus I will eventually build. After a long time, Eleonora couldn't help but sigh and close her eyes. You really are crazy in the head. Although she said that, a faint smile had formed on her lips. It was obvious that, after seeing everything she had seen, Eleonora no longer thought Bai Zemin was a lunatic for saying that he would eventually be on the peak. Even the biblical God was forced to back down for him, even though he was still so small. What else could stop him then? A few hours later, Hero City stopped in the sky over a large human base stationed south of Mexico. That was the real beginning of the union of the Earth, as well as of a huge bloody war between races that took place not only on land, but also under deep water. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12, 39 Conquering Sea and Land Part 1. The world was definitely not what it once was. Most of the lands were still mostly occupied by zombies. Giant mutant beasts went rampaging everywhere, making it hard to know when a seemingly safe building would collapse. And to top it all off, The old seeds were no longer sprouting in a world ruled by mana. Not to mention the survival of ordinary humans. Even first-rate soul evolvers would have extreme difficulty surviving for long in solitude. Precisely because of this, it was necessary to have a base with more people. A lone human certainly could not survive for long in the cruel environment of the planet these days. However, it was a different story when thousands of humans joined together as a team to cover each other's weaknesses. Although building large bases was much better compared to living outside and alone, the security these bases conveyed was mostly false. Even if no one wanted to think about huge waves of zombies surrounding the place or giant mutant beasts charging towards the walls, everyone knew in their trembling hearts that the odds of such things happening were not particularly low. However, one thing the survivors stationed in southern Mexico never thought or imagined was precisely the sight in front of them at this very moment. Standing at the edge of one of Hero City's walls, Bai Zemin watched with an unreadable expression on his face as the several thousand survivors moved like ants in an uproar at the appearance of the huge flying city. Bai Zemin nodded to himself before looking at Meng-Chi, who was standing to his right with an extremely confused expression. "Hey, Meng-Chi, what the hell are they saying?" Bai Zemin knew how to speak his native language and was also competent in English, but as for Spanish, in all honesty, he didn't know anything at all. Meng-Chi frowned as she glanced at the humans below them, and judging by the expression on her face, Bai Zemin realized that what the Mexican said were not particularly friendly words. Are these people really idiots, or do they have worms in their heads? Meng-Chi whispered to herself before looking at Bai Zemin. "Big brother, you just need to know that they are definitely not calling you handsome, nor are they bowing down to you." "I guessed as much." Bai Zemin winced but finally decided not to press his sister to translate offensive words. He watched as the survivors pointed to the sky while shouting a few things. Some even grabbed whatever objects they had nearby and threw them stupidly skyward, as if they really believed they could hit the city more than 500 meters up in the air. "I don't know whether to say they are brave or too stupid." Bai Zemin shook his head before waving his hand. "Jingyi, exercise some moderation." Bai Zemin's voice had barely fallen when a gust of wind blew past him at the same time, as a shadow leaped off the high walls and ventured into a half-kilometer-high free fall. Bang, 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 bang. Ha ha ha, Kaijingi laughed with amusement as the soldiers below began to shoot at her. Far from panicking, her small but charming body twisted and two tiny silver-colored daggers appeared in her hands. Clang, 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 clang. As the sky filled with golden sparks and sounds of metal clanging metal, Andrea couldn't help but grimace. "That girl's right in the head. I don't see any fun in fighting ordinary humans." "She's different in that aspect," Bai Zemin explained without looking back. In his dark pupils, the image of Kai Jingyi moving at stupidly high speeds, even without using any active skills, was constantly reflected. "For us, there's nothing fun about fighting someone who can't fight, but Kai Jingyi enjoys mocking her enemies to the point of making them despair at their own weakness." Meng-Chi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. "Big brother, you are really mean. You could have sent someone else, but you actually sent her." Bai Zemin's expression remained unperturbed as he watched the scene below. Kai Jingyi's 2 feet had already touched the top of the wall safely, and was currently unleashing the greatest chaos among the enemy soldiers. She did not kill anyone but cut their weapons to pieces, just as she did with every bullet that flew in her direction, and also made sure to viciously beat the gunmen to the point of knocking them unconscious. Although there were soul evolvers rapidly approaching, Kai Jingyi's speed skyrocketed to triple what it already was, and she easily took care of all of them without even taking a scratch. Being diplomatic might be the right way, so to speak, but I don't have the time or patience to play that game. Someone let me know when the opposition surrenders. If possible, let it be before the sun is at its highest point tomorrow. After a last glance, Bai Zemin turned to leave after saying those words. Feng Tian Wu glanced at Bai Zemin's back before turning to give a last glance at the one-sided battle raging below. Only about 10 minutes had passed, and although she wasn't even giving her 50% Kai, Jingyi had already taken down all the forces on the north wall and was currently heading for the west wall, clearly intending to take down those above first before advancing deep into the Mexican base. "Meaningless and stupid." After saying such words rather coldly, Feng Tianwu followed in Bai Zemin's footsteps and left. Meng-Chi forced a smile after hearing Feng Tianwu's words. Chen He's voice sounded beside her. "She is really hard to approach, don't you think?" Meng Qi looked at him for a moment before looking sideways at Feng Tianwu's retreating back. Finally, she shook her head and remarked, "I'm not interested in getting close to her, so I'm not too sure about that." While it was true that her brother had already forgiven Feng Tianwu, Meng Qi was a different story. Chen He silently looked at Meng Qi before nodding without saying anything else. He was really curious about Feng Tianwu and Bai Zemin, but since no one said anything, he did not ask about the matter either. Time passed quickly, and in an instant it was more than 6 hours since Kai Jingyi descended to have some fun. In fact, she was having so much fun crushing the soul evolvers inside the base that she completely forgot what she actually had to do. First Order, Second Order, and even the 2/3 Order soul evolvers that advanced to attack her. All of them were completely overwhelmed. The only difference was that the 2/3 Order soul evolvers caused a lot of destruction and some casualties before being defeated by a completely unharmed Kai Jingyi. I can't watch this anymore. Meng Qi finally had enough as midnight passed. She stepped forward and drew a huge magic circle in less than 2 minutes, making everything several kilometers around shimmer as countless purple lightning bolts crackled noisily over the giant magic circle composed of what seemed to be tens of thousands of runes. Kai Jingyi kicked the second order soul evolver that was unsuccessfully trying to tear her apart with his sword and looked up at the sky. She didn't understand at first, but when she realized what was going on, she couldn't help but panic as she muttered to herself, "Damn it, I screwed up." 1 hour later, the enemy leader, who happened to be one of the 2/3 Order soul evolvers that Kai Jingyi had taken down long ago, was brought to his knees in front of Bai Zemin. So, Bai Zemin did not look at the horrified man but instead looked at Kai Jingyi. The corner of his mouth twitched as he asked just to make sure, "According to what you're telling me, you forgot what you were doing in the middle of the fight, so you just kept slashing your daggers and kicking people. Do I have it right?" If Kai Jingyi had rabbit ears, they would be falling down right now. She had both hands behind her back and was staring at the ground like a criminal as she nodded sheepishly. "Sorry." "Heya." Bai Zemin let out a loud sigh and plopped down on the back of the throne of creation. "That passive skill of yours is really troublesome when these things happen." "I'm sorry, I'm trying, but I can't control it. It's stronger than me." Kai Jingyi apologized again with a regretful expression. Bai Zemin sighed noisily again, as he stared at her, not knowing whether to laugh or cry. Fu Zufeng was considered a very rare and valuable existence, as he had a special class as a job. He would be considered a treasure by any faction in the universe, without a doubt. However, Kai Jingyi was different. She was one of the extremely few people within Bai Zemin's circle of power who possessed a unique class, a path uniquely made for her and her records to walk. The problem was that with such a powerful class, the passive skill Blood Fanatic was active at all times. While this skill allowed Kai Jingyi to become a lot faster and sharper as the battle dragged on, it was the one that sometimes made her giggle like a lunatic as she cut down enemies with a happy smile on her face. "Forget it." Bai Zemin waved his hand as if shooing away flies. "Leave 3 of our men behind to guard Mayor Lu. Ask Mayor Lu to do a specific survivor count, and depending on the number we could move them to China and let the United States fuse with Mexico." It was exactly 10 hours later, when just over 32,000 Mexican survivors walked into Hero City. Bai Zemin, who had spent an affectionate night with Lilith away from everyone else, stretched out now energized as his partner slept heavily on the giant bed in the room that had once belonged to the former Sky Emperor. Next to Brazil. Bai Zemin, whose goal was always to unify humanity and end the apocalypse on his world, had been collecting information about the locations of the vast majority of unhidden human bases, and thanks to the orbiting satellites, it was not difficult for him to find numerous of them. Now that he was completely confident about his strength, he could finally use that information to end it all in record time. Backslash 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 backslash. Everyone, I will do my best to post 2 or 3 chapters more before reset, meaning 3-4 chapters in less than 24 hours. Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12, 40 Conquering Sea and Land Part 2. 2 months later. It had been 2 months since Bai Zemin and his army of just over 200 soul evolvers left their homes to venture out on one of the wildest and most fanciful goals any human being could ever think of. Conquer the world. How great did those words sound when put together in the same sentence. In the mind of a human being, Those words were unbeatable in many ways. This was because they only had one world to live in, and if someone could really control it all, there was basically no one who could say no to the most ridiculous of their requests. The person who conquered the world would have absolute power over everything and everyone. However, this would only be the case if that someone really had overwhelming power to conquer over everyone else. Sitting on the throne of creation, Bai Zemin let his head tilt slightly to the right while using his right fist to hold it up. Below the 7 stairs leading up to the throne, a total of 10 people were standing looking up at him. 9 of these 10 were silent while only one of them reported. Russia finally became part of our territory and faction. As you ordered, we sent Sir Wu Kekyan to temporarily become the king of the new territory until someone better qualified or more rightful to such a position comes along. Lady Wu Yijin said that, although she wanted to come to the front to support you, she will wait a little longer with her father to explain his new role. On the other hand, Lady Shangyuan Bingzhu is on her way here and should not be long in arriving. Bai Zemin waited a few seconds, and when the person who was giving him the report stopped speaking, he nodded. Next. Regarding the United States, a new person advanced with a tablet in her hand, and after sliding her fingers over the screen a couple of times she began, "We received a report from young Miss Luo Ning. According to her descriptions, Sir Angelo is performing his position as king perfectly in America. After 2 months of work, not only have the overall survivors reached an average level of 10, but the main team of America has already firmly set foot on territory that previously belonged to Mexico. According to Sir Angelo and young Miss Luo Ning's estimation, within another 6 months half of Mexico will be reclaimed by the United States." Bai Zemin nodded in satisfaction after hearing that Angelo had not disappointed him. He really wasn't wrong after all. Next. Yes. A new person stepped forward. She was Sun Ling, Wu Yijin's mother. She looked at the tablet in her hand with a faint smile at the corner of her lips, and after a long time slowly raised her head to look at Bai Zemin. Her beautiful eyes sparkled as if thousands of stars shone for an instant in her pupils. "We're done." Bai Zemin subconsciously straightened his posture. His heartbeat began to quicken as he asked with wider eyes, "What do you mean?" Sun Ling looked again at the tablet in her hands and, in a voice somewhat trembling with emotion, read, "United States, Russia, China, Italy, Mexico, Brazil, Germany, Japan, Vietnam." After saying the names of approximately 16 countries one after another, the tremor in Sun Ling's voice added to her now trembling hands as she stared at Bai Zemin. All countries with notable human population and bases are within our control now." Bai Zemin stared at Sun Ling, but in reality his eyes were not looking at her. His mind went blank for several seconds and only awoke after hearing a series of gasps coming from the people below. Done. All the countries with humans standing had finally united. Bai Zemin did not notice but slowly stood up from the throne while staring at a fixed point of no particular importance. During the past 2 months, everyone had given their best, and there were 2 level 143 soul evolvers who lost their lives to 4 giant mutant beasts whose levels exceeded 190. They were attacked by more than 2 million mutant beasts when they arrived at the Amazon River in Brazil, and many of those mutant beasts turned out to be poisonous, so that for 3 days half of the army was unconscious even after they were injected with antidotes, and magic was used on their bodies. When Hero City arrived in Germany, what greeted them were 2 nuclear missiles that required personal care and attention by Bai Zemin, and when they arrived in Vietnam, they found a king who not only didn't care about those under him, but literally enslaved and ate whoever he wanted when he wanted. It was not easy at all. But no one complained out loud. They all had the possibility to refuse to come on this mission because they were given the freedom to choose. Even then, everyone who decided to follow Bai Zemin to Hero City to venture on a mission that many would consider suicidal knew what they were getting into. So even though it was hard and rough, no one complained. And yet, without anyone noticing the passage of time or how many difficulties they had crossed so far, they had finally reached the finish line. Bai Zemin had a blank look on his face as he recalled the past. In the beginning, all he wanted was to meet his family. He was just a young man looking out for the safety of his parents and sister, nothing more than that. However, to achieve his first goal, it was imperative to build a faction and a powerful army. This was because the Bai Zemin of that time was not nearly half as strong as the current one, and therefore, he had no way to cross such distances and fight against millions of enemies alone without tiring himself to death. To achieve his first and foremost goal, Bai Zemin could only oppose the government. This would eventually lead him to conquer his country of birth. Then came Russia's interferences, the forced trip to another world, the dimensional rift that dragged Bai Zemin to America instead of China, and of course, the ultimate mission of the Soul Record. All of the above came together in a colossal ball that forced Bai Zemin to become the total and unique authority on Earth. In addition, the appearance of the higher existences who arrogantly believed they could take over everyone and everything pushed Bai Zemin even further, thus increasing his determination. Looking back, Bai Zemin felt that he was truly incredible. His story was incredible in itself. A young man from an ordinary family, suddenly becoming the most powerful human of all, ruling humanity with absolute supremacy. A story that only happened in light novels, indeed. It was at that moment that the doors to the throne room opened from the outside, and a light chuckle followed by a series of cot-smooth footsteps brought Bai Zemin out of his inner world. "My dear brother Emperor, congratulations on your new title and position." Bai Zemin raised his head and saw Meng Qi and his mother Yilinger with Bai Shilin walking in the center. Meng Qi had a proud smile on her face, not at all surprised. It was as if she had always known that this was how everything would turn out, even before the apocalypse. On the other hand, Yilinger looked at her son with the same pride that Meng Qi had in her gaze, but there was also some pain and sadness. As a mother, knowing that her son walked on lava and sharp rocks to the point where the skin on his feet was forced to transform into an armor was not particularly pleasant, but hurt infinitely. Only the sweet and beautiful Bai Shilin was smiling nonchalantly. In her eyes, her father had always been an emperor, so nothing had really changed. Precisely, it was the word emperor that woke Bai Zemin up completely. Emperor, he looked at his records, and not to his surprise, there was no change in his status window. No, not yet. Bai Zemin's expression slowly turned cold, causing Sun Ling and everyone else to look at him, somewhat apprehensive, that they didn't know what was going on. He slowly returned to his seat, and, after taking a deep breath once, gave what would be his last order as king. "Once Shangyuan Bingzhu arrives in Hero City, we will head straight for the East Sea. We will join Queen Xian Mei to conquer the oceans." And that was the last great war fought in the Earth's atmosphere. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12, 41 Underwater Warfare. It had been approximately 3 months since the East Sea Kingdom welcomed Queen Xian Mei, formerly the 7th princess of that sea kingdom, as its new ruler and leader following the abdication of the previous king from his seat. The news that the now Queen Xian Mei immediately declared to unify all the waters of the world a few minutes after the Purple Stone, that gave her practically absolute power over her subordinates, did not take long to spread throughout the earth. After all, Xian Mei did not keep prisoner any of the princes, princesses, or nobles of the sea race who attended her coronation ceremony. At first, the news was greeted with much derision for the most part. This was particularly true for those sea kingdoms whose territories were tens of thousands of kilometers away from the East Sea, and who practically did not even know who Xian Mei was. Yet, the new queen's words were not taken as a joke by the sea kingdoms whose borders were attached to the East Sea Kingdom. On the same day that the coronation of Queen Xian Mei was held, the troops and soldiers of the East Sea Kingdom stationed in the several smaller cities or towns located in the depths began to move with unprecedented coordination. Silver claw crabs, golden armor lobsters, hermit swordfish, apocalypse blue shark. All kinds of evolved sea creatures accompanied by at least one elephant whale over 3,000 meters long covered each of the cardinal points in such a way that the neighboring kingdoms would have difficulty slipping through the water if they wanted to reach the East Sea Kingdom. Moreover, as a side effect, the neighboring kingdoms had lost the possibility of communicating with each other physically, since to reach the other side they would first have to cross through the East Sea Kingdom or make a complete detour, which could hardly be accomplished in a short time when numerous troops were involved. Exactly 30 days after the East Sea Kingdom greeted its new ruler and first queen since its founding, Xian Mei appeared in new-born city located at the northern end of her kingdom. Unlike the normally occurring customs on the mainland, the sea race showed their ferocity and cruelty, as Xian Mei did not even bother to send messengers to negotiate with the neighboring kingdom, but directly led her troops and launched a fierce assault against the Phonistan kingdom. Unwilling to surrender, let alone submit, considering that all his prestige and privileges would be swept away by the waves. King Galahad Foniston, whose level was 189, personally led his soldiers to confront the invading troops. Unfortunately, the power of the Foniston kingdom was miles away from the power of the East Sea Kingdom. The East Sea Kingdom proved the reason why they were considered sovereign among all the kingdoms closest to the Pacific Ocean within the area. Precisely 2 days and 1 night after the bloody war broke out, the news that the magic sword in the hands of the new queen of the East Sea had successfully claimed the life of King Galahad Foniston spread to the nearest kingdoms. This sent chills directly to the souls of the 3 kings whose territories bordered the now fallen Foniston kingdom. On the other hand, the older kings could not scoff, thinking that this new queen was simply too arrogant and did not know the immensity of the skies and the depth of the waters. What's the use of tearing down a kingdom if you leave the gates of yours wide open for others to pass through? Such was what many were thinking in their hearts as they got ready to watch a good show. Unfortunately for them, Xian Mayer let them down, and her next action made their old bones' arrogance dim to a great extent. 2 days after taking down the Foniston kingdom, the Queen of the Eastern Sea appeared unannounced in Thousand Stone City, the border city between the latter kingdom and the Western Kingdom. The sea troops previously stationed there for the purpose of defending the East Sea Kingdom had suddenly turned into the Queen's spear, and after 3 days of uninterrupted warfare, finally succeeded in destroying the heart of King Zhu Cheng. 4 of the 6 princes and princesses of that kingdom were even beheaded directly when they tried to make trouble and put up resistance. This time even the fools realized that the new queen of the East Sea was not as foolish and short-sighted as all the members belonging to different royal families thought. Indeed, to King Ziawei's horror and despair, Queen Xian Mayer did not continue advancing westward, nor did she return northward, but one day after overthrowing the royals appeared at the opposite end of the now overthrown Western Kingdom, precisely where his territory was situated. Once again, the troops that were supposed to be there as a defensive wall became a fierce spear that stabbed fiercely into the bowels of a new kingdom. Exactly 5 days later, and after a war that took the lives of over 760 sea creatures from both sides, a piece of new news that left many royals breathless spread like wildfire among the surrounding kingdoms. King Ziawei gave up. How is this possible? Wasn't it said that King Ziawei is a level 200 powerhouse that in the past competed with the old East Sea King? How can it be possible that he lost to a little mermaid who was promoted to queen less than 2 months ago? Looks like the old East Sea King wasn't blind after all, for him to decide to crown the 7th princess as the new ruler. I think there's a great untold story here. That's right. I feel that there is something we are overlooking in this situation, or else the East Sea Kingdom is unlikely to openly and prematurely declare war. From fish soldiers to shark colonels, all those with intelligence not necessarily below that of a human realized that underestimating this new rising queen would end up doing them more harm than good. There were even some princesses and princes more fearful and unwilling to experience the edge of Xian Mayer's magic sword and tried to convince their parents to surrender. Unfortunately for them, their words did not get very far, as they soon found themselves being beheaded by the royal guard under orders of the different kings. Exactly 1 month after the outbreak of the war, and although her grip on the 3 defeated kingdoms was not 100% stable, Xian Mayer personally led an army of over 500,000 sea creatures northward to make it clear that her purpose was to expand to the Pacific Ocean as quickly as possible. This time the advance was more difficult for the troops of the Eastern Sea Kingdom. While 500,000 sea soldiers was an intimidating number, particularly the colossal blue whales whose strength was enough to bring down an entire seamount with their tails, the target Xian Mayer was aiming for turned out to have a strong alliance with 3 other kingdoms, an alliance that united 3 royal families by marriages that had been going on for a long time until now. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1242, Xian Mei critically injured. The war against the alliance of 3 sea kingdoms was probably the toughest war Xian Mei and her East Sea Kingdom had faced to date. The total number of evolved soldiers that the new queen led northward amounted to approximately 500,000, but by the time the war ended, that number had been reduced to a pitiful 740 sea creatures. The war had raged for over a month, finally ending with the victory of the East Sea Kingdom, an extremely harsh and bloody victory that left the East Sea troops almost completely annihilated, and with 2-3 of their commanders seriously wounded, mutilated, or killed on the battlefield. The seabed, more precisely its depths, was littered with huge boulders and volcano-like mountains that spread everywhere. In addition, being closer and closer to the Pacific Ocean, the waters were cold enough for those sea beasts below level 20 to feel their blood freeze and their movements become restricted. ////. Deep in a dark cave, more than 40 kilometers long. The dim light from the azure-colored stones faintly illuminated the surroundings. While the amount of light provided by these mineral stones was not particularly high, it was still high enough so that the soul evolvers of the marine race could easily see each other, even from several hundred meters away. Resting on a temporary stretcher made of seaweed, Xian Meier tried unsuccessfully to sit up. Her careless movement brought her a wince of pain as the deep wound extending from her midsection to her beautiful fishtail worsened, sending a light but dark mist of blue blood mingling with the waters inside the cave. "Big sister, don't move carelessly." Zio in her human form quickly but gently pushed her shoulders down. The beautiful spirit dolphin's eyes flashed with hatred and pain, but she still scolded. "Right now you are seriously injured. You can only lie still and rest until you heal." Xian Meier shook her head but said nothing. Her blue eyes flashed with anger and frustration as she stared at the ceiling more than 4 meters high. Zio, did you succeed in communicating with him?" Zio didn't need to ask about who Xian Meier was referring to. "I did. Big Brother said that his army finally managed to conquer the last human camp in the world, so now he can only wait until the soul record deems him ruler of the humans." "What a shame. He already managed to conquer all the humans, but I still couldn't break through to the Pacific." Xian Meier raised her slim arm and covered her face in embarrassment as she muttered to herself. In an alliance, all parties involved were supposed to cooperate at least in equal percentages. However, Xian Meier felt that she was not doing enough, the reason behind her embarrassment. "Big sister, did you forget how much you helped Big Brother when the Transcendent faction was a little baby?" Zio pointed out in a serious voice. "It was you who led the troops to the coast to wipe out the zombies in the various villages closer to the water. It was also you who helped Big Brother save the human population near the East Sea. And it was you who helped him indirectly fight that fourth-order crocodile, even going against the former king's orders." Zio might be relatively young when viewed from the point of view of the sea race. Even so, her words were quite effective as Xian Meier's mood lightened a bit. Considering that man's personality, he would probably agree with Zio's point of view. She thought to herself, now genuinely relieved. "Did he say anything about when he could send help?" Xian Meier asked softly as she looked at the bloody wound that ran from her upper body to her tail. "I'm afraid that with this poison running around it, will be difficult for me to regenerate from my wounds. If it weren't for the purifying pearl needing to rest for 3 months to build up energy again, after I activate it I could do something about it. But as things stand now, I'm afraid we don't have much choice." Unlike the human race, the sea race was not a race that cared too much about things like brewing poisons and antidotes. This in itself was a big problem, as not only were there many beasts with extremely poisonous bacteria prowling their claws and teeth, but many underwater plants could poison to death those who came across them accidentally. In fact, Xian Meier had to face 3 realm kings at the same time on her own since, in order to protect her people, she ordered her father to stay behind with a good number of soldiers at his disposal. Although in the past few months Xian Meier's level had reached 200 and was currently advancing to the 4th order, she was, after all, a 3rd order soul evolver. Fighting against 3 other soul evolvers whose soul power was only slightly lower than hers in terms of quality, but whose levels were equal, was not at all easy for her. Xian Meier not only ended up being seriously injured, but was poisoned twice, and if not for the fact that she managed to remove one of the poisons using the legend-grade treasure called Purifying Pearl, she would have definitely died under the fatal effect of 2 extremely cruel poisons. "Big sister, don't worry anymore first," Zio said in a serious voice. Her pink eyes flashed underwater as she whispered, "Big Brother said he will personally come this time. Not only him, but Big Sister Bingzu is also coming. They are even bringing Hero City." Xian Meier's expression froze after hearing Zio's words. A few seconds after her brain finally understood what those words meant, her eyes sparkled brightly at the same time as a small but beautiful smile peeked weakly from the corner of her lips. "I see." Zio sighed in relief as she saw Xian Meier's mood improve noticeably. The past few months had been far from easy for her. Not only had Xian Mayer just become queen, which was putting great weight on her shoulders, but she was also leading a bloody war against her own kind at the risk of annihilation of her nation. Besides, Xian Mayer was not Bai Zemin. She was extremely talented in the path of magic, so much so that in the past centuries she could be considered the best among the royalty of the East Sea. However, the distance between being talented and skillful was still large when compared to a monster that should never have existed. In each of the battles she fought against the various kings of different kingdoms, Xian Mayer was always injured. Some were light wounds, some were deeper, and eventually severe wounds that left her on the edge of the precipice like she was at present. The fact that she advanced thousands of miles and almost reached the edge of the East Sea and the Pacific Ocean was an impressive feat that probably no other royalty in the surrounding kingdoms would have dared to dream of for thousands of years. Perhaps it was the accumulated fatigue after not having slept a proper night's sleep for the past 3 months. Perhaps it was the fact that her heavy mood had lightened considerably after learning that Bai Zemin, along with several soul evolvers from his faction, would be arriving in the next few days. Or perhaps it was the pain and torment caused by the poison in her system. Xian Mayer did not know when, but her eyes simply closed completely, and her consciousness faded into dreamland. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12, 43 Fourth Order Shui Meiying. An unknown amount of time passed. Boom! Xian Meier's eyes, which had been closed for an undetermined amount of hours or even days, opened abruptly as the thunderous sound of an explosion shook the walls of the cave she was resting in. The first thing the new queen of the Eastern Sea did was to look around her surroundings, but when she didn't find Zio anywhere, a bad premonition slowly flooded her heart. Rumble! Damn it! She couldn't help but curse as she felt the walls, ceiling and floor of the cave shake fiercely after being hit by something or someone. I'm still not even 70% recovered. A flash of pain and hatred flashed in Xian Meier's eyes as she gritted her teeth and forced herself to get up. A grimace of pain immediately covered her beautiful face, but this did not stop her. Have no choice. The battle against all the kingdoms that were part of the East Sea and the Chinese hinterland was over. Thanks to the efforts and sacrifices that the East Sea Kingdom made, all these kingdoms were now within Xian Meier's jurisdiction, and the royalty of more than 5 kingdoms got decimated almost to the roots. There were 2 reasons why Xian Meier did not dare to order her soldiers to advance, and instead ordered everyone to hide and rest in this place. The first reason was that she was seriously injured. Being the most powerful soul evolver in the Allied army and the only one truly capable of facing other kings, Xian Meier could only stop until her body allowed her to move without inconvenience. At the very least, she needed to be able to cast magic without feeling difficulty. As for the second reason, we are now at the edge of the Pacific Ocean, only a couple of kilometers away from getting there. Xian Meier muttered as she hurriedly dashed towards the exit of the cave. A thin but long trail of dark blue blood with extremely few flashes of gold covered some of the water wherever she passed, but she ignored it to continue her advance. If I'm not mistaken, and according to the information from the last defeated kingdom, the kingdom that must be attacking this time is the Coral Kingdom. This is going to be a tough fight. Unlike the kingdoms that Xian Meier had defeated in the past 3 months, the Coral Kingdom was tens or even hundreds of times more powerful in comparison. According to what Xian Meier knew about it, the Coral Kingdom was not only not weaker than her East Sea Kingdom, but might even be a little stronger than them. Xian Meier gritted her teeth, ignoring the pain as she sped towards the exit. I hope the Coral Kingdom doesn't have soul evolvers beyond level 200 and into the 4th Order. Else I'm afraid it will be difficult to survive past today. The cave was simply too big. Despite being severely injured, the speed at which Xian Meier cut through the waters and advanced was still tremendously fast, but she still needed several minutes to reach the exit. Although the sound of explosions and roars of war became heavier and louder for every 10 meters she advanced, Xian Meier felt as if she was walking into a different world as she exited the cave. The color of the water had turned almost completely blue over an area of at least 2 or 3 kilometers. In addition, broken limbs and incomplete body parts floated everywhere along with metal fragments of what were once magical weapons. At a distance of 600 to 700 meters from the cave, 2 armies were engaged in an extremely cruel war. Although they all belonged to the same species, they were clearly not part of the same team. Swordfish killed each other in the same way that sharks used their mutant teeth and claws to tear apart those of the enemy army without any mercy whatsoever. Moreover, it was evident that the army trying to defend what was behind them was at a total disadvantage, as the attacking army did not stop pressing them back even for a second. It was no exaggeration to say that, for every sea warrior of the attacking army that died, 4 or 5 of the defending army met their creator after being overwhelmed by their numbers. Xian Mei felt a stab of pain upon seeing this. This pain was not forged from seeing the East Sea army being pushed back and on the brink of destruction, but was born due to the war between her own kind and blood. Nevertheless, Xian Mei's heart soon began to undergo a slight but noticeable change, as she remembered something Bai Zemin said to her a long time ago. For something new to be born, it is necessary for the old occupying that space to disappear. It was only then that Xian Mei realized that while death and destruction were cruel, they were also medicine. The royalty of all the kingdoms had different thoughts and only cared about themselves. None of them cared about the future of the sea race. Just when Xian Mei felt much more at ease with her actions, and her ideals were reaffirmed, a luminous explosion over 2,000 meters away sent gusts of subway waves everywhere, sending the sea warriors of both armies roaring in pain. That's... Xian Mei's pupils contracted as she saw Zio's body in her spirit dolphin form being sent flying backward, along with 2 Triton warriors who kept coughing up blood before hitting the seabed hard. Floating in the water thousands of meters deep, a beautiful silver-haired mermaid with a silver crown covered in multicolored jewels held a spear as white as milk, as she gazed with indifferent eyes at the 3 enemies who had just been knocked down by her alone. Shui Meiying. Xian Mei gritted her teeth as she recognized the enemy mermaid. She was precisely the first princess of the Coral Kingdom, someone who had been present during Xian Mei's coronation when she officially became Queen of the Eastern Sea. Xian Mei could not believe her eyes. This was because the aura exuding from the body of the Coral Kingdom's first princess was precisely the aura she least wanted to feel, the aura of someone who had broken into the Fourth Order. As if sensing a pair of eyes different from the others focusing on her from afar, Shui Meiying looked slightly higher. Her eyes seemed to pierce through the blood-covered water and distance with ease to meet Xian Mei's deep blue eyes. A faint smile immediately peeked from the corner of her mouth. "Well, I thought you weren't coming out." Xian Mei said nothing. She took a moment to look at Zio and the rest of her army, but upon seeing the little pink dolphin's body covered in bloody wounds, her expression turned slightly fierce. Ignoring her wound, as well as the poison that became more ferocious each time she forced the mana in her body to flow, Xian Mei tightly gripped her magic sword and dashed forward at the speed of a rocket. She slashed forward at the same time as the blade of her sword flashed, and at the same time as a large stream of blood spurted out from the wound on her abdomen, she cried, "Flood Dragon." Shui Meiying calmly watched as the waters in front of her swirled fiercely, and in less than 2 seconds, a huge flood dragon over 1,000 meters long rushed towards her. Just when Shui Meiying thought that was all the new Eastern Sea Queen had to offer despite having uttered extremely arrogant words 3 months ago, Xian Mei's voice thundered underwater again. "Ancient lightning armor. Power booster." Shui Meiying's expression changed slightly as she felt the power of the water beast now wrapped in some sort of golden lightning armor. However, she remained calm as she advanced instead of backing away. "Royal sentence." Shui Meiying's voice was as beautiful as Xian Mei's, but the power behind her stab as she thrust her spear forward was simply overwhelming even compared to the giant flood dragon. "Boom." The cave where Xian Mei had been hiding while recovering from her injuries finally could not take it anymore and collapsed completely after being hit by a tidal wave caused by the collision of 2 tremendous attacks. In addition, more than 40 sea creatures mainly from the Coral Kingdom were slaughtered without a cemetery. The flood dragon could only withstand the pressure of Shui Meiying and her attack for a few seconds before letting out a miserable roar just before exploding. Everything within 1,500 meters turned into a sea of golden lightning as the armor covering the beast collapsed in the face of such attack power. Xian Mei felt as if her body had been hit by a giant squid as she was sent flying backward with no control of herself. Her mouth involuntarily opened, letting out a large gush of blood at the same time as the wound on her abdomen worsened again, thus discarding all the rest she had so far. "Big sister." Zio's anxious voice was transmitted directly into Xian Mei's mind, and amidst the anxious cries of her 2 Triton bodyguards, as well as the furious roars of her troops. She finally felt as if the bones in her back were about to shatter into pieces after hitting a large rock of over 200 tons. Damn it! Xian Mei could feel the world around her spinning. The exhaustion and pain as well as the torment of the poison in her body were dragging her deeper and deeper into the darkness, but she knew she couldn't afford to faint at this moment. If you had been at your best, maybe you could have fought me a little more. I can see that you are very powerful, and it's a pity that you and I have to be enemies, but that's what you want after all. Shui Meiying's voice spread far and wide, reaching Xian Mei easily. Yet, enemies are enemies. The winner is the king and the loser is the villain. Regardless of whether you were injured beforehand, I will show no mercy. Although her vision had blurred to the point where it was difficult to discern what was what, Xian Mei could still see a flash of silver light in the distance growing larger and larger. The feeling of danger hit her harder than ever as the waters seemed to turn against her and pressed her harder and harder against the giant rock. Zio's screams and cries were somehow silenced as her consciousness began to fade. Even so, Xian Mei couldn't help but sigh in her heart. What a shame. Sorry. She might not care too much about her life, but Xian Mei couldn't help but feel like she failed. Not only could her goal not be achieved, but many more of those who had already died would die because of her weakness, including someone who to her was like a little sister rather than a subordinate. Just a split second before everything around her turned dark, Xian Mei would swear she saw a flash of white light cutting through the waters from a distance. Unfortunately, she didn't have the energy to think, let alone stay awake any longer. Boom! Shui Meiying's eyes widened as she saw her spear, which she had thrown a second before, suddenly blocked by what seemed to be a magic arrow. Boom! The arrow was finally shattered into pieces, but the white spear could not advance any further and was instead sent flying backwards into the turbulent waters. Shui Meiying stretched out her right hand adorned with all kinds of jewels, taking back her spear without moving from her position. Her eyes, however, looked into the darkness in the distance as she could sense someone approaching. Human, Shui Meiying muttered to herself. Her beautiful eyes shone with surprise as she saw the handsome human male holding a bow. What is a human doing here? Zio, who felt as if her heart was about to break, couldn't help but relax a little at the sight of this person's arrival. Although this person was not her big brother whom she loved so much, Zio had seen him several times in the past and knew that he was a great figure in the Transcendent faction. He looked at the bloody mess and couldn't help but wince when he saw Xian Mei and Zio's condition. A hair later, and it would have been over for me. //. I'm sorry it took me half a month to get back, but it really was hard for me. Leaving aside the fact that I was sick for over a week, I was also going through a lot of personal stuff that I'm still dealing with. I wish I could have given you advance notice, but unfortunately, like you, I can't see into the future and know when things will be difficult for me. Thank you for understanding. Thank you for your support. Thank you for your kind words, and expect daily chapters from now on. Chapter 12, 44 Turn of Events. Shui Meiying did not attack the human male who made a sudden appearance seconds before. Instead, she watched him with curious eyes as he cautiously observed the battlefield. Finally, she inquired aloud, "Human, what is your business here? Who are you?" He sighed in his heart after seeing the disastrous battlefield. For him, it was naturally impossible to distinguish between which ones were the allied sea soldiers and which ones were the enemies. At the end of the day, the sea creatures in front of him were all identical, and there was no way to differentiate them in the same way as was in the case of humans. Who I am isn't something you need to know, or is it? He shook his head and pointed out, as for what my business is, isn't that obvious now? Shui Meiying secretly furrowed her brows, but despite her mild displeasure, she didn't attack immediately. She could sense a faint threatening scent coming from the human in front of her, something that shocked her to her heart's content. How is this possible? This human is clearly just a third-order soul evolver, but he can actually make me feel this wary. Despite her distinguished position and outstanding power, Shui Meiying usually kept a relatively low profile and never underestimated others. She was not only very talented and powerful, but her survival aptitude was possibly among the best on the planet, as by not underestimating even the weakest enemy, she was unlikely to meet high-grade trouble. Yet she was now in a dilemma. What was she supposed to do? It was obvious that the human who had just appeared had intentions of standing up for Xian Mei. After a moment of hesitation, Shui Meiying questioned again in a serious voice. "Human, why are you interfering in the affairs of our sea race? If you don't answer my question, then I'm afraid I can only do my best to kill you at any expense." Sensing the faint killing intent emanating from the body of the beautiful silver-haired mermaid hundreds of meters ahead, Chen He finally hesitated. He was not stupid. Quite the contrary, his brain functioned more than perfectly well. Although Chen He was not afraid to face the female in front of him, even after knowing that she was a fourth-order powerhouse, he still could not guarantee his victory 100% even though the other party was clearly a soul evolver who had only just broken through that barrier. Furthermore, regardless of whether or not he could defeat Shui Meiying, killing her and making her stay behind forever was questionable. At the end of the day, this was not solid ground, and Chen He's movements were restricted, so at least in terms of speed, he knew he would never be able to match Shui Meiying. That, and there was also the fact that Chen He would not be able to identify his allies, which would eventually cause major problems for everyone but his enemies. That dude, it's really hard to tell what's in his head. Chen He smiled bitterly secretly as he recalled how Bai Zemin practically kicked him out of Hero City and ordered him to take care of the present situation by himself. After considering it for almost a full minute, he finally replied calmly, "My name is Chen He. I am one of the highest commanders of the Transcendent faction, the hegemon of the mainland. You can tell that we have deep ties with the new queen of the Eastern Sea." Shui Meiying stared. After a few seconds, her pupils contracted fiercely as she exclaimed in disbelief, "So you are a member of that faction led by the human named Bai Zemin?" This time it was Chen He's turn to be surprised. He blinked a couple of times and didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Even a Pacific mermaid knows his name. I wonder if he has become a celebrity on a global scale even under the waters. Bai Zemin is our king, or perhaps I should say emperor. Chen He shook his head without explaining too much. Emperor? Shui Meiying was very surprised and quickly asked, "Are you telling me that the Transcendent faction is the only human faction on the surface?" Chen He nodded at the same time as he said deeply, "That's why I said we are mainland hegemons." Shui Meiying's expression changed repeatedly, and although his eyesight was limited at this place, it was not difficult for Chen He to notice multiple emotional changes flickering in her pretty eyes. Finally, the Coral Kingdom's first princess smiled bitterly and shook her head. "This is a difficult situation." "What do you mean?" Chen He narrowed his eyes, finally realizing that there were probably things he and the others didn't know yet. Shui Meiying took a deep breath, and as she waved her free hand, the jewel on her forehead gleamed. "All of you, stand back now." The Coral Kingdom troops that had been oppressing the East Sea Kingdom troops hesitated for a moment, but finally accepted their princess' order to retreat. Zio had suffered serious injuries, but her life was not in danger. Because Xian Mayer had fainted, she temporarily took the reins, and with a spiritual wave that extended several kilometers, she forced all the troops of the kingdom to retreat instead of pursuing the enemy. In about 2 minutes of time, the nearly 2 million troops were divided into two clear sides, with more than 400 meters of distance separating them from each other. Shui Meiying stepped forward with her spear firmly in her grip. She looked first at the fainting Xian Mayer before focusing on the human man again. "You said your name is Chen He, right? You also said that you are one of the Transcendent faction's commanders, so your status there is probably pretty high. Am I right?" "I'm definitely one of the top 10 people with the highest status and word power. I'm part of the core group, so you can say I'm one of the faction fathers." Chen He nodded confidently. Shui Meiying took a deep breath and nodded. "In that case, could you set up a meeting for me to see your leader? I need to discuss something with him first before I make any decisions." After a moment's hesitation, Chen He nodded and quietly took out a square device with a small soul stone embedded in the center. As the runes covering 80% of the device glowed, he spoke directly. "I have someone here who wants to see you. She says she needs to discuss something with you." Shui Meiying watched the small device with some apprehension for more than 10 seconds before she heard a deep voice coming from it. "Bring her to the palace." Chen He nodded and put the device away directly. He looked at Shui Meiying and pointed in a serious voice, "Only you can come. You will have to leave your subordinates behind." Shui Meiying hesitated a little after hearing this. Although she was confident in her strength as a level 203 soul evolver, she was still clear that there were living beings stronger than her and technological weapons that represented a threat to her life. However, her hesitation only lasted a few seconds after remembering those people, and she nodded firmly. "In that case, lead the way. I will follow you." "Princess?" A burly Triton holding two sabers looked at Shui Meiying in shock. "Why do you need to risk yourself like that? We Enough. Shui Meiying waved her hand and interrupted that Triton who was her most powerful soldier. Ah man, you are staying in charge of the army while I am away. You are not allowed to announce this out, is that clear? The merman's expression changed several times before he nodded. His triangular eyes stared at Chen He coldly as he said, "My life is yours, princess. Still, if you do not return within 24 hours, I hope you will excuse me for acting of my own free will." Shui Meiying nodded in satisfaction, and while Chen He could sense that this merman was even stronger than Shui Meiying herself, he directly ignored his threatening words. He might have difficulty defeating that Triton, but Chen He knew better that this man was no more than a shrimp in the eyes of some people waiting ahead. If man dared to act unrestrained, his only end would be death. After a few minutes, Chen He injected an extremely potent antidote into Xian Meier's neck before carrying her in his arms. After a brief exchange with Zio, he led Shui Meiying directly north. "Hey, where are we going?" Shui Meiying was perplexed to see that this human was leading her deeper into the waters in the direction of the Pacific Ocean. There was where her place was after all. Chen He gave her a sidelong glance and suddenly smiled. "Didn't you say you want to see Bai Zemin?" "Yeah," Shui Meiying nodded without hesitation, "but I—" Her words suddenly cut off as a thought flashed in her heart. She looked at Chen He in shock. "Don't tell me." "All right, they're up ahead." Chen He sighed and said with some hidden bitterness, "Actually, your entire army could have been wiped out by Hero City's cannons several minutes ago. It's just that person advanced straight towards your coral kingdom." The corner of Shui Meiying's mouth twitched a couple of times. At the same time, stormy waves rose in her heart, and subconsciously she couldn't help but praise herself for being smart and having vision. She had naturally heard a bit about Hero City, and although she did not know how powerful its cannons were, the truth was that it was this city that helped crown the East Sea Kingdom as the most powerful kingdom for tens of thousands of miles around. It was well known that the cannons of this city could evaporate third-order soul evolvers easily, and even those beyond level 200 would meet their doom after being hit. Nonetheless, she was now much more curious about the human named Bai Zemin. At the same time, Shui Meiying felt that what she was doing was right. Besides, since he is willing to ally with that Xian family princess, why wouldn't he be willing to ally with me? Shui Meiying's eyes flashed slightly as the movements of her tail became smoother and more graceful. She believed that after the human Bai Zemin heard her words, as well as her proposal, he would definitely not refuse an alliance with her unless he was really sick in the head. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12:45 First Meeting, Shui Meiying and Bai Zemin. Shui Meiying was only slightly curious when she saw Hero City's large, spotless white walls. At the end of the day, she was still the first princess of the Coral Kingdom, quite possibly one of the most densely populated and powerful of all the underwater kingdoms. This meant that Shui Meiying had the opportunity to see the glorious exterior of the legendary protective city of the Eastern Sea Kingdom in the past. However, things changed when Chen He led her inside, beyond the walls, through a pale blue vortex. Shui Meiying felt as if she was entering a new realm, a new world. The blue-colored sky shone high above her head. White clouds that seemed to be made of cotton floated silently like small pale polka dots, and the air in the place was so pure that even she who usually did not feel comfortable breathing the same as humans could not help but take secretly several sniffs. The view itself was paradisiacal, with extremely luxurious buildings towering on both sides of a street over 100 meters wide, and whose length could not be seen with the naked eye. On top of a large mountain surrounded by green trees swaying in tune with the wind, the most beautiful and elegant palace the first princess of the Coral Kingdom had ever seen in her entire life gleamed under the artificial sun's glare. Impressive, she couldn't help but whisper such words as her long fishtail sparkled. Chen He watched curiously as the mermaid's long tail slowly turned into two long slender legs, smooth and shiny like ivory. Even though he had seen many pretties, even he could not help but be moved by such treasures. Shui Meiying simply raised an eyebrow as she felt the human's gaze at her side. She was used to receiving the attention of men, since among all the sea kingdoms within several 100,000 kilometers around, she was labeled as the beauty number one of the entire sea race. "Should we go now?" she finally called out while looking at the white-colored skirt that covered from her hip to below her knees. Chen He nodded calmly, and with a kick, his body became a blur in the direction of the mountain in the distance. Shui Meiying quickly followed him closely. But after a couple of minutes she could not help but be amazed as to her surprise. She could not catch up to the human male in front of her, and at most could only keep the same distance. Although I'm confident in outperforming his running speed if I use 1 or 2 movement skills, he probably has his own as well. Looks like this guy wasn't bluffing before. Shui Meiying realized that her chances of victory against the man in front of her would probably not exceed 60% on solid ground, and this was already being quite positive about herself. A few minutes later, Shui Meiying was led by Chen He inside the palace. She was so amazed by the extravagant and luxurious interior decoration that she didn't even hear when Chen He asked Qin Ming or Bai Zemin was currently, nor did she see when he handed the fainting Xian mare to Kang Lan. Although the coral myriad palace of her coral kingdom was extremely luxurious and elegant, Shui Meiying couldn't help but feel that her home was like the cave where the puffer fish slept compared to this palace. She, unlike Bai Zemin and the others, knew much more about extreme luxuries, so she was able to point out how immense the difference between both palaces was. Chen He led Shui Meiying to the back of the palace, to the inner courtyard. On the road they encountered some soul evolvers who only looked at Shui Meiying with a bit of curiosity before looking away after seeing Chen He next to her. They seem to respect you quite a bit. Shui Meiying smiled slightly. She could sense that even the weakest soul evolver among those they encountered along the way had already surpassed level 140, which was quite stunning since the total number exceeded 60. Chen He simply rolled his eyes at the mermaid's words, but inwardly he couldn't help but secretly growl. Great Aunt, if they didn't respect me, how is this elder supposed to be one of their commanders? Do yourself a favor and don't talk nonsense for God's sake. Clang, clang, clang. As the duo approached the huge door at the end of the corridor, the sound of metal clanging against metal became clearer and nearer. When they finally walked outside, what greeted them was a huge garden of several acres. The lawn was neatly trimmed, making the scene look like a huge sea of light green, and every time the wind gusted from a distance, the different flowers in the yard gently swayed as if they were saying hello. Oh, Shui Meiying's eyes suddenly brightened when she noticed the handsome man, and the belle engaged in a clearly friendly sword match. Chen He watched with a slightly complicated expression as Bai Zemin and Shangyuan Bingzhu danced with their swords clashing rapidly in the middle of the courtyard. Yet, that complicated expression disappeared as quickly as it appeared, and the slight bitterness in his heart also vanished without a visible trace. Bai Shilin was one of the people among those present watching the spar. She looked back as she sensed 2 new presences, but then turned her attention back to her parents despite feeling a bit curious about the beautiful older sister, whose hair color was almost the same as hers. Bai Zemin's focus was entirely on Shangyuan Bingzhu and the sword in her hand, so he directly ignored Shui Meiying's presence. Putting aside the use of skills, both he and Shangyuan Bingzhu had sealed their stats at only 100 points each, so they were currently facing each other solely using their swordsmanship techniques. Approximately 20 minutes later, Bai Zemin finally shook his head and jumped back. Shangyuan Bingzhu did not chase but instead put down her sword and looked at him with a faint smile. Well, do you concede now? Bai Zemin smiled bitterly and said helplessly, your swordplay is really something. Even with the super warrior passive skill that is coveted even by higher existences, I still can't beat you in this area. Shangyuan Bingzhu chuckled and pointed out, while the super warrior skill certainly gives you knowledge in sword arts, your body surely won't get used to all that just like brushing it off, right? You have the knowledge of the path and the obstacles were removed, but at the end of the day, it's you who has to walk it. Bai Zemin blinked, surprised. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Bingzhu, did your personality change along with your racial change, or is it due to Queen Lena's records? Shangyuan Bingzhu thought about it for a moment, and subconsciously the figure of a woman's silhouette appeared in her mind, her greatest rival. Then she smiled again and said, it's probably due to Queen Lena's records. At the end of the day, she surrendered to her records to merge them all with me. I see. Bai Zemin nodded slowly but still seemed immersed in his own thoughts even several seconds later. Finally, he shook his head and turned to look at the last 2 arrivals. His eyes immediately focused on Shui Meiying's, and he immediately recognized her. Well, we meet again, he blurted out unconsciously. Shui Meiying looked at him in astonishment and asked, did we meet before? Bai Zemin blinked a couple of times before realizing his mistake. I did see you once before, but you didn't see me. That's why. Yes, Shui Meiying tried to think deeply, but nothing came to her mind even after a long time. Then, suddenly, her eyes brightened and she asked, "Are you talking about the coronation ceremony in the East Sea Kingdom 3.5 months ago?" "That's right." Bai Zemin did not hide it. "I saw you in the main box. You probably didn't see me since I was on the highest point of the palace at the time." He walked toward the round-shaped white stone table, situated not far away in the shade, while gesturing Shui Meiying to sit with him. After sitting down, she looked into his eyes and suddenly smiled. "I'm really curious, though. You want to know how it is possible for me and her to have formed such a seemingly deep alliance, am I right?" Bai Zemin nodded to the maid who poured tea for everyone as he slowly said, "That's right." Shui Meiying didn't think it was necessary to use cheap tricks like poisoning her, so she didn't hesitate to take a sip of the tea that was served to her. Her movements paused for a moment, and a flash of surprise shone in her eyes as she realized that this tea could easily make it into the top 5 she had ever tasted in her entire life. She couldn't help but heartily praise, "Good tea. Tell that to Auntie Sun and she will surely smile proudly for half a day." Bai Zemin commented casually and in an indifferent voice. "Anyway, would you mind explaining to me how it is possible that you, a human, are willing to go out of your way to support a mermaid whose living environment is the complete opposite of yours?" Shui Meiying asked and looked at him with a serious expression on her beautiful face. "As far as I know, your human race doesn't get along particularly well with my sea race. And besides, if I'm not mistaken, it was you who pulled the strings behind the scenes to make the old East Sea King hand over his position to his 7th daughter, wasn't you? You haven't paid attention to Xian Meier's past, or have you?" Bai Zemin had yet to look at her, as he seemed more absorbed in the cakes his fair daughter put on his plate not before taking several bites. Shui Meiying stared for a moment before shaking her head. "Actually, I didn't." Bai Zemin nodded calmly in response. He explained about the dispute Xian Meier had with her siblings, as well as her wish to stop the war and put some control over the mindless cannibalism occurring underwater before slowly saying, "When I first met Xian Meier, she and I were just little wild grasses in the middle of a raging storm. Insignificant, weak, not even knowing if we would live past now, let alone past tomorrow. Her goals coincidentally matched mine, and her methods would not only not obstruct my path but would make my life simpler. Did that answer please you?" Shui Meiying nodded slowly as she thought silently. She stayed in silence for almost 10 minutes before suddenly asking something that startled Bai Zemin. "Then what will you do after she unifies all the oceans with your help?" Bai Zemin, who was about to taste his 5th cream cake, slowed down and looked at her with narrowed eyes. The question the mermaid race beauty had just asked him may seem simple on the surface, but Bai Zemin was not naive enough to think that Shui Meiying, whose level exceeded 200, requested to see him just to ask goofy questions. "Tell me if I'm wrong, but you don't plan to use the power you have as a ruler over Xian Meier, do you? At the end of the day, and in the event that Xian Meier becomes the empress of all the seas, the soul record will surely take away all the control over the rest of the sea beasts she hard won the moment she becomes subordinate to someone else." Shui Meiying finally smiled slightly, as she realized that she finally had the attention of the man in front of her. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1246, Shui Meiying's Point. In fact, the question Shui Meiying had just asked Bai Zemin was not particularly a surprise to him. This was because Bai Zemin himself had asked the same thing repeatedly, since he realized that he actually had the qualifications to compete for the highest throne on Earth. Bai Zemin had even sat down with Lilith for several hours to discuss this matter, and it was thanks to it that he was now aware of something very important that, if he had found out later, could have caused him a big headache or two in the long run. For starters, and the most important information, Lilith pointed out to him some time ago, and with a serious expression on her face, that the King subclass and the Emperor subclass were two completely worlds apart. To be King-Queen, a soul evolver simply needed to become the leader of their entire race within a vast expanse of land. But to be Emperor-Empress, one needed to be the total leader of their race in an entire world. The key was precisely in the race. Inhuman as he was, Bai Zemin could never be Emperor of the Seas. Of course, this would change slightly once he broke the shackles that bound him to the lower existences and became a higher existence, since at that time, every pagoda was supposed to have the power to modify the records of any race. But in the meanwhile, it was impossible for him to be the leader of a race whose records simply had nothing to do with the records that made up his existence. Moreover, as Shui Meiying had just pointed out, Bai Zemin could not simply use his power as a ruler to subjugate Xian Meier. Not only would she lose control over all the sea beasts immediately, but the soul record would definitely take away her Empress subclass on the spot, something that would immediately become a big problem, as with the fall of one ruler many more would rise up to take their place, which would also mean that all the efforts they made before would go down the drain. Bai Zemin looked at Shui Meiying for several minutes as thousands of thoughts ran through his head. After an unknown amount of time, he thought he knew what the mermaid in front of him wanted but still asked calmly, "What do you have in mind?" Shui Meiying smiled slightly, and instead of answering immediately she asked, "According to what your subordinate told me, you have already managed to conquer all the surface territories, and what you are waiting for in order to advance to Emperor is for the majority of humans in those territories to accept you. Is that accurate?" Bai Zemin nodded silently, as there was no point in hiding it, and the girl in front of him could do nothing with that information even if she knew. Shui Meiying nodded and continued smiling as she asked again, "In that case, let me give you an analogy here. Let's say you want to have the best house and the best woman, even if both are already possessed by someone else. Would there be anyone able to stop you as emperor?" Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes but said nothing. Unlike the subclasses before emperor, including the king subclass, when one became the emperor of his race in his world, his word was absolute. While everyone would still be free to express their opinions and would not lose their freedom, an emperor literally was the king of kings, able to have whatever he wanted whenever he wanted. Therefore, the analogy raised by Shui Meiying took Bai Zemin by surprise, as he did not expect her to know so much about it despite being a lower existence. One should know that he only knew that information because Lilith was always there to support him at all times. Of course, Bai Zemin had no way of knowing that the records left behind from ancient times were many more among the royal families of the seas in contrast to the mainland. As one of the most powerful kingdoms under the sea, the Coral Kingdom certainly had its own legacy. The answer is no. Shui Meiying sipped tea calmly and closed her eyes for a moment before continuing. Then what do you think would be the way to prevent someone from becoming a tyrant? No, let me rephrase that. What do you think would be the optimal way to restrain someone with absolute power from drowning in the power they hold, and thus avoid infinite, ever-lurking problems? Shilin knows the answer. Bai Shilin suddenly jumped from her seat, and while looking at Shui Meiying with glittering eyes quickly answered, "It takes someone of equivalent position and power to stop the footsteps of someone with absolute power." Shui Meiying blinked, surprised. She looked at the teenager in front of her and after several seconds slowly nodded. "You're right. That way the absolute power would be nullified immediately, and both sides can be each other's boundary wall, thus preventing one or both sides from overstepping the boundaries." Ahem. Bai Shilin puffed out her chest and looked at her father with shining eyes as if waiting for his compliment. Bai Zemin gently stroked the little girl's head, but his eyes remained fixed on Shui Meiying. Suddenly, he chuckled and shook his head. "I have to say I'm astonished, honestly." "Oh," Shui Meiying furrowed her eyebrows slightly but still smiled. "Would you mind telling me why that is?" "I have to admit that if it comes to power and intelligence, you surpass Xian Mayer by a wide margin. Not so much in power, but your vision is much broader than hers." Bai Zemin nodded calmly. Yet he then shook his head and said, "But if you think your words alone are enough to achieve anything, then let me tell you that you are very wrong and you overestimate yourself. Xian Mayer deserved my help because she helped me greatly all the way here. But what about you? You want me to help you get a position equivalent to hers, and you think I will do it just because you say so. You are overly arrogant, princess." Shui Meiying did not look angry or offended at all. Instead, she chuckled and asked, "Do you trust her completely? If your answer is yes, then this conversation can stop here and now." Completely trust Xian Mayer. Bai Zemin shook his head secretly. That was simply impossible for his current and perhaps would be forever. Leaving aside his family, there were only 5 people that Bai Zemin could claim to trust completely and with closed eyes: Shang Yuan Bingzu, Wu Yijun, Kali, Lilith, and last but not least, Seraphina Digales. Bai Zemin didn't know whether to laugh or cry when he realized that all of them were females. "I'll take your silence as the answer." Shui Meiying smiled slightly and continued calmly. "Before you reject me, why don't you listen to what I have to say first? If you still think that what I will give you, including my future support, is insufficient compared to what Xian Mayer gave you so far, then I will leave quietly, or you can kill me here if you like." "You sound confident." Bai Zemin suddenly smiled as he looked at her with interest. He couldn't help but remark with a hint of mockery mixed with sincerity in his voice, Even with the power I have now, I don't think I'm as confident as you, even though I could destroy the entire earth if I so chose." Bai Zemin was confident in himself and his strength, but he was not arrogant enough to think that he would always be the strongest. It was precisely for this reason that he was still sitting and talking to the first princess of the Coral Kingdom, as he hoped to find an absolute solution to Xian Meier's matter right here and now. Bai Zemin trusted Xian Meier 80%, but that 20% made him secretly anxious. She certainly hated war and wanted peace, but when she became empress, the number of soldiers under her command would easily be hundreds or even thousands of times more compared to Bai Zemin's troops. What he was doing was looking into the long-run future, as they could live for millennia or even eternally. Who knew if Xian Meier's mentality would not change in the future? At the end of the day, all beings with intelligence were prone to change eventually. "You're wrong." Shui Meiying looked Bai Zemin straight in the eyes. The smile on her face receded, and with a serious expression, she slowly said, "It's not that I have that much confidence in myself. The one I have confidence in is you, or rather your intelligence." Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow, seemingly surprised, but said nothing, and gestured for her to continue. "I don't know anything about you, to be honest, but I do know that to control the entire surface takes more than sheer strength. It takes a high level of IQ as well as EQ. So I think after you hear my offer you will definitely accept, since you are smart," Shui Meiying said softly as she looked into his eyes. "This little fox is quite interesting." Lilith's voice sounded in Bai Zemin's mind. She is not only very smart, but she knows exactly what to say in order to keep moving forward, even if it's just one more step, and she clearly knows that this one extra step could be the difference between stopping in hell or ascending to heaven. Indeed, Bai Zemin agreed with Lilith's words. Even though he had just met Shui Meiying, and they had been talking for less than an hour, Bai Zemin realized that she might be one of the most intelligent existences he met so far, if not the number one. "Go on." He nodded and then ate the remaining cake left on the plate in front of him. "As you well know, I was not part of the soul evolvers that entered Hero City in search of ancient treasures." Shui Meiying looked at Bai Zemin and asked, "Don't you feel that is very curious? At the end of the day, regardless of whether or not I could get something good, just seeing this city from the inside would have been of great help to my Coral Kingdom's records." Bai Zemin stared for a moment before his eyes flashed with a mysterious light. Indeed, he had overlooked this point before, but now that the female in front of him pointed it out, Bai Zemin couldn't help but feel that it was very unusual. If I recall correctly, among the soul evolvers that entered Hero City, there were also representatives from other sea kingdoms. Although I dare not say that all of them took part, I'm pretty sure that your Coral Kingdom should have sent you unless they have a better option." Shui Meiying shook her head at his words. "The Coral Kingdom didn't send anyone. I can vouch for that." Bai Zemin was about to say something, but she raised a hand to ask him not to speak for now. Suddenly, Shui Meiying's eyes, which had been gentle until now, flashed with an almost undetectable trace of hatred as she calmly said, "My Coral Kingdom stretches for a couple of 100 kilometers from the end of the East Sea towards the interior of the Pacific Ocean. Coincidentally, the Mariana Trench is located inside our territory." Mariana Trench. Bai Zemin suddenly sat up straight and his eyes lit up, finally understanding a bit of where this was all headed. "I see you figured it out now." Shui Meiying nodded and said in a serious voice, "Apart from this Hero City, there is another place that has a treasure that is not necessarily inferior. That place is precisely the Mariana Trench. In fact, at the meeting that happened in Europe before we headed to Hero City, a higher existence did mention this." Bai Zemin narrowed his eyes and looked at her in silence for a long time before slowly asking, "Tell me if I'm wrong, but could it be that you have some problem with these higher existences?" "Problem? What problem could I have with them?" Shui Meiying sneered, but the hatred in her eyes grew several folds as she slowly said, "I just don't like being anyone's chess piece. I definitely won't accept a few aliens coming to my house uninvited and doing whatever they feel like. This is so even if I have to do things I wouldn't normally do." Bai Zemin stared into her eyes for almost a full minute before smiling suddenly. If it were anything else, Bai Zemin could ignore it. However, Shui Meiying, the Coral Kingdom's first princess, mentioned 2 points that he definitely could not disregard. "Well, it looks like we're talking now. Please continue." Backslash 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 backslash. "Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1247 Old Book, Worlds Connector. There were two things that Bai Zemin simply could not ignore. Even if he wanted to ignore it, he simply could not afford to do so, as this was not only about himself, but involved all those he loved and even the universe as a whole. Interestingly, these two impossible-to-ignore points were so perfectly connected that it was impossible to separate one from the other. First, higher existences. Bai Zemin knew better than anyone that in the not-so-distant future, he would clash as an enemy of most, if not all, factions of higher existences. Although he was arrogant, he was definitely not stupid. Bai Zemin was clear that the only reason he could be rampaging wild at present was because of the protection of the soul record, as well as the fact that he had his own trump cards to ensure his survival for a short period of time, even if some soul evolver above level 400 broke the rules and attacked him. Therefore, the more information Bai Zemin could get from the factions of higher existences, the better it would be for him, and the future wars his faction would be forced to fight. The second point was that they were on Earth. Bai Zemin needed to expel no matter what all the higher existence factions that watch the planet like a big pie waiting to be devoured. In order to evolve to the third order, to become stronger, to be able to survive, to guarantee the safety of those he loves, to have enough power to clash with the invaders, Bai Zemin must and needed to chase them out. Therefore, Shui Meiying not only had his complete attention after hearing her mention the higher existences plotting something, but she was making him reconsider some things regarding the future of the Earth's oceans. Shui Meiying was inwardly delighted to see that the man in front of her was finally taking her seriously. She did not speak immediately after hearing Bai Zemin's words, but took a very good amount of time to carefully plan her next words. Bai Zemin also did not rush her and instead waited patiently. He could afford to wait even an hour without hearing her say anything, because he knew that this conversation was simply too important, and any decision made today would affect everyone's future for a possible eternity. Finally, after nearly 20 minutes, Shui Meiying's beautiful voice rang out again in tandem with the whistling winds. I mentioned before, the Coral Kingdom is indisputably the most powerful kingdom within several 100,000 kilometers around. Even the East Sea Kingdom cannot compare. Be it number of soldiers, number of high-level soul evolvers, and even technological power, the Coral Kingdom is unrivaled. Despite her words, Shui Meiying did not look arrogant or proud when she looked into Bai Zemin's eyes, but rather, in his eyes, she was simply a grown woman stating facts that could not be denied. Besides, why deny the truth? She continued, I'm not stupid or arrogant enough to think that my Coral Kingdom is the mightiest sea kingdom in all the oceans. At the end of the day, the truth is that we only know the reality of the relatively closer kingdoms but have no idea of the situation of the more distant ones. Forget about other oceans. Even within the Pacific Ocean there are kingdoms that are unknown even today to the Coral Kingdom. Bai Zemin nodded silently. After a pause, he calmly asked, what you are trying to tell me is that, while you are not so arrogant as to say that your Coral Kingdom is the strongest of all, at least so far you do not know of the existence of a more powerful kingdom, so, in reality, your kingdom not necessarily is not the strongest. Am I right? You understood right. Shui Meiying nodded with a slight smile. She continued, as you probably already know, the ancient Forgotten Empire fragmented into many pieces after the fall of the Forgotten Emperor in the final battle against the humans. These fragments are, naturally, the various kingdoms scattered throughout the world's oceans. I heard a thing or two about that, Bai Zemin shrugged. As fragments of the once glorious Forgotten Empire, every kingdom on the seabed has its own legacy. My Coral Kingdom naturally is no the exception to this rule. Shui Meiying thanked with her eyes to the unfamiliar middle-aged woman who poured her another round of tea. After a sip, she continued, you may not believe it, but I am quite fascinated with reading, particularly if it is about ancient books. About 4 centuries ago, while wandering through the library of my family's royal palace, I accidentally came across an old, torn book that had only 5 pages. All the other pages seemed to have been torn out in haste by someone or something. Saying that, Shui Meiying turned her flawless hand upward. The jade pearl bracelet on her milk-white wrist glowed imperceptibly, and in an instant, an ash-colored, tattered book came into view. This is the book, she said, and immediately slid the book onto the table. Bai Zemin stopped the sliding of the book with one hand, but, instead of opening it, immediately his eyes stared into those of the beautiful silver-haired mermaid seated in front of him. In China we have an old adage that fits this situation quite well. If a pie that big falls from the sky, you better be careful that it doesn't crush you to death while you're trying to catch it. He said calmly, what exactly do you want? I'm a person who doesn't like to owe favors, particularly when it's such a big one. Although he had not yet opened the book, Bai Zemin had a strong feeling in his heart. This was that the information in that book and what he would get next was definitely beyond his imagination, absolutely not inferior to Hero City. Therefore, he had to know what Shui Meiying's conditions were first. As for stealing the book, Bai Zemin did consider it, of course. However, that thought was discarded as soon as it popped up. The female mermaid in front of him was extremely smart and cunning. Besides, there were all sorts of strange and peculiar skills, so Bai Zemin couldn't be sure that the book wouldn't be destroyed the moment Shui Meiying snapped her fingers. "You know what I want." She looked into his eyes with a surprisingly pure and honest expression as she said, "I want to form an alliance with you and your faction. Treatment in no way inferior to what Xian Mayer and the East Sea Kingdom are receiving. I want you to give me your word that you will allow me to rule 50% of the world's waters, and in return, I will not only serve as a dissuasive force for Xian Mayer's forces sparing you endless headaches, but also give you a gift so great that you definitely can't imagine." Bai Zemin lowered his head and looked at the flat grayish-colored book for a long time before raising his face. "Aren't you afraid of me breaking my word later? You should know that words are carried away by the wind and are no different from drops of water slipping through our fingers." "You won't." Shui Meiying had a faint smile on her face as she shook her head. Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow, genuinely amazed at her confidence. He finally couldn't help but ask, "I'm very curious, you know. Would you mind telling me what makes you think so?" "For starters, I like to think I'm pretty good at judging other people's character. I think you're a real man and not a boy, and a man's words are worth more than gold." Shui Meiying closed her eyes and still smiled slightly as she pointed to the surroundings. "Besides, there are several of your subordinates here watching and listening. You can break your promise, and probably none of them will say much. But as the emperor of a race, you should know that the heart is liable to change abruptly depending on the circumstances. Could you guarantee that they will look at you with respect and not with wariness after stabbing an ally in the back?" As everyone fell silent, Bai Zemin couldn't help but glance at the surroundings. Indeed, there were numerous third-order soul evolvers of his faction protecting the palace nearby. Moreover, Bai Zemin was sure that the soul evolvers who had recently sworn loyalty to him after becoming the Sky Emperor's successor were also paying attention to what was taking place here. Bai Zemin blinked in surprise when he suddenly felt a very faint killing intent near him. This killing intent was very well hidden, but he who had the lonely wolf aura skill was extremely sensitive when it came to malicious intent, so he noticed the change immediately. When Bai Zemin turned to his left and saw the culprit, he couldn't help but forced a wry smile in his heart. Currently, Shangyuan Bingzu looked indifferent as before as she watched Shui Meiying calmly. Yet, Bai Zemin certainly knew what she was thinking. Shui Meiying was indeed an extremely dangerous woman. Her intelligence and ability to analyze things were even more terrifying than her power by several folds. If not for the fact that she and the Transcendent faction had not yet lost all decorum, and there was still room for them to be allies, Bai Zemin would definitely do his best to eliminate her no matter what price he had to pay in the process. He gently patted Shangyuan Bingzu's shoulder, seemingly casually, as he looked at Shui Meiying and said, "If what is in this book is really interesting, and this gift of yours that you mentioned earlier is really as great as you say, then I wouldn't mind helping you with all my power to become the only queen of the seas apart from Xian Mayer." In truth, this was a decision he had come to after analyzing many things and weighing the pros and cons. Although this could certainly cause some dissatisfaction in Xian Mayer's heart, Bai Zemin could only do his best to avoid possible unpleasant predicaments in the distant future. Yes, the universe might end in about 5 years, but what if not? Therefore, as a leader, there were things that Bai Zemin could not ignore. He trusted Xian Mayer, but it was not blind trust. At the end of the day, their relationship, although it was no longer simply one of pure alliance, and it could be said that they were friends who had gone through seas of fire and sharp blades together, the fact that people died for wealth as birds for food was irrefutable. Bai Zemin still could clearly remember that Xian Mayer's personality when they first met was extremely pure and naive. Yet, it only took her a short 2 years to mature and change her mentality to a great extent, so it was impossible to know whether her mind and heart would undergo further changes in 50, 100, or 1,000 years. "I will pay you double in the future," Bai Zemin promised in his heart. Shui Meiying had no idea that in a brief moment there were thousands of thoughts in Bai Zemin's head. She simply frowned a beautiful smile, and her eyes sparkled after hearing his promise. "I can guarantee that you will be 300% satisfied." Bai Zemin looked deeply at her before looking at the book in front of him. Oh? When he opened the page, to his surprise, the language written there was Mandarin Chinese. World's Connector, Bai Zemin muttered as his eyes fell on the black and somewhat blurry letters at the top of the first page. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12, 48 Peace or War. Approximately 2 hours later, Bai Zemin sent Shui Meiying with his eyes until she disappeared beyond the back door of the Sky Emperor Palace. This time, it was not Chen He who escorted her back to the exit, but another soul evolver. What do you think? Bai Zemin calmly asked no one in particular, but his words made everyone present subconsciously look at Shang Yuan Bingzu. After all, she was the second in command in the entire faction. To say that she was the second most powerful figure with the most power over the future, and the lives of the others on the entire Earth was by no means an exaggeration. She is excessively cunning and scheming. Shang Yuan Bingzu was straightforward as always with her words. She frowned her eyebrows slightly and continued. Even though she is clearly a fourth-order soul evolver that just broke through the barrier, somehow I feel that she is just as dangerous as that old monster Thao Zhai, or even worse. Bai Zemin nodded and stayed silent as he thought to himself. The old and torn book was shocking, to say the least. She is dangerous because of her intelligence, but that same intelligence is a safety insurance for us if you think about it carefully. Bai Zemin finally withdrew his gaze from the place where Shui Meiying had disappeared and looked at Shang Yuan Bingzu calmly. She was forced to come looking for me after realizing that her brains and plans are useless against absolute power. Once that Shui Meiying girl understands that the losses will definitely outweigh the gains, if she dares to act against us, she will become our most loyal sea soldier. Shang Yuan Bingzu thought about it for a few seconds before gently shaking her head. I don't know. I still feel that woman is a double-edged sword. Precisely because she is a double-edged sword, she can be used to great benefit. It's just that it takes a powerful user to control the sword, one who is confident in not being cut by their own weapon. An enchanting voice approached, accompanied by a highly seductive scent. Just hearing the voice and smelling that fragrance that covered the surroundings made even a powerful soul evolver such as Chen He show's reaction immediately. Sun Ling, Wu Yijin's mother, walked over with a faint smile and directly occupied the seat that Shui Meiying had just left. She looked at Bai Zemin with sparkling eyes before looking at Shang Yuan Bingzu and saying, "Little Bingzu, you know what I have learned throughout my life after more than a decade of being involved in government and occasionally military affairs." Other than her mother, only Sun Ling in the entire Transcendent faction dared to address Shang Yuan Bingzu in such a tongue-in-cheek manner. Even Wu Keqian, who was partially a kind of father figure, did not dare to take such freedoms because of Shang Yuan Bingzu's terrifying power and exalted position. Shang Yuan Bingzu sighed helplessly in her heart, but outwardly maintained her composure as she asked, "What thing?" "I learned that the more power and wealth people have, the more they fear death, so they go to great lengths to ensure their survival, even if they have to give up their lifelong dreams or 99% of their benefits." Sun Ling explained and turned to look at Bai Zemin. Of course, not everyone follows this rule. Nevertheless, those who are willing to step forward in the face of difficulties that could end their lives or make their existence more complicated after gaining a lot of power are rare and distant among themselves. Shang Yuan Bingzu narrowed her eyes after hearing this and could not help but think of all the enemies they faced so far. Regardless of whether they were ordinary humans or powerful soul evolvers, most of those settlement or country leaders eventually lowered their heads when given a choice between submitting or dying. Even Angelo, a terrifying soul evolver capable of fighting on equal footing for an entire day against a gigantic fourth-order dragon with over a dozen nuclear weapons and many subordinates at his disposal, still chose to surrender in the face of hardship. Angelo submitted because he knew that his chances of survival after fighting Bai Zemin would not be very high even if he used the full power of the American faction. It was not as if Angelo had absolutely no chance of winning, but the percentage was so low that he preferred to surrender. This way, he could still keep on living, enjoying countless privileges and being praised and appreciated by countless living beings. "I guess you may be right." Shang Yuan Bingzu slowly nodded and suddenly felt much better. Feng Tian Wu, who had been silent all this time, suddenly looked at Bai Zemin and questioned, "So what shall we do now?" Everyone's eyes locked onto him, and after some thought, Bai Zemin stood up as he calmly said, "Although Shui Meiying managed to make things difficult for those higher existence factions, I'm afraid they might figure it out soon. Plus, we can't afford to be overconfident either, as they might have another way to open that place." Looking at Bai Zemin, who was walking away with confident steps, Feng Tianwu quickly asked, "Where are you going now?" "I need to have a talk with Xian Mayer." Bai Zemin waved his hand without looking back and soon disappeared inside the palace. Thanks to the seal that blocked his memories of life, inside that illusion was slowly being shattered under his continuous effort. Bai Zemin gradually began to become more capable and aware about the power that his different skills had. For example, he could now use blood manipulation, and as long as he invested a little mana, he was able to sense the different vital auras of all living beings within 400-500 meters around him, regardless of whether they were allies or enemies. After some searching, he quickly found Xian Mayer in a room on the second floor. When he got there, the first person he met was Kang Lan. "Are you okay?" he asked as he saw her all covered in sweat. Kang Lan forced a smile and pointed behind her as she said, "I don't know what she was poisoned with, but if we had arrived 2 days later, she would be dead even if we gave her our best antitoxin." "That's serious," Bai Zemin was surprised. One had to know that the best antitoxin developed by the main lab was so strong that even the poison of a vicious infernal venomous snake, beyond level 200, and capable of releasing toxic clouds of 2-3 kilometers, could be cured in a matter of 5-10 hours. I had to use almost all of my mana and was even forced to use repeal, which has a cooldown of 2 months after failing with my other skills. Kang Lan smiled bitterly as she shook her head. The corner of Bai Zemin's mouth twisted a couple of times as he muttered under his breath, "Damn, what poison did they spill on that girl?" "God only knows," Kang Lan sighed. Repeal was the most powerful anti-poison skill Kang Lan had, and Bai Zemin was sure that in all of Earth, there was no skill more powerful than hers in dealing with poisons. Why was he so certain? The answer was very simple. Repeal was a 5th-order skill, and its records clearly stated that even poison released by higher existences below level 500 could be successfully expelled. "Forget it," Bai Zemin shook his head and sighed. "She's our ally. We did what we are supposed to do." Kang Lan could only nod silently. Repeal was one of the skills she had sealed strictly under Bai Zemin's command. At the end of the day, this skill was one of the lifelines they had to protect themselves from the higher existences. Bai Zemin exchanged a few more words with her before taking his leave and entering the room where Xian Mayer was resting. After walking without making a sound, he sat on the armchair near the bed and watched her silently as he fell into deep thoughts. In reality, Bai Zemin accepted Shui Meiying's proposal, not only because he simply had no other choice as he desperately needed all possible cards to become stronger and strengthen his faction in the shortest amount of time possible. Another reason why he did what he did was that he wanted to see Xian Mayer's reaction. Depending on her reaction, Bai Zemin might make different decisions ahead. "You came." Bai Zemin jumped in surprise when a beautiful but somewhat tired voice brought him out of his inner world. What surprised him most was that the magic lamps in the room had turned on automatically, a sign that the day-night magic array covering the entire city had been activated to replace light with darkness. Just how long had he been sitting there thinking without noticing the flow of time? Pushing the other thoughts out of his head, Bai Zemin looked at the beautiful woman lying on the bed in front of him with a smile. "Well, you seem to be feeling better." Xian Mayer checked her condition, and sensing that she only had some minor injuries couldn't help but sigh. "I've never been this close to dying before. This time it was a really close call and made me realize how weak I am." In contrast to the man in front of her who always found a way to overcome obstacles on his own, Xian Mayer realized that not only did she have to pay half a life in exchange for killing 3 kings collectively, but the other half-life she had left was almost taken by the first princess of the Coral Kingdom. Comparisons often tended to be hateful, indeed. Don't worry about that. To begin with, the things we can do are limited. Even I can't do everything alone, or else why would I bother setting up a faction and working like a mule all day? Bai Zemin tried to comfort her, but who would have known that Xian Mayer would look at him with a weird expression on her face? "What?" he growled, realizing that she probably wasn't thinking anything good. The corner of Xian Mayer's mouth curved slightly upwards as she said in an amused voice, "As far as I know, Wu Yijin is the one in charge of all the politics, while Shangyuan Bingzu is the person in charge of the army. It's not for nothing that your subordinates secretly refer to you as King Delegator of Jobs, is it? Hey, Bai Zemin cursed those people 1,000 times in his heart as he said with a black face, I work hard, okay? This daddy barely sleeps thinking of ways to improve his strength and so save the butts of little mermaids about to die. Xian Mayer immediately was at a loss for words. HMPH, Bai Zemin snorted and immediately felt pleased with himself after silencing her. The room was quiet for almost a minute before he spoke again. Can I ask you a question? Xian Mayer looked at him with a somewhat puzzled expression but said nothing. She nodded. After thinking about it for a moment, he finally brought up the issue. At first I promised that in exchange for your help in conquering China, I would help you become the Queen of the East Sea. It was difficult as many things happened along the journey that neither of us expected, but eventually, we were both able to reach our goals. I now have control over my home country, and you have finally become the East Sea Queen. Xian Mayer looked at him silently, as she didn't know where he was going with all this. Your longing to become queen was born from the fact that you did not want to see the citizens of your kingdom devouring each other. Yet, what I did after helping you to reach your wish was to ask you to mobilize the troops of your kingdom to attack other kingdoms. To say that many of your East Sea Kingdom died because of me is not particularly wrong, since if it were not for me wanting you to become the next forgotten empress, you would have no reason to attack other kingdoms. Seeing that she still said nothing, Bai Zemin took a deep, silent breath before slowly saying, how would you feel if instead of asking you to help me conquer all the seas on earth, you only had to conquer half of them? Of course, I will help you all the way. However, this would also mean that you could never become empress. According to Xian Mayer, she wanted peace and hated war. In fact, it was her desire for peace and hatred of wars that pushed Bai Zemin to want to form an alliance with her, since only someone like that was less likely to be her enemy in the future and be a pain in the ass. At the end of the day, Bai Zemin did not want to raise a wolf cub that could later bite him in the ass in a moment of carelessness. This was the time to see whether or not Xian Mayer's mindset had changed. Would she prefer to go to war and sacrifice many of her people for a title and power, or would she choose peace? Depending on her answer, Bai Zemin might have to make some adjustments in his path in the future. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12:49 I will become stronger. Usually, a person would fall into deep thought after someone asked them a question that literally could and probably would affect their entire future from that point until the rest of their life. At the end of the day, unlike casual questions that didn't have any overly deep meaning, these types of questions could determine how far they would go in their respective paths throughout life. However, to Bai Zemin's surprise, Xian Mayer didn't even take a moment to think. The beautiful gem-like blue eyes of the alluring former first princess and current queen of the East Sea Kingdom glistened softly after hearing Bai Zemin's question. She looked into his eyes and, in a voice somewhat hoarse from exhaustion, replied, "As long as we can live in peace, why not? Everyone wants to be stronger, but aren't there myriads of races out there waiting for us? We might as well fight them to level up." Bai Zemin's breathing stagnated after hearing this answer. After a moment's hesitation, he couldn't help but ask what was on his mind. You really don't want to rule all the oceans on earth. Power, prestige, honor, status, wealth. Even though you're a proud queen now, there's no way to compare what you could have if you become empress. Still, Xian Mayer shook her head softly and said, "What do I want to rule all the oceans for anyway? It's not like I could split myself into millions of pieces and be everywhere. Then again, I might as well take care of what I can really handle and let others take care of the rest. I know my limits. I'm not you after all." Bai Zemin watched her silently for almost a full minute before smiling bitterly. A hint of embarrassment shone in his eyes as he slowly said, "Now, I regret a little bit asking you that." Why is that?" Xian Mayer looked at him with obvious confusion in her eyes. Actually, Bai Zemin explained everything about what had happened without hiding anything from his conversation with the first princess of the Coral Kingdom. Finally, he sighed, "I admit that I didn't completely trust you. Even now it's like this. This is also part of the reason why I accepted the proposal from that mermaid named Shui Meiying." Bai Zemin somehow felt that he could trust Xian Mayer completely, that she was not a ferocious shark waiting in the darkness of the waters for the right moment to deal him a big blow. Yet, he could not control his heart and decide who to trust and who not to trust. Shangyuan Bingzhu had saved his life on numerous occasions, and the extent of help she had given him simply could not be put into words. Yijin may not have been particularly important to Bai Zemin in terms of strength, as while she was very strong, her growth speed was still far behind what was needed to be able to provide him with quality help on the battlefield. However, the girl not only spent sleepless nights repeatedly preparing dozens of political cabinets in different areas and conquering the hearts of the people, but she even opposed her family more than once, all for his benefit. Serafina di Gales, that little tsundere princess of Gale's kingdom, not only saved Bai Zemin when he fell unconscious after hurting his soul after the repeated activation of overlap regeneration, but she even went against her family's rules to protect him and prevent them from taking away his treasures. She didn't even know him, but still showed that her character was extremely pure and good-natured. Kali only had Bai Zemin. In the eyes of this beautiful and talented but pitifully sickly little beauty, Bai Zemin was her present and also her future. He was the only family she had and the only person she could really trust. Someone like that would never betray him even if the sky fell apart and the earth broke into infinite pieces. As for Lilith, if Shangyuan Bingzu had given Bai Zemin help that could not be described in words, then Lilith was the reason why he was him today. To say that if it were not for Lilith he would not have the strength he had today was, by no means, an exaggeration, and considering that time was not necessarily his ally given the circumstances of the universe, Lilith was the one who saved not only Bai Zemin but his entire family and everything else. In contrast to them, the experiences that Bai Zemin and Xian Meyer lived together as well as the bonds that linked them were by no means that strong. Perhaps this could change in the future. No one knew what tomorrow had in store. But for now, that was the way things were. Back in his room late at night, Bai Zemin sighed heavily. Actually, he had already showered and was lying under the sheets of his comfy bed. That little mermaid princess isn't bad at all. Beside him, Lilith gently moved and rested her head on his rock-solid chest while drawing endless circles on his abdomen using her slender index finger. Her voice was so bewitching that Bai Zemin's worries disappeared every time he listened to it. Bai Zemin caressed her bare shoulder using his right hand with his eyes fixed on the ceiling. After a long time, his much softer-than-normal voice sounded inside the silent room. "Lilith, will you be with me forever?" Lilith's finger paused for a moment, and for a few seconds she said nothing. After what Bai Zemin felt like an eternity, her soft, delicate voice sounded across the four walls. "I would like to, and I hope so." Seeing that even after a long time he said nothing, Lilith continued. "For that to happen so that nothing and no one can ever pull us apart, we have to be stronger, infinitely stronger." Bai Zemin continued to caress her soft shoulder gently, and after a long time, he slowly nodded without saying anything. Just as Lilith's eyes were closing, and her consciousness becoming blurry in preparation for entering the dream world, Bai Zemin's voice played softly in her ears again. "I will become that much stronger, so much so that even the laws of the multiverse and the laws of the soul record won't be able to keep you away from me ever." Her beautiful ruby-colored pupils trembled softly as she heard this. She half rose and looked at his face dimly illuminated by the artificial moonlight in disbelief. "Zemin, you." However, Bai Zemin shook his head and drew her back into his embrace as if she belonged there. "Let's sleep. Something tells me we won't have much time to rest soon." With her heart filled with questions and concerns, Lilith found no strength, so she obediently returned to her previous position. A few minutes later, Bai Zemin's soft snoring as well as his steady breathing told her that he had already fallen asleep. She smiled bitterly and secretly shook her head as she mumbled to herself before finally falling asleep. That night the couple did nothing erotic and simply hugged. They were both respected and feared among the higher-lower division to which they respectively belonged, but only they knew that they were little wooden boats in the middle of the stormy sea. Perhaps precisely because of this, they both felt warmer and safer in each other's embrace, more in understanding. //. The next day, in front of the north wall of Hero City, a small number of people gathered early in the morning. "Are you sure you don't want to bring more people?" He frowned tightly as he looked at Bai Zemin's group of 3 standing in front of him. Bai Zemin shook his head in response and remarked, "I don't think it's necessary. Besides, if what this Shui Meiying girl said is true, then we should be more cautious. We can't risk Hero City no matter what." "That's..." He hesitated as he realized that Bai Zemin was right. Currently, Bai Zemin was preparing to leave. However, he was only taking Shangyuan Bingzu and Feng Tianwu this time. The three of us are the three with the most overall destructive power in the entire faction if we leave aside Shangyu and Xinyu, who isn't present. Although Hero City has many protective shells, the power consumption is not small. Bai Zemin took a deep breath as he explained to the group in front of him, "We can't afford to take any risks. Besides, even if we are underwater, we are still more than enough to clear an entire kingdom, even if there are 5 or 6 fourth-order soul evolvers on the enemy side." Meng Qi approached at that moment. To everyone's surprise, she wrapped her arms around Bai Zemin's neck, and just as he was preparing to push her away for fear that she might do something, she stood on her tiptoes and gently kissed his forehead. With a slight blush and taking a step back, she said, genuinely worried, "Be careful, brother. Remember, many people are waiting for you." Bai Zemin could feel his heart beating fiercely at this point. He almost fainted in fear, thinking that his dear sister was going to do something else, but seeing her worried eyes, he couldn't help but blame himself a little. Evidently, what happened in the battle against Thao Zhai under the sea was something that Meng Qi still remembered vividly. Therefore, battles under the sea for her were the equivalent of nightmares. This time it was he the one who stepped forward, and after a gentle but long hug he stepped back again. "I promise you that everything will be fine. I'll be back. We'll be back." Meng Qi smiled and nodded. Since he promised, then he would definitely do it. Bai Zemin made a few more orders and also pointed out that if they did not return within 2 days, they should go back to the surface to support the faction. Approximately 10 minutes later, the group of 3 went through the magic portal and appeared directly in deep, dark water. After leaving Hero City, the group of 3 composed by Bai Zemin, Shangyu and Bingzhu, and Feng Tian Wu swam in deep water for approximately 5 kilometers in an easterly direction, until they reached a large underwater volcano. Shui Meiying was supposed to be waiting for them there. According to what they discussed yesterday, Shui Meiying would take Bai Zemin directly to the place where this great gift was. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1250 Into the Pacific Ocean and Uncovered. Indeed, when the group of 3 led by Bai Zemin arrived at the middle part of the underwater volcano, they immediately saw the beautiful figure of the Coral Kingdom's first princess. Shui Meiying naturally did not have 2 legs as before, but now there was a long fishtail below her waist. Even from the point of view of a human such as Bai Zemin, he was forced to admit that the shiny scales on Shui Meiying's tail were indeed beautiful, even prettier than Xian Meier's, in fact. You came. She advanced and nodded with a smile toward Bai Zemin. After bowing slightly in respect and greeting to the other 2, she immediately advanced to business. Can we go now? It will take us about 4 hours to reach the Coral Kingdom, but we will still have to advance for another 6 hours if we want to reach the Mariana Trench. Today's Earth was tens or even hundreds of times larger compared to the past. If the oceans of the old Earth were already large, one could only imagine how vast and wide they had become now. Furthermore, since Bai Zemin and the 2 beauties that came with him were land creatures, their movement speed would certainly be somewhat affected by the environment they were in. After a moment's thought, Bai Zemin nodded. All right, it's just you coming. If I bring back the entire army that followed me with the goal of stopping and suppressing the threat of the East Sea Kingdom, we will draw too much attention. Shui Meiying patiently explained. The moment my father or someone in my family discovers me, they will immediately realize that something is not right. That's why I think it's best for us to draw as little attention to ourselves as possible. Bai Zemin immediately understood what she was thinking. You want to charge straight toward the target. That's right. Shui Meiying nodded with a serious expression and said, this time I was ordered to stop the advance of the East Sea Kingdom and its queen before they entered the Pacific Ocean. If my family or anyone close to me knows that I retreated, I will immediately be called back to the palace to explain myself. For more than obvious reasons, I think it will be best for everyone to avoid all contact, as we probably won't have much time. Bai Zemin said no more after hearing Shui Meiying's explanation. He nodded, and soon the group of 4 began swimming in deep water directly toward the Pacific. On the way, Shui Meiying took the trouble to explain to the 3 of them the situation of the Coral Kingdom. Actually, Bai Zemin and the 2 girls were not too surprised when they learned that the Coral Kingdom had basically become an empty shell, figuratively speaking. Seeing that none of the 3 of them showed astonishment, Shui Meiying couldn't help but feel curious. Could it be that you guys have encountered situations like this before? Twice. Bai Zemin nodded, and after seeing that neither Shangyuan Bingzu nor Feng Tianwu seemed interested in talking to Shui Meiying, he took the trouble to briefly explain. Two major factions on the surface practically became the backyard of those higher existences after their leaders made bad decisions. Bad from my point of view, that is. Definitely bad. Shui Meiying sneered as she led the advance. Those higher existences claim to be gods, Gods. Gods who can't open some old gate, sure. If that's how trashy these so-called gods are, then they might as well stop sticking their noses where they shouldn't. Bai Zemin raised an eyebrow and was secretly inwardly surprised. This mermaid princess seems to hate higher existences. Just as Bai Zemin wondered this, Lilith's voice sounded in his head. I was a little worried before, but now it seems to be fine. This little mermaid won't betray you. Well, at least it's safe to say she's an ally until the higher existences are expelled. No one knows beyond that. Bai Zemin nodded silently. In fact, he was thinking the same thing as Lilith. About 3.5 hours later, Shui Meiying stopped and was about to say something when Feng Tianwu whispered something to Bai Zemin. His expression changed slightly, but just as he was about to say something, Shui Meiying took out 3 small white pills as bright as pearls. After handing one to each of them, she explained, "Later on it means we will be entering the coral realm. From there on, there will be watchful bacteria everywhere, so we will have to use other methods to avoid headaches later. Minimalistic pill, rare grade treasure, single-use consumable. When consumed, the body will shrink to the size of a miniature stardust speck for 10 hours, or until you attack or get attacked. In addition, the life aura will be greatly reduced, making it difficult to be detected by enemies with not fully developed intelligence within a certain range." Bai Zemin was very surprised when he saw this consumable pill. In fact, he was not the only one surprised, because Shangyuan Bingzu and Feng Tianwu had a similar feeling. Actually, the Transcendent faction had also managed to obtain consumable treasures after killing some enemies. Yet, this was the first time they had seen this particular type of consumable. Under normal circumstances, the minimalistic pill would not be of much use, particularly because the reduced life aura could only fool living beings with low intelligence. However, this type of consumable treasure was undoubtedly of the best quality when it came to infiltration into dangerous areas or saving one's life in special circumstances. "You have many of these." Shangyuan Bingzu was cold and indifferent by nature to strangers, so she had only given Shui Meiying a glance before this. However, the appearance of these minimalistic pills made her unable to help herself. After all, if they could get their hands on some of these pills, the core soul evolvers of their faction might have an extra life card in their pocket. Shui Meiying was slightly surprised, as she did not expect such a question, certainly not from Shangyuan Bingzu. Yet, she soon smiled bitterly and shook her head. "Only about 50 at most. Although these pills are only rare-grade treasures that disappear after one use, you should also be able to see their utility. I had to pay a high price to get 5 even with my status as a princess. I used 1 in the past, and these are the last 4 I had left." Shangyuan Bingzu immediately became demotivated, so she nodded and said nothing more. However, she quickly pulled herself together. If Shui Meiying became the queen of the Coral Kingdom with their help, wouldn't this mean that she would have freedom over the kingdom's treasures? Therefore, Shangyuan Bingzu thought that perhaps they could trade for items or treasures that were far from normal underwater but not particularly difficult to acquire on land. Indeed, the minimalistic pill consumed proved its diabolical efficacy. The group of 4 swam at high speeds through the waters of the Pacific Ocean and quickly went deep into the territory of the Coral Kingdom for 5 hours, but did not run into any kind of trouble whatsoever. Even if some life forms other than single-celled life forms programmed to perform simple scouting and observation functions appeared along the way, the 4 simply circled the area and avoided them easily. Even if someone sensed their powerful life auras, the speed at which they disappeared was so fast that the sea creatures, whose intelligence could not yet compare to that of a fully developed adult human, made them doubt their senses. Best of all, even if their size had shrunk tremendously, their stats were still as high as before they consumed the pill. Therefore, Bai Zemin and the others did not have their movement speed affected at all. "We will arrive in 20 minutes. Shui Meiying's somewhat anxious voice sounded close to Bai Zemin and the 2 girls. Her voice had only fallen when suddenly a powerful aura approached swiftly towards them from a distance. What's more, it was obvious that the other party had already sensed them, because the owner of this aura was advancing in a straight line toward them as if they were already in its sights with no intentions of letting them go. Not good. Shui Meiying's expression turned fiery, and she quickly exclaimed in a low voice, "We have to kill him quickly or we'll be found out." "Who is him?" Bai Zemin asked calmly. Only he knew that if murderous intent began to grow deeper and wider in the depths of his eyes. On the way here, Bai Zemin realized to his utter surprise that he had underestimated the sea numbers. The Coral Kingdom alone had to have at least 100 million soldiers, and that was just the ones in plain sight in the territory they covered. Therefore, he absolutely did not want to be caught when there was still a good 20 minutes to go. If they were found so soon, the king of this kingdom could summon the army with a single command and surround them. Bai Zemin naturally did not fear. Even if the enemy was a few 100 million, most of them would only be below level 25, and nothing below the third order could break through the defense of his physical body. Even a scratch would be impossible for them. However, Bai Zemin did not want any trouble now. This was particularly so because he knew that there were higher existences involved, and the suicidal attack by that female of the dragon race was still vividly present in his memory since, had it not been for Christina, he would have died that day. "He is my father's right-hand man," Shui Meiying quickly explained with a slightly pale face. "His name is Xuan Yuan, and his level is far above mine. Although I don't know how strong he is, the rumors say that even the king is not necessarily his opponent. My father is a soul evolver above level 260 now." Level 260, Bai Zemin couldn't help but sneer. Forget about level 260. Even if the enemy was level 300, he would still be slaughtered by him in a breath of time. This was not him being overconfident and extremely arrogant. Bai Zemin did not underestimate his enemies because he was living proof that underestimating could end one's life. It was just that Bai Zemin was simply 3,000% sure that there was no one in the universe whose soul power could surpass his in terms of purity. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1251, Ice and Fire to Take Down the Enemy. This so-called Xuan Yuan did not take long to appear in front of the group of 4. To no one's surprise, Xuan Yuan was a tall merman of about 2 meters. Even more surprising, his body was as bulky as a small truck, and his muscles gave the impression that a single punch from him was more than enough to tear a hole in the sky. Surface creatures. Xuan Yuan's eyes flashed with a tinge of coldness as his straight pupils swept over the bodies of Bai Zemin and the 2 human females beside him. Sensing that neither of them was in the fourth order, a glint of contempt flashed in his eyes before his gaze settled on the clearly worried Shui Meiying. "Your Highness, eldest princess, what is the meaning of this?" Although Xuan Yuan was using honorifics to address Shui Meiying, his voice was not particularly respectful but sounded judgmental. Bai Zemin could even hear some cruelty. It was as if Shui Meiying's answer would be what would decide the future of the first princess of the Coral Kingdom. Shui Meiying took a deep breath and was about to speak when a voice interrupted her. "Princess, could you tell me if the place we are heading to is near any city?" Except for Shangyuan Bingzhu and Feng Tian, Wu, who looked indifferent as if the appearance of the powerful Triton man was nothing in their eyes, Shui Meiying and Xuan Yuan himself were surprised to see that Bai Zemin actually dared to speak up in such an important moment. Even ignoring the existence of a powerful soul evolver, whose level was probably above 250, and whose strength could rival the king of the Coral Kingdom. Suddenly, Xuan Yuan's expression changed. He quickly thought of something after hearing the human male's question, and a glint of disbelief flashed in his eyes as he shot a gaze at Shui Meiying. "Shui Meiying, what's the meaning of this? Are you betraying our Coral Kingdom?" Shui Meiying's face paled even more as the aura of her father's right hand covered her in an instant. She knew that the question Bai Zemin had just asked literally exposed their plans. It was just that Shui Meiying really couldn't understand why a person like Bai Zemin, who was clearly very smart and astute, would ask such a question at such a critical time like this. She forced herself to calm down, and with her face still pale she softly answered, "That place is about 2 kilometers away from the capital city." At the same time as Bai Zemin nodded after hearing her answer, he also saw how in the middle of the dark ocean, the golden pupils of the merman named Xuan Yuan contracted fiercely as Shui Meiying's words floated in the surroundings. "You dare!" Xuan Yuan immediately activated a skill as he roared furiously. A blue light bow that seemed to be covered in scales of some kind of creature appeared in his hand, and a water arrow swirled on the string. "Shui Meiying, You come with me this very instant. How dare you bring surface dogs into our coral kingdom and even want to take them to the forbidden area of our kingdom? The crime of betrayal is too small for you." Shui Meiying said nothing, but looked at Bai Zemin in silence. She knew that the string had already left the bow, so it was impossible to get it back. With her strength, she would definitely not be able to fight Xuan Yuan. At this point she knew that it would be up to Bai Zemin. If she misjudged him and he turned out to be not that powerful, then Shui Meiying knew that she would most likely not survive beyond today. Although she was a princess highly esteemed for her talent and gifted intelligence, she was more than clear that her family would mercilessly behead her once they knew what she was doing behind their backs. In reality, Shui Meiying knew that this was a very, very risky gamble, particularly since she could sense that the human male she had bet on wasn't even a third-order soul evolver. She was simply trusting her instincts more than anything else, this time even pushing her rationality back. Just as Shui Meiying paled even more at not only the situation itself, but at being branded as a traitor, a voice thick with contempt sounded from beside her. "Betrayal. In my eyes, the only traitor here is you, old thing." A flash of brutality glimmered in Xuan Yuan's eyes. His lightning-like gaze swept over Bai Zemin, and in a contemptuous but fury-filled voice, he thundered, "You dare to speak even though you're just such a filthy, weak earth creature. You really have balls to dare to plot against the Coral Kingdom." "Whether I have balls or not is something only my woman knows, you damn old fart." Bai Zemin waved his hand as if shooing away flies and didn't even look at him. "Ha ha ha ha," Xuan Yuan laughed out loud and his bowstring tightened. "I hope your strength is at least half strong as your mouth." After saying this, he was about to release the water arrow when he suddenly realized that his fingers had frozen directly on the arrow, so he couldn't release it. "What?" Xuan Yuan's voice was filled with disbelief. His eyes widened in shock as he finally realized that something wasn't right, and as he looked at his surroundings, his expression became quite shocked. 4 ice chains had silently appeared without anyone noticing. These 4 ice chains were pinned from one end to 4 different magic circles, while the other end of each chain had coiled like flood dragons around Xuan Yuan's limbs. How could this be possible? Xuan Yuan wanted to roar, but the sense of crisis in his heart warned him that his best option at this point was to break the ice chains. To Xuan Yuan's dismay, while his power was enough to break the ice chains, he soon realized that the ice mage who was restraining him was clearly using the mana-filled water to repair the cracks he opened in the chains. "You're just a little insect, but you dare to speak to him with that tone." Xuan Yuan suddenly looked up, and his eyes immediately focused on the fire-red-haired human female who looked at him with pure undisguised disdain. Feng Tianwu raised her small white hand, and her fingers spread as she said in a cold voice, "Ignorance sure is bliss for frogs in a pit like you." A crimson-colored magic circle with golden runes glowed beneath Xuan Yuan's body. The ocean itself for over 1,000 meters around immediately overheated, as if a volcano was about to explode, and from a distance any sea creature looking in that direction could see a small burning sun amidst the blinding darkness of the depths. Xuan Yuan didn't even have time to scream when a 4-meter-high whirlwind of flames engulfed him. The whirlwind of fire burned even underwater, and seemed to ignore the pressure of being more than 10 kilometers deep, spinning at astonishing speeds and evaporating all the water within half a kilometer. Except for the ice chains, the surrounding water disappeared in a flash, and what replaced it was extremely hot steam. Approximately 40 seconds later, however, the 4 ice chains finally melted in half and hung helplessly in front of the fierce power of the fire whirlwind. From inside the water bubble formed by the gravitational power under Bai Zemin's control, Shui Meiying watched in shock at the whirling fire tornado beyond the hot steam. Although she knew that these 2 human women together with Bai Zemin were certainly powerful, Shui Meiying did not expect them to be so powerful. Shangyuan Bingzhu was still fine since she was currently a level 200 soul evolver, even if she hadn't broken through that barrier. But Shui Meiying could tell that the red-haired woman clearly hadn't reached level 200 yet. Shui Meiying looked at Feng Tianwu with a surprised expression on her face. About a minute later, Feng Tianwu waved her hand, and the fire whirlwind disappeared without a trace. Pia pedi einhachik nuer yoda. So acute Bai Zemin noticed that beyond the hot vapor there was nothing left of the Triton man who until a minute ago roared and spoke arrogantly. Not even a scale was left behind as Feng Tianwu's flame swallowed him whole. He looked at Feng Tianwu, and seeing that she seemed to be covertly looking at him out of the corner of her eye, He didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he understood what was going on. Was she a little girl looking for her father's approval or something? Yet Bai Zemin praised her softly, which made the girl nod seemingly indifferent. Small explosions echoed underwater as the ocean moved to cover the empty gap, and the contact of the hot steam with the cold water shook the area quite fiercely once the fire whirlwind disappeared. Shangyuan Bingzu reached out and retrieved the skill scroll that fell with Xuan Yuan's death. She didn't even look at it and directly put it away in her storage ring so that they could look at it later since time was pressing. "Let's go." Bai Zemin snapped Shui Meiying out of her shock as he said in a serious voice, "We need to hurry. I'm afraid your father will soon notice the death of this subordinate of his and things won't be as smooth as we would like then." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1252, Blood Succubus Lilith vs Archangel Michael, Part 1. This time, the group of 4 gave everything they had both individually and as a team to boost their movement speed. Knowing that the game of hide-and-seek was over after the death of the Coral Kingdom King's right-hand man, Xuan Yuan, each and every one of them directly activated at least one movement skill, and without hesitation dashed into the depths of the Pacific Ocean. 3 flashes of blood-red light and a flash of silver light shone brightly amidst the cold darkness. They not only advanced in a straight line but also moved downward in the process, making the pressure that Bai Zemin, Shangyuan Bingzu, and Feng Tian Wu felt steadily increase with each passing second. 15 kilometers deep. 20 kilometers deep. 25 kilometers. 30 kilometers. 35. Approximately about 10 minutes later, and now more than 50,000 meters deep, Bai Zemin could not help but notice that Feng Tian Wu's lovely body next to him shivered slightly. Bai Zemin's expression changed slightly, and without hesitation, he activated gravity manipulation around her. Feng Tian Wu, in contrast to Shangyuan Bingzu, was a pure mage whose physical body was not particularly strong. After descending more than 50 kilometers, she clearly felt the bones in her body begin to creak like children feeling uncomfortable. But she didn't want to embarrass herself and be a problem for that person, and therefore she persevered. It was just that she hadn't expected him to notice, even though she had clearly hidden it in an instant. "Remember, we're a team. You're not fighting alone." Bai Zemin's serious voice made Feng Tian Wu unconsciously bite her lower lip. She could tell that he was not satisfied with what she had just done. "Understand, I'm sorry, I won't do it anymore." Just like a little girl discovered playing in the mud by her parents, Feng Tian Wu lowered her head in shame and worry. Although the darkness was devouring, Bai Zemin's eyesight still remained good, so he could see everything within 200 meters around him with 70% clarity. When he saw out of the corner of his eye the expression on Feng Tian Wu's face, he immediately didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Wouldn't those guys from the faction and the army go crazy if they saw this? He thought to himself. Probably no soul evolver would believe that Feng Tian Wu, whose arrogance and coldness seemed to be even higher than Shangyuan Bingzu's, would actually be like a little girl, just because he said a few words. At that moment, Shui Meiying's voice made Bai Zemin dismiss all unnecessary thoughts from his heart. "We are getting there." Arriving, Bai Zemin immediately became serious and looked at the surroundings in search of something. To his surprise, however, he found nothing at all. There was not even a glimmer of light or structure at all. "There's nothing here." Shangyuan Bingzu also noticed the problem. She frowned as her feet touched the bottom of the ocean with her guard up as she looked around for something different. Shui Meiying said nothing but quickly darted toward a particular small stone. The stone had nothing peculiar about it at all, and looked like any of the hundreds of thousands of other stones on the seabed. Surprisingly, the white stone began to light up slightly when she stimulated it with her mana. Different runes began to appear one by one, and it probably wouldn't be long before a magic circle took shape around the entire white stone. Seeing Shui Meiying setting to work, Bai Zemin and the 2 beauties next to him immediately formed a triangle with the mermaid princess in the center. The 3 of them protected her while looking vigilantly at the surroundings. At this point, all 3 were very clear about one thing. If anyone appeared, regardless of who or what they were, they would be attacked. They had no allies here, and any presence other than one of the 4 of them would immediately be treated as an enemy. As he scanned the area with cold eyes, Bai Zemin suddenly had a bad feeling. A few seconds later, he quietly whispered, "Lilith, are you there?" "Always." Her answer was quick and simple, but it carried a lot. Bai Zemin asked again, "Fire Sorrow. She stayed in Hero City, do you remember?" Bai Zemin was silent, finally remembering this point he had overlooked. In fact, both Kali and Fire Sorrow, as well as Ming Qi, had been working hard for the past few days. Actually, Bai Zemin had asked Kali and his sister to help him copy the runes on the walls, so that they could draw at least a lower version of them on the walls of the various human bases. Now that the level of all life on Earth was steadily increasing, the high walls were no longer of much use. The minimum level of the zombies out there was over 20, and it was easy for them to jump 200 or 300 meters, not to mention that first-order zombies were no longer rarities. It could be said that 4 out of 10 existing zombies on Earth had already broken through the first barrier. Therefore, Bai Zemin wanted to use the invisible protective barrier surrounding Hero City as an example, and extend this defensive method to his other bases. Moreover, since he had the technology he got in Eventide World, this process could be done much more easily. Of course, it would still take a long time and results would not be seen for at least a year. Nonetheless, it was something that had to be done no matter how arduous it would be. "Zemin." Lilith knew something wasn't right when she heard his odd questions, but seeing his slightly pale face made her heart also start beating hard when she felt that something wasn't good. If it was someone else, Lilith would ignore it straight away. At the end of the day, she was one of the most powerful soul evolvers in the universe. While her level was at the peak of the 6th order and on her way to the 7th, her battle strength was actually more than enough to take on practically any of the commanders of all the factions of higher existences. In Lilith's eyes, the discomfort and unease of a lower existences was no different from a joke. One slap from her would be more than enough to completely tear apart what for any lower existences could mean certain death. However, Bai Zemin was not a normal lower existence. In fact, Lilith did not even rank him in that group at all since a long time ago. Therefore, she who knew how powerful he was, and aware of his practically divine sixth sense, she immediately became alert. Bai Zemin frowned deeply as he did not know where such discomfort was coming from. Worse yet, the fact that he was more than 60 meters deep in ice-cold water and surrounded by endless darkness was not only not helping, it was making everything far worse. However, the strangest thing of all was that from start to finish, they encountered no problems at all. Approximately 2 minutes later, Shui Meiying's excited voice sounded from below. "Done. Rumble." Her words only fell out as the seabed began to tremble fiercely, as if a deeply sleeping beast had been released from its everlasting slumber. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1253, Blood Succubus Lilith vs Archangel Michael, Part 2. When the sea bottom began to tremble, the ocean itself seemed on the verge of collapse. At a depth of over 60 meters, i.e. over 60 kilometers, no beast regardless of its physiognomy could withstand the water pressure. Only those sea beasts above the 150 level, and whose bodies were designed to bear tremendous amounts of weight, could come to this place. However, at that moment, only the group of 4 composed of Bai Zemin and the 3 women witnessed what was happening. The huge boulders that easily weighed over 20 tons in the distance exploded and turned into thin dust. The few plants in the area seemed to be devoured by some invisible creature, as there was no trace of them left. And as if that was not enough, even cracks began to appear on the bottom of the seabed. Everyone stay behind me. At Bai Zemin's shout, practically suppressed by the fierce rumble, Shangyuan Bing Zhu and the others did not dare to delay, and in a jiffy appeared beside him. Gravity manipulation. Bai Zemin had been using gravity manipulation to protect Feng Tianwu's weaker physical body, but at that moment, he immediately used such a skill to push the waters surrounding them away. In an instant, an empty sphere in which it was difficult to even breathe pushed away all the water 20 meters around the party. From its interior, Shangyuan Bing Zhu and the 3 girls watched in shock as the water churned so vigorously that blades of water formed naturally. The water blades were so powerful that even a level 180 soul evolver could be cut in two. Worse yet, there were hundreds of millions of water blades there. The corner of Feng Tian Wu's mouth twitched imperceptibly at the sight of this. She looked at Shui Meiying and was about to sarcastically ask if she wanted to kill them all, but restrained herself when she saw the slightly pale face on this first princess. "Is this normal?" Bai Zemin frowned and felt increasingly uneasy inside. This is the first time I've opened it. Shui Meiying explained quickly for fear that her actions would be misunderstood. You also saw that that book had practically all of its pages torn out. There was only little information in there, and it definitely didn't say anything about this. Bai Zemin said nothing upon hearing this. He had personally read that book and knew that what Shui Meiying said was true. Furthermore, Lilith personally checked the torn-out pages and affirmed that they had been torn out even before the dinosaurs became extinct, so it was absolutely impossible for Shui Meiying to be the culprit. As the trembling of the sea seemed to become wilder, a mass of white lights suddenly shone out from the cracks that now stretched 100 meters wide. The light was so bright that everything within 2 kilometers around blazed as if the overhead sun were present. Even the cold water became warm enough for a normal human being to take a comfortable bath. Look over there. Feng Tianwu suddenly pointed ahead and exclaimed in amazement, something is taking shape down there. About 300 meters away, the purest white lights twisted unnaturally. The mana covering the ocean waters began to be sucked into some kind of invisible black hole, and the magical power in the area suddenly grew several folds. Under the watchful eyes of the group, the purest white lights rose and twisted with force. In just 2 minutes, a sort of frame about 300 meters high and 100 meters wide appeared in front of them. This is, Bai Zemin gawked at the flashing purple light flickering inside the frame. Haha, looks like what was written in that book is true after all. Shui Meiying was very excited, and even her beautiful face was flushed with joy. She looked at Bai Zemin and remarked, "This portal should be the gateway to 10,000 great worlds. How about it? My gift should definitely be more than what that Xian Mayer girl gave you, don't you think? She might have helped you a little here on Earth, but I'm giving you 10,000 worlds." Giving me 10,000 worlds. Bai Zemin rolled his eyes and laughed in his heart. However, he could not deny that the gift Shui Meiying was giving him was really too precious. While she was not giving him 10,000 worlds, as those worlds surely had their own powers and rulers, it was undeniable that Shui Meiying was giving him the door and the key. It would depend on Bai Zemin's own ability whether this gift was of value or not. The group of 4 led by Bai Zemin advanced together towards the giant portal, but when they were only 5 meters from it, they all received the same notification in their retinas. World's Connector only allows passage to the ruler of this world. Because Earth currently has no established and approved ruler, those below level 450 will be able to enter. The power of those above level 400 will be tremendously reduced, and the maximum entry is limited to 4. Keep this in mind. Bai Zemin exchanged glances with Shangyu and Bingzu, and both saw the surprise on the other's face. Looks like it's not that simple after all, Shangyu and Bingzu said as she looked at him. Bai Zemin immediately fell into a dilemma about what to do next. He knew that he had to enter by himself to check what was beyond this portal, but he was afraid that, after he left, something bad would happen. However, what could he do? Standing silently was certainly not an option at all. At that moment, several powerful auras approached from the distance. This is... Shui Meiying's expression immediately changed, and a flash of panic could be seen in her eyes as she looked up. Not good, they are coming. Bai Zemin had already calmed down now. He raised his head and narrowed his eyes as he saw who the newcomers were. A flash of iciness shone in his pupils as he calmly said, "It's good that they are coming. Now we can solve the problems without having to worry later." In a few breaths, the other party's group, which consisted of less than 10 people, stopped 100 meters away and watched the group of 4 with different expressions on their faces. "Father," Shui Meiying looked at the handsome middle-aged Triton man and for a moment did not know what to say. "You disappoint me." The old Coral Kingdom king sighed and shook his head. "I thought you were smarter than this. I was even planning to give you my mantle in a few centuries, but I'm glad to see your true colors now." Before this, Shui Meiying felt a little bad in her heart about what she was doing. No matter what, she was opposing her entire kingdom, loved ones, and her people. However, her father's words seemed to awaken something inside her. In an instant, Shui Meiying's expression turned as cold as the water around her, and as she looked straight into her father's eyes, she sneered. "Hand over your mantle to me. Father, this is the first time I've seen you be so hypocritical. I have to say I am indeed disappointed." The old king was stunned for a few seconds, as he certainly did not expect that his ever-obedient daughter would actually not only dare to go against his words, but also rebuke him. When he remembered the people around him, his face turned red from anger and embarrassment. "Bad daughter, how dare you speak to me like that?" If I am a bad daughter, then you are a terrible king. Shui Meiying did not back down despite being slightly pale. Her aura increased several folds as she said loudly, "You're selling out our coral kingdom and our people to a bunch of shameless aliens who play God, but you dare to point your finger at me. Do you still have any conscience left in you? My Shui family ancestors must be rolling in their graves in shame as they watch your actions." You. The old king pointed with a trembling finger but could not articulate words at all. Every word from his daughter was a loud and clear slap in his face. Worse yet, the old king knew deep in his heart that what he was doing was extremely despicable. Yet, at the thought of what these people promised him, he gritted his teeth and swallowed that shame. As the father-daughter duo argued, Bai Zemin observed the people in front of him. Besides the old king of the Coral Kingdom, all the others were higher existences. Bai Zemin somehow sighed in relief, even though he still felt that something was not right. "We meet again." Mead smiled slightly as he looked at Bai Zemin as if greeting an old friend, "faster than you expected." Aside from the god of the army of heaven, Bai Zemin also saw Uriel and the other archangel named Gabriel next to him. There was also another arrogant-looking archangel that didn't even look at him from start to finish, but since this was the first time Bai Zemin saw him, he didn't know who he was. "Looks like many will leave disappointed today." Bai Zemin chuckled as he looked at the other higher existence leaders. Nikolay of the immortal bloodlust, Long Tian of the dragon god realm, and Salazar of the army of evolution. Adding Medes to the mix, all the leaders who wanted to take over Earth and openly opposed him were present. "What do you mean?" Nikolay frowned as he eyed Bai Zemin warily. Before, Nikolay felt some contempt towards this lower existence called Bai Zemin. No matter if he happened to be the reincarnation of some powerful being, and no matter how powerful he was, Nikolay knew that a lower existence was a lower existence, no matter what. However, Nikolay's mentality underwent a slight change after he learned that Medes from the army of heaven suffered rather large losses at the hands of this lower existence. "See for yourself." Bai Zemin led his group aside to leave the way open. Seeing the invitation gesture, Medes and the others exchanged glances. "HMPH." Long Tian snorted and stepped forward confidently. It was as if the water did not exist at all, as his footsteps were as steady, swift, and stable as if he was on dry land. Under the watchful eyes of everyone, the dragon god's footsteps stopped 5 meters away from the huge portal. A few seconds later, his back began to tremble, and soon his whole body followed. Salazar and the others exchanged glances again, feeling perplexed as they could all feel Long Tian's anger bubbling up from his body. What happened? They all wondered the same thing. A few seconds later, Long Tian seemed to calm down after several deep breaths. He turned and stared coldly at the members of the army of heaven, confusing Medes and the others even more. "I and my dragon god realm are no longer interested in this planet called Earth." Long Tian's words were like thunder in the ears, and for a moment everyone froze. Even Bai Zemin did not expect this, but after some thought he understood. Hero City had been taken, and now it seemed that the portal connecting thousands of worlds was useless to the higher existences. As a matter of fact, there was no longer any point in staying on Earth now that the two treasures that really mattered could not be obtained. Long Tian looked at Bai Zemin coldly for a few seconds but said nothing. His body blurred, and in the next instant he simply disappeared without a trace. "He really left." Lilith's voice reached Bai Zemin's ears. "He's not even in the solar system anymore. Must have used a long-distance teleportation skill to return to one of his worlds." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1254, Blood Succubus Lilith vs Archangel Michael, Part 3. Gone. The Dragon God, Long Tian, leader of the Dragon God realm, quit the competition for the Earth. Bai Zemin unknowingly let out a huge sigh of relief when he felt a massive mountain weighing hundreds of tons being expelled away from him. No matter how much Bai Zemin despised the Dragon God's behavior and personality, Long Tian's strength was not something his current self could mess with. Plus, now that the Dragon God realm is gone, only these are left, and I will complete one more requirement. Bai Zemin's thoughts sped up as he stared coldly at the group of higher existences in front of him. Salazar's expression was unreadable at the departure of one of them. The handsome zombie leader flashed, and in an instant appeared 5 meters away from the huge purple-white portal. This is Salazar's magnetic voice reached everyone's ears clearly. After a sigh, he slowly turned around and looked first at Bai Zemin before looking at the army of heaven. If it wasn't for the fact that none of us will be able to take anything, I really might have lost my head and attacked, Salazar said, as he looked at Meads with a hint of coldness before disappearing without a trace. He's gone too. Lilith's voice sounded again in Bai Zemin's mind. Just like the dragon god, he is no longer in the solar system. As the higher existences looked at each other in astonishment and confusion, Bai Zemin's eyes shone brightly. Two mortal enemies left empty-handed after realizing that it made no sense for them to stay on Earth. This meant that Bai Zemin had already completed half of the expulsion requirement in a matter of minutes. What's going on? Nikolai finally couldn't help himself. Two Eighth-Order Soul Evolvers, leaders of the universe, stopped dead in their tracks as they approached within 5 meters of the portal. There was definitely something odd about all this. But when Nikolai got within 5 meters of the giant portal, he finally understood what was going on. Surprisingly, this arrogant and proud man was not angry but began to laugh out loud. This time, there was someone from the army of heaven who finally couldn't take it anymore. Gabriel stepped forward and appeared directly 5 meters away from the portal. He didn't dare to come any closer because he feared something bad would happen. After all, 3 higher existence leaders stopped 5 meters away and didn't even take half a step closer after that. When the soul record notification flashed in his retina, Gabriel was stunned for a few seconds before smiling bitterly. Nikolai looked at Bai Zemin and gave a thumbs up as he sighed. "Little boy, you are truly great. Regardless of whether this was planned by you or if you got really lucky, feel proud for being the only lower existences in history capable of frustrating so many higher existences together at the same time." Heh, Bai Zemin sneered but said nothing. It didn't matter if the dragon god and Salazar left. They too were enemies that Bai Zemin planned to clean up in the future. The same applied to this bloodlust leader. Nikolai naturally knew what Bai Zemin was thinking, but he did not care since it was within his plans to absorb Bai Zemin's records. At the end of the day, Nikolai lusted after blood manipulation. "We shall meet again, little friend." Nikolai was nowhere to be seen, but his words floated on the water for a long time. "He's gone," Lilith pointed out. Even she couldn't hide the excitement in her voice. By that time, the old king of the Coral Kingdom could not believe his eyes and ears. His whole body began to tremble, but it was not from fear but from fury. Even so, he dared not offend these gods, who brazenly tossed him aside as if he were a piece of discardable trash after discovering that what they wanted to take control of could not be theirs. "Gabriel, what's happening?" Meads questioned in a deep voice, and it seemed that whatever was happening was not within his plans. Archangel Gabriel turned with a bitter smile on his handsome face and said, not knowing whether to laugh or cry, "I'm afraid we'll have to leave empty-handed. At least as long as Earth is still a lower world, we won't be able to get anything here." After Gabriel explained what was going on and even read word by word from the message he received, when he approached the portal, Uriel and Meads froze as if they could not believe their ears. Bai Zemin looked coldly at Meads before whispering something to Shangyu and Bingzu. After thinking about it for a moment, she nodded and said calmly, "Go. With Feng Tianwu and me here, that old geezer won't be able to bring any waves." "Be careful," Lilith whispered softly. "Don't worry," Bai Zemin nodded gently. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he walked past Gabriel and headed straight for the portal. 5 meters. 4 meters. 3 meters. Bai Zemin did not stop at all, and without even looking back, he walked straight through the portal. His figure blurred and the flickering purple lights within the white light frame teleported him to a different place. What he did not see was how the expressions of the few higher existences present changed from bitterness and shock to indifference after seeing him cross the portal. Gabriel shook his head and waved his hand, tossing a disc to the ground as he said with shame in his voice, "Having to use tactics and schemes like this to fool a little baby who isn't even 30 years old. This is the first time I'm ashamed of being a higher existence." Lilith ignored Gabriel's words, but when she saw the small disc, her pupils contracted and her aura leaked. Meads calmly looked at the place where she was hiding in space before looking at Gabriel. "Remember that he is probably the reincarnation of that person. Don't treat him like you would treat someone normal, or you'll lose several layers of skin, regardless of the difference in levels." Gabriel was still smiling bitterly, but said nothing. In just a second, A white light shone from the disk he had thrown earlier, and two auras that were not present before filtered out. In less than the blink of an eye, two new people appeared before everyone. Both had white wings on their backs, but only one of them was an angel. Felix and that angel, Shangyuan Bingzu, had been using Ice Maker to reduce the pressure on Feng Tianwu, but seeing Felix and Sonata's appearance, she suddenly felt that they had fallen into a carefully crafted trap. What happened next surprised everyone. Felix had just been teleported outside from a small pocket dimension, so it was still unclear to him what was going on. However, his body suddenly froze as a feeling of death he had never felt before covered him from head to toe. Even Sonata turned pale and subconsciously screamed in terror, "No!" A blackish-colored ice flash shattered the space-time barrier, and in a heartbeat appeared in front of Sonata and Felix. At the same time, a purple lightning bolt began to streak across the sky. It was the punishment lightning that the soul record used to erase the records of a higher existence. Although it had not yet fallen, it was obvious that it would strike soon. It was as if time had slowed down. Shangyuan Bingzu looked wide-eyed at the beautiful woman, whose charm and beauty were so high that even the dead would succumb to her feet. If it had been someone else, Shangyuan Bingzu might have asked why. But as much as she did not like this woman, Shangyuan Bingzu had to admit that the feelings this woman had for that man were as genuine as her own heartbeat. The person who attacked was Lilith. She knew the consequences, but she didn't care. She didn't even stop to think about it. When she realized that the army of heaven had set a trap for Bai Zemin and saw the appearance of Felix and Sonata, Lilith immediately understood what they wanted to do. Her beautiful face was the embodiment of coldness, but her ruby-colored eyes were as fierce as those of a cruel and bloodthirsty beast, while her pupils reflected the course of the black ice lightning, about to strike both the higher and lower existence. Forget about falling to a lower existence and losing a great deal of the power she managed to gain after many years of bleeding and suffering. Lilith wouldn't even blink in the face of death, even if it only improved the odds of her beloved to live another day by 1%. First step over my dead body. She had nothing, not even a life of her own worth mentioning. Only after meeting him and spending day and night together did Lilith understand that there was still someone who, even in the midst of evolution, would rather be torn to pieces and suffer in silence than let those he loved to suffer a single scratch. That unconditional love capable of moving even mountains made the ice glacier covering her heart melt even without her realizing it. Therefore, she was willing to be torn to pieces so that he would not suffer a scratch, just in the same way he was willing for her. Give and take. Just as the purple lightning in the sky was about to strike, just as the blackish ice lightning was about to end two lives, a flash of crimson flames glowed like a ghost in front of Sonata and Felix. No terrifying explosions or supernatural changes occurred, unlike what everyone would expect. When the ice lightning met the crimson flame, it was as if it met its nemesis. It did not even resist for an instant before vanishing without a trace. The purple lightning crackling in the sky disappeared silently, and Sonata backed up a couple of steps before falling onto his butt. The Fifth Order angel's eyes looked at the figure who blocked that deadly attack standing in front of him with admiration, respect, and a hint of fear in his clear pupils. Lord Michael. The mighty Seventh Order Archangel didn't even look at Sonata. It was as if he didn't exist. With a spear with dragon engravings curling from top to bottom, Michael looked at Lilith with a hint of contempt in his red eyes. Lilith was very surprised. She wasn't surprised by the fact that Michael neutralized her attack so easily, as she didn't even use half of her power before. What surprised her was the fact that he clearly seemed to be waiting for her to attack. Back then, it was strange to me that you were enraged to the point of insanity when I fired a beam of divine light. It was only after learning that the earth was hidden right in the path of my attack that I understood there was something you wanted to protect there. Meade spoke unhurriedly as he looked at the surprised Lilith. When I saw you in Europa next to that man, I finally knew the source. Lilith looked at Michael and directly ignored everyone else. Get out of the way. However, Michael didn't even pay attention to her. He looked over his shoulder at Sonata and Felix and said in an authoritative voice, "You two still aren't leaving." Felix sighed and shook his head. "I won't fight him unless Bai Zemin really does something malicious. That won't change no matter what." Without waiting for a reply from anyone, he dashed towards the portal and soon disappeared without a trace. Sonata looked at Meades worshipfully and knelt down as he said in a proud voice, "For the army of heaven and your majesty." Soon, he too became a flash of white light and stepped through the portal. Lilith naturally tried to stop him, but in front of her was a mountain too big to overcome in a short time. Rumble! Michael raised his spear and blocked Lilith's sword calmly. However, what he didn't expect was for half of his forearm to freeze under a thick layer of ice despite blocking the attack. Interesting. A faint smile appeared at the corner of the fire archangel's mouth as a crimson-colored flame glowed above him, erasing any trace of ice in an instant. Not good. Lilith suddenly panicked slightly, as she realized that the shockwave would not only kill Shangyu and Bing Zhu and the others, but also affect the Earth in general. Lilith! An anxious and worried voice sounded from the distance, and when Lilith looked in that direction, she couldn't help but rejoice. Fire Sorrow, you came. Fire Sorrow flashed like lightning, and in an instant appeared out of a huge glowing blue sphere. It was precisely she who activated, just in time, a magical barrier to hold back the residual energy from the clash between Lilith and Michael, or else all the lower existences within several kilometers would have been turned into a bloody mist. What the hell is going on here? Fire Sorrow was abnormally anxious earlier and didn't know why. But just as she wondered what was wrong with her, a great magical outburst thousands of kilometers away spread to Hero City, the reason why she immediately headed to this place after thinking of Bai Zemin's target. Meads, it's you again. Fire Sorrow glared at the heaven god with a flash of fury in her eyes. However, she did not attack. It wasn't that she didn't want to attack, it was that she couldn't. It was because Lilith immediately unleashed all her power and attacked Michael again. Now that she didn't need to worry about Shangyu and Bing Zhu and the others' safety, all that was on Lilith's mind was to approach the portal to find a way in no matter what. In an instant, she and the Fire Archangel exchanged tens of thousands of strikes. Their speed was so fast that Shangyu and Bing Zhu and Feng Tian Wu could only see golden sparks as well as flashes of ice and fire covering the entire inside of the barrier erected by Fire Sorrow. While all this was happening, Bai Zemin was experiencing one of the biggest shocks of his life. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1255, Going to an Old and Familiar World. The first change Bai Zemin noticed when he was teleported after his body crossed the giant portal into the depths of the Mariana Trench was the tremendous increase in gravity. The gravity in this new space was strong enough to take him slightly by surprise, and he was quick to judge that if a normal level 50 soul evolver were there, they would immediately explode without leaving even a healthy bone behind. Bai Zemin looked at the surroundings cautiously and was immediately startled. The sky looked like a chaotic and disorderly mass where red and purple clouds mingled together, giving birth to a rather peculiar image. In the sky, one could see a sort of brownish transparent haze floating among the clouds and specks of black dust mingling. If one looked from afar, the first image that would come to mind would probably be the chaotic outer space as well as infinite galaxies. The wind was blowing strongly, making Bai Zemin's hair immediately become messy. Although there were no trees or plants visible anywhere, the wind howled like a mythological beast, sending chills to the hearts of those arriving in this strange space for the first time. Bai Zemin looked down and realized that the floor of this place was covered with black rocks. The rocks were so black that even the sparse light in the surrounding area seemed to be devoured as he approached. What surprised him the most was that, when he tried to destroy one of those rocks, he couldn't even make a crack even after punching with all his might. What are these things? Bai Zemin was dumbfounded. One strike from him without restraint could crush mountains and make tsunamis easily, but he couldn't even leave a crack or mark on the rock, the size of a head right under him. There were easily tens or even hundreds of millions of such rocks in this place. Bai Zemin couldn't even estimate the absurd amount. A thought quickly grew inside him. If only I could use these stones to build the walls of my bases. A pity, Bai Zemin realized that these strange rocks seemed to be stuck to the ground. Even after pulling with all his strength, he could not dislodge it at all, so the plan to use them to create walls that was beginning to take shape in his mind immediately had to be cancelled. In the end, he could only shake his head, and after making sure that the return portal was behind him, he began to walk forward while paying attention to the surroundings. Is this place part of Earth? Bai Zemin asked himself as he tried to comprehend where he was. Approximately 2 minutes after running at full speed, Bai Zemin suddenly stopped dead in his tracks because he could not see the view in front of him. His mouth opened slightly, and a glint of disbelief shone in his black as night eyes. Soon, his fists automatically clenched tightly, and his body began to quiver with excitement. Hadahasa. Bai Zemin's laughter surprisingly echoed within what seemed to be an alternate dimension or possibly a small world. In front of him, dozens of neat rows of portals glimmered silently. The most amazing thing was that each of these rows had hundreds of active and functional portals. These portals were slightly different from the one Bai Zemin had passed through to get here. Each of the portals in front of him had been constructed from the same black rocks that were on the ground, and had the shape of doors about 12 meters high and approximately 4 meters wide each. In the empty hollow space within the frame of each door were violet lights that flickered continuously, making it evident that each and every one of these portals worked perfectly. Bai Zemin put strength into his legs and jumped powerfully, soaring over 500 meters in an instant. Although he was already prepared, the wonderful sight still took his breath away for a second before his laughter rang out again within this lifeless space. Thousands. There were thousands of portals there. Layers and rows of ordered portals, all activated and functional. Thousands and thousands of worlds. If each world represented an infinity of new opportunities, then what Bai Zemin had in front of him could not be described in words. 10,000 worlds. Bai Zemin was excited as he stepped into the void. Earth was an anomalous planet. This was evident from the fact that even the arrogant and proud higher existences who saw lower existences as trash wanted to compete for it. Yet the fact that Earth was only one world could not be changed, no matter how anomalous it is. The amount of resources was enormous, but it was still a third-stage world. Although Bai Zemin suspected that Earth would not take long to evolve again and enter the fourth stage, he could not afford to wait patiently, considering that he had just over 4 years before the time limit given by the soul record was up. Therefore, he needed to actively seek out and find other developed fourth-stage worlds to obtain resources that were only born and grew within the enormous accumulation of mana that existed within the atmosphere of those worlds. Minerals, metals, herbs, precious gems, better quality food to nourish the body and spirit. Bai Zemin urgently needed the best of everything to strengthen himself, and also to strengthen the core members of his faction who would accompany him to fight along the bloody path he was destined to walk. More importantly, the Earth was about to be completely his. Bai Zemin knew that the level of his subordinates and loved ones would experience stagnation. At the end of the day, humanity was finally unified under one flag, and the oceans would soon be allied forces, so the opportunities to hunt and level up would greatly reduce. Bai Zemin originally planned to use Hero City and the Sky Destroyer to venture out into the universe in search of more evolved planets. However, he knew that this plan was not particularly feasible considering the vastness of the unknown universe outside of Earth. With this, I no longer need to worry. Now they will be able to continue to level up and accompany me. He sighed in relief and couldn't help but smile. His smile contained no malevolence at all, and unlike his cold smiles that sent chills to the hearts of his enemies, as well as his subordinates, this was a very warm and affectionate smile that would surely surprise many people if they saw it. Many beautiful girls would go crazy if they saw him at this moment, but unfortunately, there was no one to accompany him and enjoy this moment. Just at that moment, Bai Zemin sensed something strange from 2 portals. His eyes flashed as he looked in a certain direction, and without hesitation, he dashed over there. It only took him half a minute to reach his target. But when Bai Zemin stopped in front of one of the portals that looked identical to all the others, he couldn't help a weird expression appearing on his face. This is. He somehow felt somewhat attached to this portal. No, it wasn't the portal itself, but what was beyond it. Is it calling me? Bai Zemin was surprised by his own words. Rho alpha pedi alpha ikrakoi, nuer. So grave m. He somehow felt familiar with whatever was beyond the portal before his eyes. This feeling was very strange and difficult to understand, but it was there without a doubt. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Zemin gritted his teeth and made a decision. He looked back for a few moments before looking back at the portal. Then, he simply stepped forward and disappeared from the strange space without a trace at all. Swoosh! Swoosh! Not long after Bai Zemin entered through one of the 10,000 portals within the chaotic space, 2 silhouettes rushed forward from the white portal at the back. He's not here. Sonata frowned tightly as he used his 2 angel wings to soar in the sky. His current power had been greatly reduced after entering this place, but he was still a higher existence, so his sight was several times better than that of any lower existence. However, he still couldn't see any trace of Bai Zemin even after some minutes of searching. Don't tell me he entered one of the portals. Sonata's expression immediately turned ugly when he muttered this. If Bai Zemin entered one portal of the 10,000 portals, then how was Sonata supposed to find him? It would probably be easier to find a needle in a haystack. Huh? Sonata's eyes suddenly flashed and he launched forward, hovering in the sky 700 meters above. I can feel that brat's records coming from these two portals. After a moment's hesitation, Sonata glanced at Felix and said calmly, I'll go to that portal, you go to that one. If you find that lower existence called Bai Zemin, just break the seal I gave you before. I already told you I don't plan to fight him. Felix shook his head, unconcerned by the words of the angel in front of him. You? Sonata immediately flew into a rage but didn't dare to attack. He only had one life after all, and he couldn't waste it on the insignificant being in front of him. HMPH. After letting out a snort, the Fifth Order angel dove straight into one of the two portals and disappeared without a trace. Felix took a deep breath and did the same as Sonata, except that he entered the portal opposite, the one Sonata had just used to teleport to another world. At the same time, Bai Zemin finally understood why he was attracted to this portal. Looking at the red sky above his head and that artificial sun spitting out mana, a flash of coldness glowed in his black pupils. You have entered the Forsaken World, Oblong World. The soul record notification came at the right moment. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1256 Cruelty and Cold Blood. The sky was as red as blood, and the thick earth-brown clouds seemed to be fixed in place as they did not move at all. Although the clouds were dense enough to destroy the most advanced fighter plane on Earth, the brightness of the artificial sun could not be shaded at all. The air was heavy, and although Earth was already a world that had successfully entered its third evolutionary stage, it still could not compare to this world in terms of gravitational power. The law of gravity in this world could make Bai Zemin, whose body was extremely powerful, be shocked for a split second. Even without the Soul Records notification, Bai Zemin could still identify this world easily, even though he could only see a small portion of the sky above his head. Oblong world, he muttered to himself as he cautiously observed his surroundings and tried to sense the atmosphere around him. Since Bai Zemin had caused a massacre during the counter-invasion to Oblong world approximately 2 years ago, some of his records became active at that moment, as if they were happy little children coming back home after a long time. At this point, Bai Zemin realized that he was inside what appeared to be a large mountain or something similar. It should be a valley that was entirely in isolation. To be exact, all 4 sides of this place were huge mountains, blocking people out. The mountains were also all tilting inward drastically, and it looked like they were about to collapse at any time. They blocked most of the sunlight that would otherwise enter this isolated valley that covered an area of 12 square kilometers. The opening on the top was a circle that had a diameter of about 50 meters. Looking behind him, Bai Zemin finally released the breath he was holding. Luckily, the return portal is here, or I could have been forced to use the power of my irregular title to return to Earth. Unlike the ground covered in unfamiliar black rocks that he saw in that little place called World's Connector, the ground in this place seemed to be covered in countless numbers of white bones. Bai Zemin did not know what creatures these bones once belonged to, but even the smallest bone was as big as a 2-meter-high oak door. However, it was evident that the previous owners of these bones had died countless years ago, as every time he stepped on the bones, they turned into a fine dust. After making sure that there was nothing worthy of his attention, Bai Zemin coldly snorted, and with a loud stomp, his body soared straight up over 600 meters, quickly exiting through the hole of about 50 meters in diameter above his head after kicking strongly but delicately on one of the walls. As the strong wind blew in his face, Bai Zemin observed the scene below him and finally understood how such a portal could exist in that place without being discovered by anyone after only God knows how many years. There were many mountains around him, and these mountains were connected and stretched into the sky. On the hills, there were a ton of old trees that were over 1,000 years in age, and these trees created a large brown and black forest that looked extremely gloomy. Judging from the records that Bai Zemin absorbed after killing millions of locals in the past, Oblong world should be going through its spring now, but even then there were no buds blooming at all and the land was as dry as dead. The opening leading to the only portal connecting this forsaken world to Earth was between 5 tall mountains, and there were many tall trees and thick gray vines all around it. Looking down from the sky, that place looked like a natural well. If the most powerful soul evolvers flew over it, they would not be able to detect it and discover the hidden mystery. No wonder this place wasn't discovered by anyone else, even though it had been around for a long time. Bai Zemin stopped at the top of one of the trees and scanned his surroundings for a moment. After verifying the geography of the area and being absolutely certain that he would be able to return and identify this place, his body flashed and shot up into the sky like a blaze of golden light. He disappeared into the distant horizon in just a couple of breaths. Not long after, perhaps only 2 or 3 minutes after Bai Zemin departed from the place, a flash of white light shone from the natural hole, and in less than a blink of an eye, a tall and slim but dashing figure appeared standing in the sky. This place? Felix frowned slightly after receiving the notification from the soul record. A look of confusion shone in his eyes as he muttered, "Forsaken world. Is this one of those worlds where all life was rejected after having committed unforgivable sins?" As one of the oldest beings on Earth, Felix had access to a lot of information from past eras before the records of those eras were destroyed for unknown reasons. Therefore, the two words "forsaken world" were not particularly new to him. Suddenly, Felix was drawn to a bright flash of crimson light in the distance. His expression changed slightly as he sensed that familiar aura even hundreds of kilometers away, and without hesitation he dashed towards it at full speed. What happened 2 years ago was something that, even to this day, Bai Zemin carries in his heart. Back then, he was just a little level 50 soul evolver who could at most face level 100 soul evolvers, but was not yet in the third order. However, when the Usra race invaded his world with malicious intentions, Bai Zemin became enraged, and the effect of his blood berserker wrath skill triggered. Bai Zemin not only slaughtered tens of thousands of Usras that invaded Earth but teamed up with Shangyu and Bingzu, and between the two of them, they launched their furious counter-invasion. The two of them alone were able to slaughter over 10 soldiers of the Usra race, among them, second-order generals, and although Shangyu and Bingzu drained all her stamina after a few hours because of the enormous gravity, Bai Zemin still launched himself further into the world on his own. In fact, because Shangyu and Bingzu had been mortally wounded and almost lost her life at the hands of a mutant beast with a step in the third order, Bai Zemin triggered the third level of his passive skill Blood Berserker Wrath. He not only cruelly slaughtered that mutant beast, but even completely destroyed a third-order commander of the Usra race with a single punch. Bai Zemin not only destroyed the advance army of the Usra race that had tens of thousands of soul evolvers and fierce warriors, but even the citizens and children were slaughtered mercilessly. This was natural considering that these children were cruel warriors with deadly weapons in their hands who looked extremely vicious. There, he even fought against the Emperor's wife of the Usra race. Bai Zemin was only able to kill Glinera after an extremely dangerous, deadly battle in which he was forced to draw practically all his trump cards and use hidden tactics to preserve his life. It was then that disaster happened. Because of Emperor Usra's aura, Bai Zemin knew that he could not return to Earth. If that fourth-order existence crossed the portal, all of humanity would be doomed. Therefore, he used everything he had, and under the power of his most powerful attack that ranked in the realm of world-destroying attacks, killed almost 1 billion Usras. Even the newborns and elders without combat capabilities were not spared. It would be a lie to say that Bai Zemin did not feel guilty after a long time. His mentality changed a lot, and he was no longer that hot-headed young man, so his fury towards the Usra Emperor had toned down considerably. He even thought that now that he was in this world for the second time, maybe he could ask Emperor Thanath the reason why they did what they did. At the end of the day, as Bai Zemin learned with Evangeline's older sister, every story always had two sides. However, all those thoughts vanished from his mind when he saw the scene in front of him. With 3 pairs of different colored wings on his back, Bai Zemin looked down with an angry expression on his face as dark clouds covered his silhouette. The city was smaller in comparison to the one Bai Zemin had destroyed in the past, probably only half as large and perhaps even less than half as many citizens. The walls were blackish in color and 300 meters high. The watchtowers rose another 100 to 150 meters into the sky, and soldiers armed to the teeth patrolled with deadly serious expressions on their faces. In the square-shaped central square measuring about 600 to 700 meters long and wide, approximately 200 fierce-looking men with bare tops and about 100 beautiful and seductive women swung their swords and knives in the air. Every time a sword was swung, a head came off the body and hot red blood flew through the air and sprayed the faces of the executioners. A male of the Usra race casually grabbed the head of a human baby that was only about 2 or 3 months old and tossed it aside as if he were throwing trash. Next to him, a beautiful woman with short shoulder-length hair of a deep red color grabbed the head of the newborn and pierced its forehead with the knife in her hands as if she was looking for something. After finding nothing, the woman threw the baby's pierced head toward one of the great mountains of fire that burned not far from her position. However, she had no time to rest as the male next to her had already thrown another head after someone brought another prisoner to be beheaded. That's it. A stout man wearing brown leather armor approached the center of the square and shouted loudly, "In 2 days the next batch will arrive. You guys clean this place up first, and then you will be given your promised pay according to the usual rules." "General August, how come we suddenly captured so many humans?" A woman stepped forward and asked curiously while casually wiping the blood off her hands. "The gate can only be used once every several ages, but the last opening resulted in a complete failure. We all thought we would suffer a bit for the next 100 years or so, but all of a sudden we started to get nourishment a month ago." When this female Usra mentioned the failure of the last gate opening, the expression of all the Usras changed immediately. It was absolutely impossible for them to forget that demon in human skin who even managed to wound Emperor His Majesty. Fear, curiosity, wariness, hatred, murderous intent, rage, and many other particularly negative emotions shone in the eyes of these Usras as they recalled the fierce blue flames that almost devoured everything. "About this matter, I don't know too much either." The general named August waved his hand and said in a serious voice as he looked at that female, "Do not ask what you do not need to ask. His Majesty is wise and prudent, so he naturally has his ways. Remember that our empire has many secrets, so it is not strange if we can open the gate once or twice more." That beautiful woman nodded and was about to say something when suddenly an extremely heavy aura pressed down from the sky, along with the sound of a horrifyingly chilling voice. "Since you don't know anything useful, then you can go to hell now. Backslash 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 backslash. Everyone, 2-3 chapters more before reset." Really thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1257, Annihilation, Part 1. The fresh blood smell covered the area, along with the stinky smell odor of scorched flesh. Every time the wind blew, the smell of death spread from the central square of the city to every corner so that even the security guards on each wall who were the furthest away from the square knew what was going on. For the Usra race, this was a big event, something to be happy and joyful about. Therefore, none of them minded. However, things changed when a tremendous pressure covered half the city at that instant. "Since you don't know anything useful, then you can go to hell now." Those words were spoken in such a chilling voice that even they, who were like demons out of hell, shivered as the wind rushed through and felt cold in their hearts. Who is this enemy?" General August shuddered uncontrollably as he realized something extremely terrifying. Forget about raising his head to look up at the sky. He couldn't even open his mouth to speak. This was the first time in his life that he had ever run into such a situation. How was it possible that he, a general comparable to a second-order level 87 soul evolver, felt so small and insignificant, just like a tiny wooden boat in the middle of a stormy sea covered by black clouds and flickering lightning? However, this proud and brave Usra general, whose military merits were high enough to put him on equal footing with the mayor of this city in terms of power, had no time to feel or think too much. Boom! Like a lightning strike from the sky, a blackish flash shone from the clouds, followed by a loud explosion. The 300 or so Usras, males and females, in the square watched wide-eyed as that flash of blackish light covered General August. A second later, the flash of blackish light disappeared without a trace, but what they saw made these fierce warriors feel as if someone had thrown them into a freezer. Raynor City's central square had a history of over 300 years and had never been damaged by an enemy. But now everyone could see a hole about 50 meters in diameter and about a dozen meters deep in the place where General August had been standing a few seconds before. As for General August himself, he was nowhere to be seen at all. That beautiful female who had been casually chatting with General August wanted to roar angrily, but for some reason her voice didn't come out in the tone she wanted it to. She gazed at the figure covered in dark, almost black flames, hovering in the center of the hole as if there was still a floor beneath his feet. "Who are you? How dare you kill General August? Do you know the consequences of your actions?" The females of the Usra race were truly outstanding beauties. Their bodies were so seductive that even the purest man in the world would start having bad thoughts just by glancing at them, and their faces were so beautiful that probably only 1% of human females could compare. Even their voices were pleasing to the ears. However, how repulsive! That figure covered in blackish flames sneered in an extremely cold and cruel tone of voice. It was obvious to anyone with a brain that he was disgusted and sickened towards this beautiful female. Boom! Under the wide eyes of all the Usras in the area, that figure struck once, and the next instant the beautiful woman who had just spoken turned into a pile of mortal remains. Seeing the black ashes being blown away by the increasingly cold wind, the other Usras could not help but gasp in shock and finally woke up from their shock. That female was only a warrior comparable to level 45, so although her death shook their hearts a little, it was no big deal. At the end of the day, and with all that said, the Usras witnessed death daily as they were a fierce warrior race. But the General August who died first was different. That man was one of the most powerful warriors of their race and could definitely be ranked among the top 200 most powerful. He could be considered a level 87 soul revolver in power terms. And now in front of them, that great general was simply wiped out of existence as if he was a piece of trash. "Be bastard. Kill him. Quickly report this to the others." It had to be said that the Usra race was truly a race packed with brave warriors that did not fear death. Even knowing that the difference in power between them and the unknown intruder was abysmal, the men and women grabbed their weapons and charged forward with fierce expressions on their faces. It was a pity that some barriers could not be overcome with courage and willpower alone. Bai Zemin sneered in his heart but said nothing as he watched them charging toward him. After a low snort that held nothing but disgust and disdain, he waved his hand as if shooing away a pair of flies. The 250 or so Usras who charged at Bai Zemin only saw a black flash of light shining before their eyes, and the last thing they heard was a low HMPH before all their senses shut down. As for those who ran to quickly inform the others, they suffered the same fate except that since their backs were turned, they didn't even see what hit them. Killing you painlessly is letting you leave too easily. Too bad, I have no time or interest in playing with all of you pigs. Bai Zemin muttered to himself as he looked at the 12 or so small mountains of yellow fire around the entire square. He only came right near the end of it all, but this did not stop Bai Zemin from knowing the way or the materials that were used to form those small mountains. Even from afar, Bai Zemin could still see the expression of fury and pain on the faces of those who had just been beheaded, and whose faces had not yet been completely cremated. He waved a hand in a diagonal fan shape, and 12 almost black fireballs of approximately 20 to 30 centimeters each flew in different directions, each one for each mountain of corpses. When the dark fireballs touched the mountains of bodies, the latter simply disappeared in an instant, leaving behind only small piles of black ashes. These black flames were the temporary union between the endless blue lotus flame and the heaven-devouring flame, one deep blue and the other purple. Although this was the first time Bai Zemin used the power of his two divine flames together on the battlefield, he had invested time to practice during the time he was still moving throughout the world to unify all humans. Both the endless blue lotus flame and the heaven-devouring flame were fourth-order fires. Even if both could not compare to when they were at their peak in the timeline, the union of two such powerful flames was definitely not something that could be resisted by a bunch of riffraff. As Bai Zemin watched the 12 piles of ashes begin to disperse under the merciless power of the wind, his eyes as deep as abysses were filled with dangerous lights. "I can't believe that until a minute ago I intended to let them go." He shook his head and laughed at himself. A hint of pain and mockery could be heard in his voice as he unconsciously muttered, "Am I getting softer?" Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. As Bai Zemin floated silently in the center, but outside the hole where the earth and rocks of the square had turned into molten lava, about a dozen high-pitched whistling sounds rang in his ears. He didn't know what they were attacking him with, but he knew that whatever it was they were fast. Even with his eyesight, he could only catch a few golden flashes flying towards him. But what? Impossible! Several warriors of the Usra race gasped in shock in the distance. They were all standing behind some giant crossbows. Each one was so large that even a normal horse would look small in comparison. These giant crossbows were golden in color and appeared to be made of genuine gold, but most striking were the ancient and mysterious-looking runes flashing on their bodies. The name of these crossbows was Godly Killing Crossbow, and they were so powerful that even a third-order soul evolver would have a high chance of dying if an arrow hit them. The only problem was that the materials needed for their construction were too rare, and even an arrow was extremely precious, so usually warriors of the Usra race were reluctant to use them. There were only about 200 of these godly killing crossbows in the entire Usra race, and the Usra Emperor had to pay a great price to buy them from the ghost race after what happened last time. With these crossbows in their possession, even a small child of the Usra race could kill a powerful enemy as long as they hit the target. Therefore, the warriors who fired the godly killing crossbow just now believed that they could finish off this unknown but terrifying enemy easily, since he was not only standing motionless but seemed distracted talking to himself. But the reality before their eyes turned out to be different from what they thought would happen. They only saw how that figure engulfed in flames only trembled slightly after being assaulted by a dozen dragon slayer arrows, but except for this, not even a whimper sounded, not to mention grunts of pain. Worse yet, the dozen dragon slayer arrows that were over a meter long and 10 centimeters thick simply disappeared after hitting the dark flames. How is this possible? A slender and handsome middle-aged man muttered with wide eyes as he stared at that silent figure. Judging from how he was dressed, this middle-aged man had great status within the Usra race. When Bai Zemin looked at him for a second and saw the crimson robe covered in rubies, he immediately thought of some nobles of his faction. The Lord Mayor of Raynor City was a brave and powerful mage who had been through many battles in his 430-plus years of life. However, when his red eyes met that pair of black eyes, he immediately felt as if his soul was leaving his body. His instinct told him to get out of there quickly. Unfortunately, the enemy had no intention of letting him do such a thing. Go ask the underworld master. The mayor of the city only saw the enemy raise an arm and point a finger at him. This alone was enough to make all the hairs on his body stand on end, just like a beast in danger. But just as he thought about backing away, he saw a ball of almost black fire slamming him in the chest. Then everything disappeared for him. The other Usras who had just fired the godly killing crossbow turned into chickens that were caught by the neck, as they could not even formulate a single word. Even the warriors who had just arrived at the square with their swords drawn were stunned by what they saw. Bai Zemin paid no attention to them. He waved his hand and soared into the sky in an instant. Around him, thousands of soul stones floated and formed a beautiful multicolored sight below the brown clouds. Among these soul stones was only a handful of second order, several hundred first order, and the rest were all unclassified soul stones of smaller size and with less energy inside. Although the second order soul stones were treasures that even Bai Zemin could not ignore, since he had an entire faction to feed, he had no intentions of taking these soul stones anywhere. This was because all these soul stones that formed small piles in the square before he floated them into the sky were the result of the indiscriminate massacre of the Usras. Among them, even babies were viciously beheaded. // Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1258 Annihilation, Part 2. As the auras looked skyward in shock, Bai Zemin raised his right hand, pointing up toward the heavens. The dark flames covering his silhouette immediately crawled over his body like a living being and began to rapidly gather 2 to 3 inches above his wide open palm. A few seconds later, a sphere of dark flames approximately 20 to 30 meters in diameter formed above him. Bai Zemin looked extremely small in comparison, even though he was the creator mage, like an insignificant being in front of the sun. Seeing this, the expression of all the Usras changed, and their faces turned pale as they felt the magic power that was contained inside that sphere of dark flames. It's no good. Quickly charge the godly killing crossbow and kill him. Mages, join me and cast your most powerful spells. We need to kill him. If that devil releases that fireball here, half the city will turn into hell and thousands of our warriors will die. With seemingly indifferent eyes, Bai Zemin watched silently as the huge golden crossbows were loaded. At the same time, He could also see a small number of Usuras jumping over the buildings on the sides of the street to be closer to him, and began to mutter some kind of mysterious incantation. Every action has consequences. You should have been ready for something like this to happen since you started to do such kinds of cruelties. At the same time as he muttered more to himself than to others, the thousands of soul stones around him began to glow. Bai Zemin activated crimson flame silently, and the power of the ball of dark flames above his head immediately became 20% more powerful. Seeing the color of the flames changing to a bloody red color, and noticing the obvious increase in temperature despite the distance, the most powerful Usura warrior after the already slain mayor and general immediately roared with a fury-filled expression on his face. Fire! This was their moment. Now that the devil was no longer being protected by those strange dark flames, the power of a dozen godly killing crossbows would certainly show their terror. In addition, there were also about 20 powerful mages. 1,000 fiery arrows. Fire lightning. Sea of meteorites. A large amount of mana immediately disappeared from the area, and even with that fake sun, releasing more and more mana steadily, it was evident that it would take at least several minutes or even a few hours to replenish the amount used. However, the effect was quite surprising. 20 or so glowing magic spells along with a dozen dragon slayer arrows howled into the sky. Hot lightning bolts, flaming arrows, rocks engulfed in flames, and all sorts of unnatural occurrences threatened to destroy everything as they fell upon that figure in the sky. Even a soul evolver on the edge of the Fourth Order could probably retreat in the face of this attack, considering that they were using a dozen godly killing crossbows. Unfortunately, boom, 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 boom. This can't be happening. A beautiful woman with fiery hair shook her head and subconsciously began to back away with a pale face. She wasn't the only one with an expression of disbelief and horror on her face. Looking up at the bright sky, all the thousands of Usuras in the city couldn't believe what they were seeing. They didn't want to believe it. A few hundred meters up, the dozen or so dragon slayer arrows and the 20 or so magic spells meant to kill that devil suddenly ran into some kind of invisible obstacle. The 20 spells directly exploded, illuminating everything within 3 or 4 kilometers of the sky. While the dragon slayer arrows fired by the mighty godly killing crossbows did not explode and continued to move forward, it was obvious to anyone with sharp eyes that their power had dropped tremendously and continued to decay for every inch they advanced. As if trying to penetrate through a swamp, the terrifying dragon slayer arrows moved slower and slower until they finally lost all their penetrating power and froze in the sky. They would still have to fly another 15 meters to hit Bai Zemin. An Usura suddenly thought of something as he watched the enemy's black hair flapping fiercely and subconsciously shouted out loud, "It's the wind! This bastard is using the wind as a shield." However, someone else said something that sounded a million times more terrifying in the ears of all of them. You are that human devil that attacked Oblong World 2 years ago and killed the Ghost Emperor and killed millions of our race. Like a 1,000-ton roar hitting a relatively calm lake, everyone hearing these words immediately cried out in shock. Furthermore, judging by how these warriors who wouldn't even blink at the sharp edge of enemy swords reacted, the terror of what happened 2 years earlier was still fresh in their memories. Bai Zemin's expression was impossible to read. His black eyes were so deep that even the light seemed to be devoured. He ignored the screams below and looked up. The soul stones had disappeared without a trace, and all their power had been added to the power of the fireball hovering above his palm. The power of the fireball had practically doubled, and its color had gone from dark red to bright red. I hope with this you all can rest in peace. Even knowing how ridiculous his words were, since the records of all those lost lives were no longer part of anything, Bai Zemin couldn't help but say it softly. He would use the strength left behind by the victims of the Usura race to make them pay an extremely painful price. When Bai Zemin moved his hand downward, the fireball of approximately 50 meters in diameter followed his movements. Although it looked slow, the reality was completely different, and it only looked very slow because the speed was so fast that there were only residual images behind it. Under the terrified eyes of approximately 400,000 Usuras, the bright crimson-red fireball fell from the clouds towards the center of the city. Some threw rocks. Some fired the terrifying godly-killing crossbows. Others slashed with their swords and used the gusts of wind. Those smarter or less brave simply turned to flee. However, nothing of what they tried did any good. The power of the glowing crimson fireball was literally unstoppable, and all obstacles disappeared without a trace. As the edge of the crimson fireball softly touched the ground of the central square, several screams that were not unlike bestial roars echoed within the city at the same time, as a bright red light spread outward at a speed impossible to measure. Some kilometers away from the city, Felix was pushed backwards as the fierce shockwave hit his chest. He felt no pain, but his eyes opened wide as he watched the huge fiery, red dome extending outward and into the sky. The earth split into countless pieces and flames seeped through the cracks, incinerating everything that could exist down there. The mountains within 50 kilometers radius near the city simply exploded, as if an invisible force had struck them, and the forests within 65 kilometers around disappeared or began to burn. When the fiery red dome disappeared a few seconds later, Felix could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the huge crater several kilometers in diameter in the distance. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1259, Inevitable Fate. Bai Zemin did not hurry to leave after launching the crimson fireball into the center of the city. Instead, he stopped in the sky with a single pair of wings on his back and looked down without a word. The massive buildings, the rotten trees, the grayish plants, the stone streets, the 4 walls over 200 meters high, the watchtowers, the offensive towers, the weapons and the armors. Everything was obliterated. Without a trace, as if a cyclone of massive destruction had first hit the place, and then hundreds of missiles battered the area. Everything was erased to the point where it would be hard for anyone to believe that this place was once a city that stood firm for several hundred years. All that was left there at this point was a huge crater several kilometers in diameter and at least 500 meters deep. Even if a person stood in the center of the crater and floated up, it would be impossible for them to see the crater's boundaries. That's how huge it was. Of course, all the Usras living there had also been completely wiped out. The already gloomy atmosphere in Oblong World suddenly seemed to become more depressing and oppressive. Looking at the large patch of black land, and the veins of burning fire turned into lava running the length and breadth of the crater, Bai Zemin sighed, with an extremely complicated expression on his face. Even now he kept receiving notifications from the Soul Record. His records were being updated as he obtained more information about the Usra race after absorbing part of the records of hundreds of thousands of living beings of said race. If this had occurred 2 years ago, then Bai Zemin could probably feel happy and proud of himself. At the end of the day, he would have many reasons to feel positive about ending the lives of such a race with such ruthless killers. However, he simply didn't feel happy or even proud about what he just did. He didn't even care about the terrifying destructive power he possessed, even though countless living beings of myriads of races dreamed to have. You feel happy after you commit such genocide. Bai Zemin did not seem surprised when he heard a somewhat angry voice not far behind him. It was as if he was already expecting this. Instead of turning around, he continued to give his back to this new potential enemy, and while looking at the lifeless world in front of him, he muttered, "I don't feel happy, but I don't feel sad either. Not now, at least." "And then what do you feel?" Felix sneered with flames of anger burning in his eyes. "Judging by the size of that city, there should be over 100,000 people living comfortably there, until you decided to honor them with your visit. I feel a little guilty, to be honest." Bai Zemin seemed to be talking to himself as his words came out as whispers. If it wasn't for the fact that Felix was a powerful level 400 soul evolver, he definitely wouldn't have been able to hear his words. "A little guilty," Felix muttered while staring at Bai Zemin's back in disbelief. "You just killed so many people, but you feel just a little guilty. What the hell is on your mind?" After a pause of several seconds, Bai Zemin turned and looked at Felix calmly. His expression was cold, so it was extremely difficult to figure out what his true emotions were and what his thoughts were at the moment. "By now you should know that this is a world abandoned by the Soul Record, am I right?" he asked. "I know that," Felix frowned, and as if he knew what Bai Zemin meant, he continued, "But so what with that? Do you think because the Soul Record abandoned a world everyone there should be slaughtered mercilessly? You just killed even newborns for God's sake." It was almost a roar at the end. Felix's voice was nearly a thundering roar. "I know that your personality as well as your thoughts, must have changed over the years as you advanced between order and order with each step your level grew. Bai Zemin looked at Felix with a regretful expression as he said in a low voice, "But I can't help but tell you this. You are too naive." Naive? Felix was surprised. Naive? You are. Bai Zemin nodded and said in a serious voice, "Do you think I'm doing this because I enjoy it? Do you think I'm a bloody butcher who likes to go around killing little children and destroying old people who can't even move from their beds? I'm not as free as I would like to be. I don't even have enough time to spend with my family and the woman I love. Why the hell would I do this but because I am forced to?" Bai Zemin loved little children. He sympathized with all the children who had not even reached their teenage years, but were forced to survive in cruel worlds where one's life was worth less than the grass they stepped on every day. Felix had not even the slightest idea that, although his expression was indifferent, Bai Zemin's heart ached immensely at this moment, as even now there were records of children and babies flashing in his eyes. In fact, Bai Zemin knew that in the future he would probably regret what he was doing today. Yet, he had to do it whether he liked it or not. "Explain to me then." Felix looked at him with a hint of pleading and clenched his fists so tightly that if it weren't for his combat gauntlets his fingernails would have dug into his palms. "I really don't want to fight you. Really. However, I'm afraid that's impossible to avoid." Bai Zemin sighed and shook his head. Although the time Bai Zemin and Felix had spent time could not be said to be long, Bai Zemin, who was very observant by nature, understood the personality of the man in front of him very well. Even if he took Felix to other Usra cities and could show how this race was composed entirely of butchers, Felix would only say that it was only the guilty Usras who deserved to die. Someone who walked the path of the saint of the Absolute absolutely won't agree to something as cruel as the extermination of a race. However, Bai Zemin could not simply walk away and wait for the Usras to carry out more slaughter in the hope of having a logical reason to kill those guilty of the massacre of even newborns. Bai Zemin knew that even if the babies of the Usra race were innocent today, they had a 99.9% chance of becoming bloodthirsty and cruel slaughterers as soon as they had a taste of picking up a sword. It was in their blood and in the records that made them up after all. Felix could never accept and allow genocide as long as there was that remaining 0.1% chance, because that 0.1% implied that an Usra could probably be a good person and not a cruel executioner. But Bai Zemin was different. "Even if guilt consumes me when the sun rises tomorrow, at least I will know that I saved many more lives in comparison," Bai Zemin thought secretly as he endured the sadness he felt. Felix looked silently at Bai Zemin for several minutes before closing his eyes in pain. Many things could not be avoided in this life, and only a truly omniscient, omnipresent, and omnipotent overlord could be able to resist fate. Unfortunately, Bai Zemin and Felix were only two small boats on the river of life, and since the river of life could only move in one course, they could only move forward. "It looks like you have made up your mind." "I did," Bai Zemin nodded. His body flashed, and in an instant he appeared several hundred meters high, and at the same time, as a golden radiance covered his figure making him look like a true god, his voice echoed within several kilometers around. "Let's get this over with. I need your records to evolve and you cannot let me go to the next city to kill. Since I am an obstacle in your path and you are an obstacle in mine, there is no need to feel guilt. Come." /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1261, Strike to cut off destiny and put an end to it all. Felix looked up into the sky, the place where Bai Zemin hovered. Instead of flying straight up and starting to attack, this saint of the absolute thought about what Bai Zemin had just said. With a somewhat bitter smile on his face, Felix sighed to himself. I guess you're right. Without further ado, Felix flew up and in an instant appeared 200 meters away from Bai Zemin. Many things in this life were beyond what living beings could control. If fate had its mind set on anything, it was practically impossible for any life form to change the inevitable, and only by being infinitely mightier could they rule over tomorrow. For now, they could only move forward and act according to their beliefs and the records that made up their existences. Wings of sacred light. 1,000 feathers of white wind. Increased speed. Agility boost. Light speed steps. Armor of natural elements. Bai Zemin nodded to himself. Felix's aura began to grow exponentially with each skill he shouted. Not only were his records growing stronger, empowering him, but even the laws of Oblong World seemed to become less heavy against him. This is how it should be. Maybe just this way we won't feel so much guilt when one of us falls, he muttered with his eyes closed. When Bai Zemin opened his eyes again, all doubt disappeared without a trace. Shadow control, shadow wings. Heavenly wind. Luminous wings. Annihilation of the falling sky, golden wings. Crimson lightning flash. While Bai Zemin only activated 5 skills, Felix was still activating skill after skill. So far, the number of skills the Saint of the Absolute activated was over 12. Felix's aura seemed to go berserk. His surroundings trembled, and even the land over 600 meters below began to crack every time the seemingly endless wind blades, with specks of white light, whipped across the ground. However, every time the white light-speckled wind blades approached Bai Zemin, they immediately stopped, and could not even enter the 100-meter range before exploding as if they had never existed in the first place. Bai Zemin sighed in his heart, but he did not say anything. His feelings were extremely complex right now, and it wasn't just because he would have to kill Felix, nor was it just because he was forced to kill hundreds of thousands of Usuras a few minutes ago. He knew the reason why he felt this way. This is the first time I don't feel so cheerful after getting stronger. Bai Zemin smiled bitterly as he muttered to himself. His current self probably didn't even have to use soul manipulation to fight Felix on equal footing, particularly since Felix was a soul evolver focused 100% on agility, though his other stats weren't monstrous. Even if they surpassed Bai Zemin's by a few points, it definitely wouldn't be by thousands of points. Of course, this was because Bai Zemin had just killed hundreds of thousands of lives, pushing his god of wars will skill straight to the max. At least in terms of attack power, the current Bai Zemin was 65% mightier than usual. Bai Zemin snapped out of his thoughts when he saw Felix drawing his sword from the sheath around his waist. With a simple thought, a bronze-colored spear with dragon engravings and ancient runes appeared directly in his right hand. When the Longina spear appeared in his hand, Bai Zemin's aura immediately transformed. Even Felix could not help but stare at the spear for a second longer before shaking his head bitterly. Neither of them said anything. There was no need. At the end of the day, the power of this God Slayer spear was still firmly present in their memories. Looks like you're ready. Felix sensed danger from the current Bai Zemin, but still did not immediately attack even though he was already ready to start. Perhaps because they both knew they were not enemies who hated each other, but neither of them treated the other as they would normally treat their enemies. Bai Zemin would never allow his enemy to finish empowering themselves just for the so-called warrior's pride, but would directly kill them as soon as possible to spare himself from danger. His life was more important after all. But Felix was different. Felix probably thought the same, that's why he asked. In response to his question, Bai Zemin thundered. Infinity devouring armor. Overlap regeneration mana for agility. A near-black colored armor glowed on Bai Zemin's body. The armor was made of flames, and the entire space around him overheated so much that even Felix subconsciously backed away 100 meters. Felix was surprised by what he saw. This is an upgraded version of the defensive armor that Demon Bastard used to use. Bai Zemin cleared Felix's doubts and hid nothing when he said, this skill is not recorded since it lives inside the divine flames. Unlike Shun's heavenly devouring armor, which only had the power of 1 divine flame, my infinity devouring armor is made up of 2 divine flames. Felix smiled derisively upon hearing this and couldn't help but remark, looks like this battle is going to be a bit long then. He and Shun had fought countless times in the past. Each battle often stretched for days and nights without being able to determine a winner at all. Felix thought that now that Bai Zemin had such a defensive skill, they would probably have to fight for a couple of hours before deciding the winner. At the end of the day, Felix knew that Bai Zemin was much faster than Shun, and so they wouldn't have to fight as much in comparison. Bai Zemin shook his head but said nothing. From the moment he used overlap regeneration to reduce his mana in exchange for speed, this battle was destined to end very quickly. 1 strike if luck was on his side, 3 or 4 strikes if his luck was bad. Let's end it once and for all. Bai Zemin stood silently as the golden glow of overlap regeneration encircled his figure. The dark flame armor and ancient dragon spear made his aura murderous, cruel, mysterious, and a bit lonely, a stark contrast to the sacred, divine, holy, saintly, and pious aura that enveloped Felix. Felix took a deep breath and nodded silently. Cloud-piercing drill. Felix's body immediately began to spin like a drill, and the sword in his hand seemed to disappear. The surrounding winds and light gathered around him, making his body disappear, and be replaced by what looked like the head of a genuine drill. All this happened in less than the blink of an eye, and had it not been for Bai Zemin using almost all of his skills to increase his agility, thus increasing his reaction speed in the process, his eyes would not even have been able to see Felix's shadow. In an instant, Felix appeared in front of Bai Zemin. The pupils of the Saint of the Absolute contracted slightly as he saw that Bai Zemin had no intention of defending, and for some reason, he felt a bad premonition in his heart. However, his current speed was so explosive and fast that it was absolutely impossible to stop even if he wanted to. It was impossible to take back an arrow that had already left the bowstring. Felix's attack power was not very high, but his penetrating power was. In addition, he was using momentum speed to his advantage, as well as many empowering skills. Although the infinity-devouring armor immediately absorbed 30% of the damage from this attack, Bai Zemin was not unscathed this time. The tip of the sword pierced through the flame armor and also pierced through the metal armor, cutting through Bai Zemin's skin and penetrating his chest. All this happened in just 1 second. In just 1 second, the battle seemed to be about to end. Despite this, Bai Zemin's expression did not change at all. Felix did not feel happy either. Just after entering an inch or two, the power behind Felix's charged attack was completely consumed. After breaking through the defense of 2 extremely powerful armors, the power of Felix's attack only had less than 20% of its original power, but it should have reached Bai Zemin's heart easily. However, 15% of that attack mysteriously disappeared. Felix didn't know what happened, but the wind-like energy in his sword simply stopped listening to him, and the mana in his sword was absorbed, so the remaining 5% could only barely pierce Bai Zemin's tough skin. In that brief instant, Felix was shocked. The dark flame armor seemed to turn into a monster as a dozen chains shot out from the chest area, and in an instant enveloped his right arm. Felix's expression immediately contorted, not in pain but in horror. Although the power of 2 divine flames was certainly terrifying, Felix knew that the time these flames would need to break through his armor, and the layer of natural mana that protected him would give him enough time to counter them. The problem was that, while Felix managed to break the chains, it seemed as if there were an infinite number of them, as before he could retreat he was captured again. He finally understood the meaning behind the name of this fire armor. Worse yet, Felix's face turned as pale as a sheet when he realized that, for some reason, his mana was being rapidly drained from his body. Felix's needle-sized pupils reflected the image of Bai Zemin. Although he said nothing, Felix thought he saw Bai Zemin's lips moving. If Felix was not wrong, he silently intoned 2 words, "I'm sorry." In an instant, Bai Zemin slightly bowed his body, and after he completed the basic stance of a spear-wielding warrior, immediately stabbed forward. Just about the time, a blood-red flame burned on his weapon. Rending of the night. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 12, 61 Blood Tears and Sacred Heart of the Demonic Soul. Critical hit. Critical hit. There were no terrifying explosions. The land did not split into countless pieces. The ground did not crack open. The sky did not rumble. The distant mountains that survived the previous explosion did not collapse. The surrounding wind did not flutter. In contrast to the destructive power that those soul evolvers above level 200 had in their hands, Bai Zemin's attack seemed extremely pitiful and insignificant, particularly considering that the one who was attacking was him, who in his arsenal even had an attack capable of destroying worlds. Unlike Felix's attack, which could have easily destroyed an entire settlement, Bai Zemin's attack seemed to be not strong enough to take down more than a couple of houses at most. From the point of view of any living, sentient being, Bai Zemin's spear thrust was crude and amateurish, nothing worth mentioning at all. Only those who had many years of combat experience and whose level was above 250 could notice anything else, something that absolutely would freeze anyone's blood. The 2 critical hit notifications slowly disappeared from his retinas. Bai Zemin slowly released the baleful air he was holding in his lungs and retrieved his spear at the same time as his infinity-devouring armor slowly faded away. Felix opened his mouth and, against his will, coughed up a mouthful of fresh blood. As a thin trickle of blood slipped silently from the corner of his mouth, his feet hesitated in the sky and his body faltered as if he was about to fall. After stabilizing himself with great difficulty, the Saint of the Absolute slowly began to descend from the sky using his white wings for support. Bai Zemin said nothing and simply followed him silently. Soon, the two reached the central and deepest part of the crater. Streams of lava and fire ran freely between the cracks. At the same time, streams of subterranean water continuously collided with the heat of the lava and flames, causing large amounts of burning mist to rise into the clouds. For a few seconds, neither of them said anything. It was quite peculiar, as they just looked at each other in silence and did not look like two enemies at all. For anyone looking at them at this moment would definitely not be able to think that just moments ago they gave everything to kill each other. What was that attack? Felix's voice sounded hoarse and weak, but he still struggled to speak. Do you remember the Pope of the Holy Church? It's the attack I used to defeat him back then. Bai Zemin answered softly. I see. Felix coughed up more blood and nodded. A faint smile appeared on his deathly pale face, and he slowly began to walk with hesitant steps towards Bai Zemin. Losing under such an attack, I have no regrets. Bai Zemin sighed but said nothing. He also didn't try to step back and didn't even shield himself when Felix stopped less than an arm's length away from him. The current Felix already. As if he didn't feel the terrifying pain he was surely feeling after having 80% of his chest exploded, including his heart, Felix raised his head and looked up at the sky. He didn't know when, but his eyes filled with tears that even he couldn't fully understand. Was he crying because his life was about to end? Was he crying because his path led him to clash with someone he could have been good friends with? Was he crying because his last moments would not be in the land he had protected for over 1,000 years? Was he crying because he would not be able to protect the rest of Usras? Maybe it was none of the above reasons. Maybe it was all of them. Bai Zemin did not know. Maybe only Felix himself had some idea. After about 10 seconds, Felix looked at Bai Zemin again. His look was very gentle, and even though the rims of his eyes were starting to turn black from blood loss and exhaustion, he didn't seem to be looking at an enemy at all, but rather at someone close. Take this. He pulled something out with trembling hands and showed it to Bai Zemin. This is. Bai Zemin looked at him doubtfully but still took the object. This was a small pure white stone with a black rune in the center. It looked a bit like a winged heart, but at the same time not. It was quite bizarre. That's a senile mark. Felix coughed up more blood and staggered uncontrollably. After receiving Bai Zemin's shoulder hold, he continued between heavy gasps. The angels want to kill you. That angel named Sonata wanted to come here if I broke that rock. You need to be careful later. These bastards are really wretches, not honorable at all. Bai Zemin's expression changed slightly when he heard this, but soon regained his composure. Although he was successfully tricked by the higher existences, as he let his guard down a bit when he saw them all leaving after finding out that there was nothing they could do on Earth anymore, Bai Zemin was not too surprised by what happened. At the end of the day, he knew that Medes probably hated him the most among all the factions of higher existences, perhaps on the same level as Dragon God Long Tian. Do it. Huh? Bai Zemin looked at Felix and noticed that his eyes were beginning to dull. Come on, my records. Felix's voice sounded a bit like the grunts of unclassified zombies, and it was obvious he was putting in a lot of effort to sustain the rest of his bodily functions. My health is almost down to 0 now. If you delay any longer, my records will just start being absorbed by you. But you don't need that, right? If Felix died now and his health reached 0, his records would immediately be transferred to the one who killed him, Bai Zemin. That's how it worked with everyone and everything in the universe. It didn't matter if it was level 0 or level 500, this golden rule was absolutely unquestionable. It was just that, as Felix had just pointed out, Bai Zemin could not simply absorb the records of the Saint of the Absolute. For some reason unknown to Bai Zemin until now, the soul record made it clear that he needed to steal the records of 5 already defined existences using the skill record Devastation. And among these 5 existences was precisely Felix. When Bai Zemin silently activated record Devastation, his right hand and shoulder-high arm transformed into something similar to the claw of an unknown beast, as even his armor and gauntlets disappeared, leaving behind a blood-red claw. Don't feel bad. Have no hard feelings. Despite his obvious weakening and increasing fatigue, Felix nodded with a small smile as he saw Bai Zemin stabbing his spear into the ground, now leaving his claw-like hand free. The blowing wind stopped howling, and for a moment it seemed as if time stopped. In this abandoned and gloomy-looking world, in a place surrounded by forests and mountains, a giant crater could be seen from the distance and from the sky. Suddenly, a scream that sounded like the howl of a beast in endless pain was heard from the deepest part of the crater. Even the dry branches of the gray trees stopped making noises, as if frightened by whatever it was that could make someone scream like that. A few seconds later, this part of the world was silent again, and not long after that, the wind that had stopped was blowing hard again from everywhere. In the central part of the crater and in the deepest area, only Bai Zemin was there. In front of him, a white leather armor and some accessories were piled up on a small pile. Next to the small pile, a pale one-handed sword whose tip was firmly buried in the ground lost its radiance. Bai Zemin's hair swayed lightly with the irregular gusts of wind blowing from above, so his eyes were occasionally covered, making it difficult to see what kind of expression he had. However, 2 red lines slid silently from his teardrops down the sides of his face. Blood tears. It was said that a sentient being would only shed tears of blood after experiencing an unbelievably great breakdown, and when its soul experienced a great deal of emotional pain. The massacre of so many new and innocent lives 2 years ago always weighed on Bai Zemin's heart. But he said nothing, and did not let others see this weakness of his, silently bearing it and licking his wounds like a little beast when no one was watching. Today, however, he finally found his limit. The slaughter of tens of thousands of newborns, as well as young children who had little to do with the cruelty of the Usra race, coupled with being forced to kill someone with whom he had experienced difficult times together, became the final crack that destroyed the dam. You have completed all the evolution requirements needed for your skill, immovable heart. As if feeling the abysmal sadness he was going through, the soul record notifications didn't say things like, "Congratulations," nor were there any big words or exclamation points. Maybe it was its way of telling him that it understood his emotions, or maybe it was just normal. Whatever it was, Bai Zemin paid no attention to it. Movable heart skill evolved into sacred heart of the demonic soul. With a small milk-white pearl in his now normal right hand, and the small white stone Felix had given him in his left hand, Bai Zemin stayed silent for a few minutes before slowly releasing the breath he was holding. "Do you want to die so badly? Then come." His voice was soft as a barely audible murmur, almost soundless amidst the howling of the wind. In contrast, the cracking sound the white stone made when he put strength into his left hand was much more distinct. Backslash 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 backslash. Really, thank you very much to all those who send gifts to the novel and support with valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up. 3. Chapter 1262, Lilith's Second Firmament Fragment. A few seconds after breaking the white-winged heart-shaped stone, Bai Zemin finally calmed down. He looked his surroundings for a moment, and in the next instant his figure flashed, appearing 200 meters in the sky and above the crater. "All right." His voice was like a small wooden fishing boat in the middle of a stormy sea during the night, insignificant and practically ignorable. However, this was one of the times he was most determined, and the firmness of his words was evidence of that. He naturally did not do what he did out of a moment of anger or frustration. While it was true that Bai Zemin needed a battle to the death in order to release some oppressive feelings, his life was definitely more important than this. Actually, he had his own considerations in this regard. That angel is just a fifth-order higher existence. It would be best for me if his level doesn't exceed 400 by many levels, but even if it does, it doesn't matter. The more he thought, the more indifferent he became about it, and the colder his gaze grew. P-alpha-dalpha nu, 1-SOM, thanks to the world's connector, any living being above level 400 would have their strength reduced for a period of time. This was the first reason why Bai Zemin was willing to risk himself. Right, upgraded skill. After scrolling through his records a bit, Bai Zemin quickly found what he was looking for. Backslash backslash backslash. Sacred Heart of the Demonic Soul, 5th order passive skill. Only by enduring suffering will a person truly prosper. Some will taste the ultimate joys and sorrows of life. Others are destined to be buried under cold, hard tombstones. Hero, be grateful for the trials bestowed upon you by the heavens, for the path to glory is paved with hardship. Effect 1. Increases your natural charm by 300%. Effect 2. Your words have a greater effect on those living beings close to you or under your leadership. Effect 3. Even if your physical body is completely destroyed, your soul can survive on its own. However, your overall strength will be greatly affected and any likelihood of survival in battle will be reduced by 80%. Effect 4. The power effect of spiritual or mind-altering skills will be reduced by 60% regardless of the level difference between you and your opponent. It also works on skills of your own. You are immune to the effects of active or passive skills cast by others that affect mentality, rationality, or heart. They are automatically cancelled with a maximum limit of up to 3 orders above the possessor. Effect 5. During battle, you will be able to remain calm most of the time, helping you to find exits in times of difficulty. Bai Zemin's heart trembled as he finished checking the records of his new skill. As expected of a skill that broke the boundary between the 4th order and the 5th order. The difference in power between Immovable Heart and its upgraded version was simply colossal. The power of Sacred Heart of the demonic soul was so high that it simply made no sense to compare it with its previous version. Immovable Heart had basically 2 effects before, 3 if one counted the influence on the opposite sex. However, Sacred Heart of the demonic soul had 5 passive effects. Not only were the effects of the old Immovable Heart improved, but new and terrifying ones were added. Particularly effects number 2, 3, and 4. Effect number 2 would be of great help to Bai Zemin, and in the future, the difficulty of ruling over people's hearts would be much easier. He would have to be careful, though. Bai Zemin did not want to affect the feelings of women as he had too many debts that he did not know if he would ever be able to return. On the other hand, effect number 3 was simply too powerful. Now I have a new layer of life, and my survival odds have increased again. Bai Zemin was very pleased with this 3rd effect. Until now, he had never heard of soul evolvers surviving after losing their physical bodies after a battle. With this new skill of his, Bai Zemin felt more confident about what he was about to do. Without saying anything, he took out 6 hexagonal-shaped discs from his storage ring and quickly began to move through the crater. He made sure that the distance between each disc was exactly 6 kilometers and then returned to the sky, standing right in the center of the 6 discs. Actually, these discs were created by Kali some time ago. The sickly girl gave them to Bai Zemin as a birthday present and told him that, for someone like him who often got into trouble, it would surely help him out of a tight spot or two. These 6 hexagonal-shaped discs had a simple but powerful effect when put in the right position, and the array was used correctly. Kali had spent a total of 8 months inside the collector's pocket world to make them, and each one had at least 50,000 different runes, among them many being heavenly runes. The name of the array was 6 Cycles and 6 Lives, whose effect was to speed up time x 6 times within the inner space. Also, when one was inside the array, the space would grow x6, so unless the person was familiar with the discs, they would definitely not be able to get out easily. With the 6 Cycles and 6 Lives array, I'll be able to use my skills more regularly, particularly Rending of the Night. I won't even have to wait at all to use it. Bai Zemin muttered with a flash of coldness in his eyes. Besides, that bastard will be hit by the soul record when he attacks me. Inside the array, his records will weaken 6 times faster. I'll definitely be able to kill him. Furthermore, just in case, Bai Zemin prepared his strongest attack while waiting patiently. ///// Earth in the depths of the Mariana Trench. After a last clash with Archangel Michael's spear, Lilith's figure flashed and appeared 100 meters away. There were several wounds on Michael's body, as even his armor could not fully protect him from Lilith's sword. However, these wounds were insignificant, and after activating a skill, they all disappeared without a trace in less than 10 seconds. Rho Alpha Pd Alpha N Nu. SOM. On the other hand, Lilith had only 1 wound on her body. A part of her battle dress had been torn off by her opponent's spear, and currently, there was a large gash on her left thigh. Her shiny, smooth, beautiful leg now looked quite disagreeable as the wound directly incinerated under Michael's flames. This ice energy really is annoying. Michael frowned slightly as he tried to expel the cold energy running inside his body. However, he was inwardly surprised to discover that even with his divine flame, he would need a few hours before he could succeed. At that moment, a figure flashed from a distance and rushed towards the portal. Michael was taken by surprise, as even he no longer dared to underestimate the beautiful woman in front of him. On the other hand, Lilith seemed to be in a state of extreme rage, as she did not even look at this figure. Just as this figure was about to succeed, a white light shone and overtook it. Uriel, step aside. Fire Sorrow glared at the beautiful woman in front of her with an expression filled with fury. Uriel sighed but said nothing, and didn't move out of the way either. You're making a big mistake. Fire Sorrow felt like she was going crazy. Her heart was so anxious that if it weren't for the last shred of sanity she had left, Fire Sorrow would have attacked Uriel, which would culminate in disaster for everyone. If you don't get out of my way, I swear to you by what I love most that the next time we meet on the battlefield I will turn you to ashes. She needed to go. Although she didn't know and wasn't so sure that Bai Zemin was the reincarnation of the man she loved for so many years, Fire Sorrow absolutely couldn't afford to lose him. Besides, Fire Sorrow also had a favorable impression of Bai Zemin, independently, which was why she definitely didn't want him to die. Uriel smiled bitterly but still shook her head. I'm sorry. I have my own difficulties here. Fire Sorrow was about to say something when suddenly, a cold voice sounded from behind. You all should feel happy. You finally pissed me off for real. Fire Sorrow noticed the surprised expression on Uriel's face, so she quickly turned away and looked back. Lilith. At this moment, Lilith was surrounded by some sort of red mist. However, after a closer look, everyone realized that this red mist was actually blood, a lot of blood. Even underwater it looked like an endless sea of blood. The most surprising thing was that there was no bloody smell at all, and the blood did not seem to be something tangible, almost like a fantasy or illusion. Meads, Uriel, Michael, and Fire Sorrow remembered that a while back Lilith had also activated this skill when she thought Earth had been destroyed by Mead's taunting attack. Child, stop. Meads frowned slightly and said in a deep voice, think about what you're doing. If you use an attack that is too powerful here, you will even end up involving the loved ones of the man you love. Is that what you want? Although Meads didn't feel that the skill of a mere 6th order succubus could hurt him, he somehow had an ominous feeling when he looked at that bloody mist. Lilith looked at him with cold eyes, and a glint of disdain shone in her ruby eyes. Don't worry about it. Rather, shouldn't you worry about your life? With you alone. Meads didn't even have time to respond when Michael burst out laughing. This is really funny, a little 6th order bitch threatening God. Far from getting angry at the Flame Archangel's insult, Lilith suddenly smiled. We'll see if you can keep laughing in a moment. After looking at Fire Sorrow with apologetic eyes, she waved her hand and gently pushed Shangyu and Bingzu and all the lower existences back. Since you all want to stop me, then let's switch battlefields. Lilith's voice sounded distant, almost as if she wasn't there. In fact, her figure was no longer visible at all. The blood mist had spread so much that even a figure as powerful as Meads could no longer see more than 50 meters in front of him. An instant later, Meads and the rest felt as if something or someone was dragging them through space-time. What the hell? The Lord of Heaven panicked as he suddenly realized that the laws he knew were altered, and to his surprise, he could no longer break the space barrier at all. Everyone's vision flashed, and an instant later the scene changed. This is... Uriel looked at the surroundings, and her pupils constricted as a word flashed in her mind. Firmament fragments power. /////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////////// valuable golden tickets. I hope we can all keep it up 3.